Chapter 385. Erewhon's envoy group was stunned by Brando's words. Count Dolent's short and fat hand moved in the air, but he did not swing down. The forest was filled with a strange silence. The bonfire in the distance flickered, and the crackling sound of burning charcoal could be heard. The sound was so clear that even a pin drop could be heard. Brendel could see the disbelief in their eyes. Robert's hand was raised halfway, the female scholar was covering her mouth, and Audine's hand was hanging down from his sword. Everyone looked at the young noble as if they were looking at a madman. "So, what do you plan to do next?" Brendel asked with a gentle expression, his voice as light as the breeze in the night. The noble's lips twitched. "Tisk, those fellows can't even control their own people. How useless." Vahina hid behind a rock and stared at the confrontation between Brando and Erewhon's envoy group with dissatisfaction. "If this goes on, we won't be able to achieve our goal." As she spoke, she could not help but turn to look at Viscount Elman with a hint of complaint. The young Viscount was not annoyed and smiled. "Don't worry, the best part is yet to come." As if to prove his words, Brando suddenly turned his head to the side of the forest. "Who's there?" he roared, and the Howran Gaia in his hand flew out of its sheath like a beam of black light, knocking away a crossbow bolt that flew out of the forest. The arrow's first target was Count Audine, but it was slightly off target and went straight for the female scholar behind him. The noble lady did not react in time. If not for Brando's help, she would have been dead by now. But Brando could protect one of them, but he could not defend against more. Count Dolent was hit by an arrow the moment he made his move. Fortunately, the fat man had some swordsmanship foundation. Although he was rusty, he managed to avoid being hit in the shoulder at the last moment. The noble who lived like a prince had never suffered such an injury before. He immediately howled like a pig being slaughtered. "Who's there?" Count Audine's reaction was only a step slower than Brando's. But someone dared to ambush them at this time. The general from the Northern Legion was shocked and angry. He immediately pulled out his sword and faced the direction of the attack. Brendel's brows furrowed as he looked at the broken crossbow bolt on the ground. With his rich experience, he was able to analyze a lot of things the moment the bolt was destroyed. At least this arrow is not the work of a double crossbow. Judging from the strength, it should be the effect of an alchemy weapon. Erewhon's people did not have the habit of using crossbows, so Brando's first thought was that it was an ambush arranged by these people, and he felt that the arrow was aimed at Count Audine. Erewhon's party have enemies here? He turned around and saw a group of black figures in the forest. The black figures moved quickly. It was as if they had surrounded the party as soon as they appeared in the forest. There were at least a few hundred of them. Brando squinted his eyes and saw the appearance of the attackers. He could not help but be stunned. They were humanoid creatures with the backs of bears and the waists of bears. Every one of them had the head of a lion. Grey gold manes hung down from the lion's face like whiskers and fell to the inlaid leather armor below. Their palms were also furry claws, but they were much more slender than their four-legged cousins. They wore leather boots and carried all kinds of weapons. "Toquinen's golden mane lion men," Count Audine called out. The hundreds of golden mane lion mane beast men stopped. Then, two burly golden mane lion mane beast men, who were almost a head taller than the ordinary lion mane beast men, walked out. The one in the lead had a long scar on his face, which almost divided his thin eyes into two. The one behind him seemed to be his adjutant, who stopped one step behind him. "Good morning, everyone. I'm Rovak. Sorry to disturb you." When the first golden mane lion man smiled, the muscles on his face twitched, causing the red scars on his face to distort. "Toquinen's lion men, what are you doing?" The general's face darkened. "Are you trying to start a war?" Rovak ignored him and pointed his sword at Brando. "Kid, hand over the sword in your hand." The expression of the Erewhon nobles changed. Even though Rovak was targeting Brando, his arrogance almost made Count Audine and Count Dolent, who was lying on the ground, explode with anger. They could cause trouble for Brando because they were nobles of Erewhon. They could tolerate the Kurlutzians ordering them around because of the prestige of the Eagle Empire. But who the hell were these barbarians? When Erewhon was founded, the Golden Mane Lion Men were just a small tribe on the northwest border of the kingdom. They fought with the Erewhon for many years and suffered many losses. In the end, they were tamed and retreated to the mountains. Even though the kingdom had been declining for the past 100 years, and the Golden Mane Lion Men on the border had been acting strangely, they did not expect them to be so arrogant. Not only did they surround and attack Erewhon's envoy, but they were also fearless. The first thought that came to Audine's mind was that these unevolved beasts had found someone to rely on, but he could only think of the crew's people. This was obviously not possible. Compared to Toquinen, Erewhon still believed in the Holy Cathedral of Fire. In the eyes of the crew's people, these guys were real beasts. They would never stand behind these beasts to fight against Erewhon. That would be against the teachings of the Holy Cathedral of Fire. But other than that, Audine could not think of any other reason for these beasts to be so arrogant. Of course, he did not act rashly. The enemy had hundreds of people in the forest, while they only brought 20 or 30 guards to Brando. It was obvious who would be at a disadvantage if they fought. He exchanged glances with Dolent. Although both of them thought that they had to teach these uncivilized two-legged cats a lesson, they knew better than to fight when the odds were against them. At least for now, they had to calm them down and return to the camp first. Audine's face turned cold and he asked in a deep voice, "Rovak, aren't you worried about the consequences? Or do you think that we are the only people in Erewhon's envoy?" Rovak narrowed his eyes, as if he had only just noticed the presence of other people besides Brando. He sneered and licked his paws, looking at the people in front of him with his light yellow prismatic eyes. Indeed, he would not have dared to do this before. But before he came here, he had learned an important piece of news from Cruz. The Erewhon in the outside world was now divided and could not start a war. To his amusement, these Erewhon nobles, who were usually high and mighty, did not seem to know about this. He was looking forward to seeing their expressions later. Toquinen had been eyeing Erewhon's rich lands for a long time, and he finally had this opportunity in the past 10 years. Since he was going to fall out sooner or later, he did not care if it was today or tomorrow. Besides, Cruz had also told him that Halran Gaia was now in the hands of the Erewhon people. This news was even more important to him. Halran Gaia was originally a sacred object in the wilderness. It was said that whoever held this sacred sword could unite the people of the mountains and the land. The Golden Lion Mane Beastmen had thought that the sword was lost in the mountains of Anwa and had fought with the dwarves for it for hundreds of years. They did not expect that it would appear here. They had originally come for the rumors of the divine weapon. Now that there was no sign of it, it was not a bad idea to find the sword first. Consequences? Rovak saw the expressions on the faces of the Erewhon nobles and could not help but sneer. If you had said this a few decades ago, I might have been worried. But now it seems that you do not know the situation in your country, do you? Audine was stunned. What do you mean? Someone asked. Your country is now divided into two. The lords in your country are fighting each other. Only you have the leisure to explore here and look for treasures, right? The tall Golden Lion Mane Beastman smiled. Its words were like a bolt of lightning that struck all the Aween nobles present, causing their faces to turn pale. Of course, they knew the situation in Aween. The old king had ordered them to search for the Lionheart sword in the south in order to save the kingdom's fate, but they did not expect the kingdom to fall into discord before they could do anything. What was going on? Was this really the will of Lady Martha? But just when everyone's hearts were in a mess, Brendel finally spoke up. I'm sorry, he replied softly. I didn't hear what you said to me just now. Can I trouble you to say it again? Brando's hand that was holding the Halran Gaia sank slightly, and his face was as cold as water. He felt that the anger in his chest could burn the world. Brando was already annoyed by these people who came to question him for no reason. He was ready to teach these people a lesson on behalf of the future Princess Regent. But he did not expect that. At this time, someone would actually walk into his line of fire. When the tall Golden Lion Mane Beastman pointed his sword at him and asked him to hand over the Halran Gaia in a disrespectful tone, he almost could not help but cut this guy in half. Not to mention that the other party ignored him and mocked him as much as he could. What the hell, do you think you're trying to draw aggro? Brando took a deep breath. If this guy was trying to draw aggro, he had to congratulate him, he had succeeded. I say, Rovak was completely unaware of the approaching danger. In his opinion, how powerful could a young man be? He was a warrior of Tokunin, and he had attained gold-tier combat strength more than a decade ago. Otherwise, he would not have been sent here to find the divine artifact. So in the face of Brando's threat, he just smiled casually and said, I want you to hand over the sword, but before he could finish his sentence, Brando had already shot a black line at him, and the young lord raised his hand. It was just one strike. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 386. I say. Rovak was completely oblivious to the approaching danger. In his opinion, how powerful could a young man be? He was a warrior of Tokunin and had attained gold-tier combat strength more than a decade ago. Otherwise, he would not have been sent here to search for the divine artifact. Therefore, in the face of Brando's threat, he just smiled and said, I want you to hand over the sword. Before he could finish his sentence, Brando had already shot towards him, leaving a black line in his wake. Then, the young lord raised his hand. It was just one strike. There was no military swordsmanship, no white raven sword style, and Brando did not even use any fancy moves. The dark blade of the sword was like a meteor as it swung towards Rovak. The golden mane lion-mane beastman's expression changed, and he immediately raised his sword to parry. Unfortunately, what awaited him was Brando's strength burst and breakthrough. Brando, in a fit of rage, used these two extremely exhausting skills without reservation for the first time. The master level, strength burst, increased his strength by 3 times in an instant, pushing his strength to the peak of gold tier at 443 ounces. The Ghost Knight's crystal also increased his strength to the elemental realm by 30%. Everyone saw that at that moment, Halran Gaia in Brando's hand bent automatically as if it was refracted in the air. Then, with a loud clang, it collided with Rovak's broadsword. It was a sound that made one's teeth ache. At that moment, time seemed to slow down. The tall golden lion-mane beastman watched as the broadsword in his hand bent to the limit, cracked, broke, and then shattered into pieces. The metal fragments shot back like steel needles and hit the golden lion-mane beastman. Normally, these fragments would not be able to hurt his gold-tier body. But at this moment, these steel needles seemed to contain the same power as they pierced into his body. He screamed in pain. But as soon as the scream came out of his mouth, it stopped abruptly. The huge lion-mane beastman had been swept away by a powerful force. Due to the force, his upper body was bent backward, and then his entire lower body was torn apart along with his spine. Then, with a swoosh, he dragged his broken legs and flew far away. He shot into the forest, leaving a trail of blood behind him. There was a muffled sound. At this moment, the others finally recovered from their shock. The few lion men standing closest to Rovak subconsciously unsheathed their swords, wanting to charge forward. Unfortunately, what awaited them was an even more tragic fate. Earth, give me your blade! Brando roared. A loud crash was heard. With Brando's sword as the center, the ground 100 meters in front of him instantly split open, and sharp rocks shot out from the ground. Like a storm, stalagmites that were 2 to 3 meters long and as thick as a bowl were formed out of thin air. Along with a swooshing noise, the sword rocks spread out in all directions. Within a breath, a forest of sharp swords was formed, covering an area with a diameter of thousands of feet. More than 20 golden mane lion-mane beast men were pierced like hedgehogs in an instant. Patter. The black-haired young alchemist, Rono, dropped a dagger on the ground. He was dumbfounded as he watched the scene unfold outside the forest. Vahina, the noble lady with 2 ponytails, was even more shocked. There were still a few spots of blood on her white face, left behind by the golden mane lion-mane beastman's corpse when it flew past her. If it was any other time, Vahina would be disgusted to death. But now, she did not even have the courage to make a sound or blink her eyes. Of the three, only Viscount Elman was slightly calmer, but when he saw that sword, his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. The only thought in his mind was that he was thankful that he didn't go looking for trouble with that guy himself. He had seen Duke Veronica's swordsmanship before, but even though her swordsmanship was impressive, it still lacked the power to shock people. When Brendel drew his sword, the unstoppable force was so strong that even though they were hundreds of meters away, they could almost feel the wind and rain of blood that assaulted their faces. It was as if the sword had pierced through their hearts, causing their hearts to stop. It was a kind of extreme pressure when faced with power. This. Rono was almost speechless, sword and curse dual cultivator. Elman's expression also changed several times. However, the Erewhon nobles around Brando were the ones whose expressions changed. They originally thought that Brendel was exaggerating when he said those words to them before, but they didn't expect him to do so. But now, these people stood there as if they were petrified. Their expressions were strange, and no one could make a sound. The fat Count Dolan, who was lying on the ground, opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but his voice was stuck in his throat for a long time. Count Audine had been in a posture ready to draw his sword. He was prepared to attack if Brando's tone changed, but when he saw Brando draw his sword, he felt as if the sword in his hand weighed more than 1,000 pounds. He could not pull it out no matter how hard he tried. This guy was a noble of the Erewhon? Since when did the Erewhon have such a crazy person? Brando maintained his posture for almost 2 seconds before he let out a sigh of relief. Using power burst and charge at full strength consumed too much energy. If it were not for his innate talent, he would have been frozen for more than 2 seconds. But even so, not a single golden mane lion mane beast man dared to surround him while he was frozen. They could still accept the fact that Sherfone had killed Varrock with a single slash, but the terrifying Gaia blade was simply too terrifying. Nearly 100 meters of the ground was instantly lifted up, and countless stone teeth rose from the ground. This scene shocked everyone to their very core. A demon warrior? Or a sword and curse dual cultivator? Brando put down Halran Gaia, and the stone teeth that rose from the ground disintegrated and turned into dust. He then coldly looked at the golden mane lion mane beast men who wanted to surround him but were scared off. Hundreds of golden mane lion mane beast men formed a crescent around him, but no one dared to take a step forward. When the late King Eric was still alive, he would never have thought that one day his descendants would be mocked by a group of beasts. Brando turned around and looked at the emissaries of the Erewhon Empire and said, "The glory of the Erewhon Empire's lost flag, the shining glory that flew on the battlefield of the past, do you think you can pick it up?" Brando's voice was not loud. It could be said that his tone was flat. However, the nobles realized that they could not say a single word of rebuttal, whether it was the fat man on the ground, Count Audine, or the female scholar. Dolant looked at the golden mane lion mane beast man of Toquinen, and then looked at Brando. He was unwilling to admit defeat, but he could not say a word. The female scholar lowered her head and did not answer. Only Audine silently drew his sword. At this time, the surviving golden mane beast man finally reacted. Although Brando's sword had shocked everyone present, it had also revealed his strength. Gold tier. Although the strength of a gold tier warrior in his early 20s was shocking, it did not change the balance of power on the battlefield. 1 or 2 gold tier warriors could not change the situation. The golden mane beast man knew that there were at least hundreds of silver tier warriors behind him, not to mention that he and his captain were also gold tier warriors. Among the humans, only this young man and Count Audine were gold tier warriors. The others were not even worth mentioning. The golden mane beast man thought. He had to end the battle before the druids arrived. Kill them. Avenge Lord Rovak. It let out a roar. The roar awakened all the golden mane beast men. After a moment of commotion, the golden mane beast men once again surrounded them. This time, however, they were not just facing Brando alone. The youths in the forest had already noticed the commotion when the emissaries of Erewhon clashed with Brando. People like Carglass, who wanted to see the world in chaos, had already rushed over. When Brando drew his sword, they knew that the battle was about to begin. The sound of swords being unsheathed could be heard. Count Audine walked to Brendel's back and tossed the scabbard aside. Let's deal with these troubles first. There's a conflict here, and my men will be here soon. We just need to hold on for a while. Brando replied without turning his head, hold on? Count Audine was stunned. But Brando had already looked at the golden mane beast men. Carglaise, Coden, Ropar, Scarlet, he shouted, pointing his sword forward. Kill them all. As you wish, my lord. This was Carglise's reply. My lord. Scarlet seemed to have been waiting for this order. She stood in front of Brando, the lightning spear in her hand flashing with electricity. Another gold tier elemental awakening. The golden mane beastman felt his eyelids twitch. But he soon realized that Scarlet was not the biggest threat on the battlefield. Ropar, the lord of the Fireclaw lizard men, remained silent as usual. He only took a step forward, turned around, and used his huge tail to sweep the golden mane beast men who rushed up from the left flank. Then, the tall lizard man swung his double-ended sword horizontally, and a row of golden mane beast men were turned into charcoal at the same time. In just one exchange, the golden mane beast man had lost a team. Then, he raised his head and stood like a tall wall on the battlefield. The golden mane lion mane beast men who were blocked in front of him were stunned by his imposing manner. However, Ropar did not waste time talking nonsense. He pointed forward with one of his 3 fingers. Dozens of Fireclaw lizard men rushed out from behind him like a broken dam. Only Coden unsheathed his sword and walked slowly to Brando's side. I don't think I agreed to work under you, boy. Is that so? Brando asked. At least I didn't agree to take orders from you. This is not my order. Oh. Coden was stunned. Brando glanced at Count Audine and asked, Count, during the reign of the late king, was there anyone who dared to humiliate Erewhon's ambassadors? He asked. Audine paused for a moment and shook his head. So, Brando's Halran Gaia burst into flames, but he still turned around and asked, Count Audine, how about we use our swords to give Erewhon an answer? Audine looked at him and shook his head with a bitter smile, no problem. Brando turned back to look at Coden. Coden did not answer. He just threw the scabbard in his hand, and a green breeze surrounded his body. Elman's eyes twitched. Elemental awakening, intermediate gold rank, another one. Since when did Erewhon have so many elites? P.S. I didn't know it would be so late when I went out this morning, so I posted 2 chapters at once. Also, tomorrow is the beginning of the month, you know. Have you prepared the tickets? To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 388. Scarlet, Audine, Ropar, and Coden were like 4 sharp blades stabbing into the lion beastman's formation. The lion beastman's formation was thrown into disarray, but it was only for a moment. Hundreds of silver-ranked warriors surrounded a few gold-ranked warriors, and it seemed like they had a chance of winning. The adjutant of the lion beastmen tried his best to keep his people together, hoping to turn the situation around with their advantage in numbers. But he soon realized that it was wishful thinking on his part. Even though they were all gold-ranked warriors, there was still a fundamental difference in their combat power. Scarlet was only a beginner gold-ranked warrior, but she was also the god of thunder's messenger. She had also absorbed the power of the golden apple. She was already showing signs of entering the middle ranks, and the golden apple was a product that strengthened the coordination of the elements. The electric arcs she controlled formed a dense curtain of lightning in front of her. The red-haired girl held an electric spear in her hand. She looked like a legendary knight who could control lightning. With a swing of her spear, several bolts of lightning would sweep into the group of lions. The lightning arcs crackled as they crossed a distance of over 100 feet, leaving a charred hole in the chest of the people who were pierced by them. But this was not the end. Scarlet became braver and braver as she fought, and she seemed to have entered the state of a god. White lightning surged out of her blazing eyes, and she was as majestic as the god of thunder. She did not even use her spear. She only needed to point her finger, and a bolt of lightning would turn a lion beast man into charcoal. Looking from the forest afar, one could only see the white lightning dancing outside. Scarlet stood in the middle of a group of lion beast men, like a god. The duke's daughter stared at all of this with her mouth agape, completely forgetting what they were here for. She only stuttered, "Is that the Lord of Thunder, the daughter of the king of wind elves, Cassus?" What a strong elemental perception. The black-haired boy's eyes reflected the white lightning. Elman's expression also changed. Although the red-haired girl looked like she was only a lower gold-ranked warrior, her combat power had already surpassed that of a middle gold-ranked warrior. At least, she was much stronger than the middle-aged gold-ranked swordsman. However, what really made him gasp was not Scarlet, but Ropar and Brando. If Scarlet was the god of thunder, then Ropar was the god of fire. The double-headed sword in the hands of this tall lizard-man lord was like dancing flames. Even his body was set ablaze during the battle. However, Ropar did not mind at all. He was originally a creature from the fire elemental world. The fire-claw lizard looked like a physical existence, but half of its body flowed with fire elements. Moreover, elemental lifeforms had long lifespans. Those who could become lords were all outstanding individuals who had stood out from countless battles. Ropar, the overlord of the scorching plains, had accumulated a wealth of battle experience in the fire elemental plane. As long as he drew his sword, a lion man would fall. The lion man tried to block the god of war with his gold-rank combat strength, but he did not expect the lizard to not dodge at all. Instead, the lion man took the lion man's sword head-on. The lion man raised his head in shock and saw the flames in Ropar's eyes rising. This was the characteristic of the fire-claw lizards. They loved to fight and use damage to increase their strength. Ropar's HP dropped to less than half, but his strength also increased to the upper gold rank. The lion man swordsman probably did not expect his opponent's strength to increase by 2 ranks in an instant. At that moment, he only wanted to pull back his sword to block Ropar's attack. Unfortunately, he did not manage to pull back his sword. Then, the flaming sword descended and turned him into a pile of charcoal. Ropar pulled out his sword without saying a word, bringing out a flame, and then casually threw the sword away. He watched as his subordinates were injured in battle and their strength increased layer by layer. Originally, there were 30 fire-claw assault spearmen under silver rank. The 30 fire-claw lizards had now reached the peak of silver rank. The lion men could not stop them at all. The lion man's left wing was forced to retreat, and for a moment, it looked like it was about to collapse. But at this moment, the lion man's adjutant did not notice the death of his companions and the pressure on the left wing. He was sweating profusely as he dealt with Brando's attack. In his opinion, the young man was a monster. His aura was clearly that of a lower gold rank, but his combat strength was even more terrifying than that of a peak gold rank. If other people attacked with their sword aura would at most kill 1 or 2 meters away, but Brando raised his sword and created a fire dragon that was dozens of feet long. The young man raised his sword high, and the fire dragon climbed up his silver gauntlet like a golden whirlwind that wrapped around the Halran Gaia. Then, he swung his sword down, and a fire pillar that was dozens of feet long instantly engulfed the 34 lion men in front of him and crushed them into ashes. Even if a few escaped, there was a loud bang as the ground cracked inch by inch, and stone teeth pierced out, turning the survivors into hedgehogs. He only used one sword to open a hole in the center of the lion men's formation. Brando took a step forward, and the lion men from Tokunin immediately collapsed and retreated. The lion man's adjutant immediately screamed and ordered the lion man crossbowman to prepare to shoot. He intended to use long-range attacks to kill this terrifying guy. The lion men who came with Tokunin were all elites of the Altar of Earth, and even the crossbowmen were equipped with magic crossbows. When they heard the order, they took a step back and drew their bows. The arms of the bows were surrounded by a faint yellow glow, and it was obvious that the crossbows were enchanted with the power of the earth. Attack! The lion man's adjutant waved his hand. Accompanied by a sharp clanging sound, dozens of pale yellow rays pierced out of the forest in an instant. Their target was Brando, but unfortunately, before they could get close, a fiery red shield suddenly appeared and turned them into ashes. The Lion Man's adjutant was stunned when he saw the flames around Brando and the failure of all his attacks. If he had the consciousness of a player, he would have cursed. By the name of Martha, just how good is this guy's equipment? Indeed, although Brando was only a lower gold, he could not withstand the buffs of his equipment and skills. At this moment, he was only a little over level 30 in the Amber Sword, and was not even considered a first-rate player. However, the quality of his equipment and the number of skills he had were probably only comparable to the RMB warriors of the same era. Halran Gaia, Crimson Blessing, Warrior's Ring, and countless brass and black iron weapons. His defense and constitution alone were better than the knight of the same era, not to mention his attack power. Brando's current attack power was probably enough to put a berserker class to shame. After taking a round of crossbow bolts, Brando finally found the Lion Man's adjutant. He looked up and saw the sneaky guy. He forced the Lion Man to back off with his sword, then took out the shale longbow from his back and aimed at the Lion Man, dust to dust, earth to earth, petrification arrow. Brando's archery skills were originally inherited from the experience of a level 100 warrior. Back in Fortress Reden, he was not familiar with weapons, but now that he had the weapon mastery of mercenaries, he was confident that he could hit the target at this distance. He released the bowstring, and the arrow shot out like a meteor towards the Lion Man adjutant. The Lion Man adjutant's reaction wasn't slow. He immediately raised his sword to deflect the arrow, but the moment his sword touched the arrow, he turned into a stone statue. Petrification bow. The black-haired youth in the distance almost shouted, if Elman did not cover his mouth. Other than the Viscount, the other descendants of the crew's nobles could not help but sweat a little. Brando was hiding too much power, and it was a little too much for them to take in. However, Rono did not realize that the shale longbow could only create one petrification arrow. He thought that it was the legendary Medusa's petrification bow, which was a legendary fantasy longbow. Coupled with the Crimson Blessing and Halran Gaia, it was really a deadly combination. At this moment, the Lion Men finally couldn't hold on any longer. Although they still had the advantage in numbers, Coden, Ropar, and Audine weren't experienced in battle, so they didn't have the chance to utilize their advantage in numbers. Coupled with the death of two of their commanders, the Lion Men were like a headless dragon. Their defense line was shaken and finally collapsed. The first to run was the left wing. Under the attack of a large number of Pinnacle silver-ranked Fireclaw lizard men, they suffered heavy casualties. When they saw the death of their adjutant, they immediately turned and ran. Except for a few who were sent to hell by Ropar, most of them quickly disappeared into the vast black forest. When the left wing collapsed, the center immediately felt the pressure and began to retreat. This retreat led to a large-scale collapse, and in the end, Aween's side was like a duck herding ducks. Even the youths joined the ranks of the ranks to chase after them. However, Brando did not let his men chase too far. He saw that the Lion Men were stopped by the Druids who rushed over. Hundreds of silver-ranked Lion Men could still hold on for a while in front of Brando, but in front of the Druids, who were much more numerous, they were captured in a flash. Therefore, except for a few who escaped into the forest, the rest were all tied up like rice dumplings by the Druids. The result of the battle was not out of Brando's expectations, but it greatly surprised Erewhon's ambassadors. When Audine returned to Brando's camp, the Erewhon nobles finally realized what they had done. Roland sat there with a gloomy face and did not say a word. Maria helped him treat his wounds. The female scholar and Count Audine came over to thank Brando. They were a little embarrassed because they originally wanted to deal with this young man, but they did not expect to stand on the same side because of the Lion Men. However, Brando saw that they did not know how to deal with the current situation. The Lion Men's words left the nobles in a mess. If the kingdom was already divided, then they did not know what was the point of staying here. Moreover, Cruz's men were also pressuring them. How could they capture Brando? They looked at the young man. Everything that had happened before made them feel that it was just a delusion. Audine even began to suspect that Cruz's men were trying to kill Brendel with a borrowed knife. At this moment, Brando turned around. He heard Carglass calling out to him as he came back from the forest. Although the second son of Lord Maxon was only close to becoming a silver-ranked, his outstanding swordsmanship and clever mind allowed him to defeat 2 enemies in the previous battle. Compared to Scarlet and the others, this result was not shocking, but compared to the other youths who did not gain anything, he was like a crane in a flock of chickens. Now that Carglass had gained a firm foothold among the youths, Brando had the intention to train him to be the deputy of the Knight's Guard. P.S. As a piece of equipment, the Ghost Knight's crystal's output is similar to the attribute bonus of potions. Therefore, it is also affected by the explosive strength. This is the reason why the price of equipment like the Ogre's Ring is different. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 389. What's the matter, Carglass? My lord, there's a problem. Carglass looked into the forest and replied. In the forest, the druids were interrogating the captured Golden Mane Lionmane Beastmen. The members of the Witherwood Council did not expect that someone would dare to cause trouble at the front line. Furthermore, Brando was their ally for the time being. They were furious because what Tokunin was doing was a waste of their time, and time was of the essence at this moment. However, the Lionmane Beastmen felt wronged. They heard that Erwin's group only brought 20 to 30 guards to cause trouble for Brando. 20 to 30 silver-ranked guards and a few gold-ranked guards were nothing in their eyes. Rovak and his adjutant thought that it would not take much time to wipe them out. However, things did not go as they wished. Cruz did not tell them about Brando's strength, and they ended up being wiped out instead. Of course, Vahina and the others did not intend to harm the Lionmane Beastmen. In fact, the nobles themselves were shocked. They thought that even if Brando had 1 or 2 gold-ranked guards, they would not be able to fight against hundreds of silver-ranked Lionmane Beastmen. One must know that although the Lionmen did not have any swordsmanship to show off, their racial talent of wild fighting and strength prayer was also a unique combat skill. Therefore, the Lionmen's combat power was extremely strong, and ordinary human silver-ranked beings might not necessarily be their match. Unfortunately, Brando did not have any ordinary subordinates. The Fireclaw Lizardmen came from the elemental plane, and their fighting strength was no weaker than the Lionmane Beastmen. Scarlet was the god of thunder, and was almost invincible among gold-ranked warriors. Not to mention, she had absorbed the power of the Golden Apple. Coden, who looked the most ordinary among them, was an intermediate gold-ranked warrior. He was a veteran of the November War, and his battle experience was so rich that it made one's hair stand on end. As for Brando, his various skills and equipment had already turned him into a gold-ranked monster. Even he himself didn't know how strong he could be when he went all out. Therefore, all of these unexpected circumstances led to the tragedy of the Lionmane Beastmen. However, Brando did not care about the fate of the Lionmane Beastmen. He wiped Halangaya's dark blade and sheathed it. He then turned around and asked, "What's the problem?" Carglass sat down beside Brendel and stretched lazily. "My lord, someone is plotting against us from behind." Brendel was surprised by Carglass' words. "Oh." Brendel paused for a moment. "Erwin's group and beastmen came to us one after another. I don't think there's such a coincidence." The young man replied in a low voice, "If Count Audine's trip was due to pressure from the Kurlutzians, then it's hard to guarantee that the Kurlutzians are not behind these fellows from Tokunin." "That's true." Brendel nodded. However, he frowned. Tokunin was a force of the Temple of the Earth. How could Cruz's people get involved with them? If Cruz's people really intended to support Tokunin to suppress Erwin, it would be bad news for Erwin. But would the Holy Cathedral of Fire agree? Even if Cruz had the right to speak in the temple, what they did was against the teachings of the temple, and the temple would not easily compromise. Even if he had to pay a price, it would not be worth it just to target Erwin. He looked at Carglass quizzically. My lord, you mean to ask, how did Cruz persuade the two-legged cats of Tokunin to come after us? Carglass replied, it's actually very simple. We just have to let those two-legged cats know that Erewhon is no longer a threat. You mean the news of Erewhon's split? Yes, my lord. I don't think Erewhon's envoys have any way of contacting the outside world, so how did those two-legged cats learn about Erewhon's split? Carglass replied, or is Tokunin's civilization already more advanced than Erewhon's? Cruz's people. Brando shook his head and replied. Only Cruz's people or Buga's mages could do such a costly long-distance communication spell. However, Buga's mages had always been the silver folk, and there was no need for them to interfere. Even if those sly white-bearded old men wanted to find a stumbling block for Cruz's people, they would not find a country like Erewhon's. However, Brando suddenly realized something and looked at Carglass in surprise. He was able to come to this conclusion because he knew the direction of history and knew more about the relationship between Cruz, Tokunin, and Erewhon than anyone else here. He also knew a lot of secret knowledge that was not known to the public. However, this young man from Maxen was able to come to this conclusion with only a few bits of information. His brain was too good. If it was someone else who repeatedly thought about the problem after it happened, they might be able to say that they were meticulous. However, this young man had clearly just defeated the Tokunin lion beast men and already found traces of Cruz's people behind the scenes. Carglass even wondered if this young man had already thought of this when those two-legged cats appeared. Even though Lord Maxen is just an ordinary lord, his son is not an ordinary person. Brendel suddenly felt that it was a wise decision to recruit him. Even though Lord Maxen was just an ordinary lord, his son was not an ordinary person. He looked at Carglass and thought to himself, how could this young man not be famous in history? In the coming era of war and chaos, a young man like him should have made a name for himself very quickly. Could it be that he really died on the way to Vlada? At this thought, Brando could not help but pat Carglass's shoulder and say, Kid, I saved your life. You should think about how you can repay me. However, he only dared to think about it in his heart. If he did, he would definitely be labeled as a scammer, and the Holy Cathedral of Fire might even send someone to tie him to the stake or something. Brando was about to say something when Carglass said with some doubt, but the only thing that puzzles me is the motive of those two-legged cats. Did they come all the way here just to steal your sword, my lord? Although Halran Gaia is a weapon that only exists in fantasy and legend, those unlucky bastards are still the ambassadors of Tokunin. Isn't it too degrading for the ambassadors to suddenly turn into bandits? The young man could not help but scratch his head, or have they had this tradition since ancient times? I don't understand. Count Audine and the female scholar heard the young man's words and could not help but cough heavily. They had a strange expression on their faces. Tradition? If the lion beast men of Tokunin knew that this young man had turned Tokunin into a nation of bandits, they would not know if they would immediately send an army to kill him. However, Amandina answered Brando's question. She waited until the battle was over before walking up to Brando. The Halran Gaia is a sacred relic of the Holy Cathedral of Earth. Its value is no less than that of the Lionheart to Erewhon. If the people of Cruz knew that the Scepter of Fire is with you, my lord, they would have come to steal it as well. I see, Carglass said, then that explains it. It seems that the people of Cruz are behind this. No one should know that the Halran Gaia is with my lord, and even if they knew, they would not have the motive to spread the news. Brendel nodded, but at the same time, his face darkened. He had thought of this before Carglass did. He knew the background of the Halran Gaia very well. However, the people of Cruz were really persistent. They would stab him in the back if they could not do it by force. This was not Veronica's style at all. If Veronica wants to deal with us, she doesn't have to do this. Amandina thought for a while. That commander doesn't have to play tricks. We are no match for her. Maybe she doesn't want to fall out with the druids? The druids aren't fools. That's interesting. Carglass suddenly smiled and turned around. Count Audine, it is indeed the envoy of Cruz who is pressuring you, right? As a high-ranking general of the Northern Legion and a noble of the kingdom, Audine did not have to answer the young man's question. But Brendel had fought side by side with him before, and he was dissatisfied with the Kurlut's obvious use of them as cannon fodder. I know the person who came. She is the daughter of the current Prime Minister of the Cruz Empire. So it is indeed Cruz's doing, but Veronica doesn't know about it? Amandina's eyes lit up. Brando nodded, but he was troubled by the fact that they could not confront the commander of the Azure Firmament. If they did, Veronica would take the Empire's prestige into consideration and make the act real. Even if she wanted to punish her subordinates for acting on their own, she would not let Erewhon's people off easily. So no matter how you look at it, Cruz's people are not going to let this go. Brando said. He was not happy with the fact that he had to deal with the calamity of wolves while dealing with the schemes behind his back. Don't worry, we can fight back. Carglass lowered his voice and whispered, My lord, Cruz's people are not making a move themselves. They are probably waiting to see our trump cards. Brando was stunned. My lord, Amandina whispered, Carglass means that they should be nearby. Brando immediately reacted, but he did not act immediately. Instead, he quietly signaled to the people around him and quietly threw out a wind spirit spider card. Brando threw the card on the ground, and the translucent spiders appeared from the bushes without attracting anyone's attention. Then he whispered, Continue, let's see what they plan to do next. Carglass was stunned, but he immediately understood that the young lord had already made his move. The young man smiled as if he wanted to see the world in chaos. Since they want to see where our bottom line is, they will naturally raise their cards again and again, but as for a stronger force. The Holy Cathedral of Fire, Amandina replied, Cruz's people have the right to speak in the Holy Cathedral of Fire. If they can use Erewhon's envoy to pressure us, then it is impossible that they did not consider the Holy Cathedral of Fire. Audine and the noblewoman's expressions changed when they heard about the Holy Cathedral of Fire. But the Holy Cathedral of Fire does not completely listen to Cruz's words, Amandina replied with a frown. She was grateful that Brando had saved her life, so she said, If the priests want to make a move, they need a reason. A reason. Brando felt his eyelids twitch slightly. He might have thought of the other party's excuse, Heaven's armor. He could not help but take a deep breath. He only hoped that his guess was not true. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. Author's note, second update, I'm looking for a magical item that can speed up a rabbit's digging speed. It only exists in the past and fantasies. You know what it is. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 390. Vahina covered her mouth with both hands as she stared at the lionman's defeat. She wanted to complain about how useless those bastards outside were. A few hundred of them couldn't even deal with a small group of Erewhon's ambassadors, but in the end, she didn't make a sound. Brando had truly frightened her. She now knew that the country bumpkin had held back, or she wouldn't have been able to wait for Veronica and the others to arrive. However, Vahina's heart started pounding again. She had seen Brando's cold gaze from afar, not daring to even breathe. Her heart was pounding, and she was suddenly afraid. Elman. Vahina whispered, he won't notice us, right? Don't worry. Elman frowned and comforted her. He won't be able to react that quickly, and even if he guessed, he won't be able to notice us. He frowned as he looked in the direction of the battle. It was not a good sign for Erewhon to have such a genius, not to mention one who was younger than him. He looked at Brando with an inexplicable sense of enmity. He patted Vahina's shoulder and said, Let's go, let's leave. Elman was not confident either. The young man's strength was too terrifying. Aren't we going to wait for the people from the Holy Cathedral? Rono took a deep breath and whispered. The Holy Cathedral won't act as hastily as those beasts. Doha is greedy, but he's not stupid. Elman shook his head, but when he saw Vahina's mouth open, his expression changed and he quickly covered her mouth. Don't make a sound. Ugh. Vahina's eyes widened. He's looking over. Elman's movement stiffened. He raised his head and saw Brendel's gaze casually sweeping over in his direction. He immediately felt his scalp go numb. Impossible, this is a coincidence. Lower your head, Rono, don't let him see you. Elman shouted in a low voice. But what he didn't know was that a wind spirit spider was silently passing by him. Brando turned around and saw the wind spirit spider behind the three Cruz nobles. When the wind spirit spider stopped, his gaze also stopped. He found out. Faina struggled in Elman's arms, her face pale with fright. Don't be rash, Vahaina. Brando tilted his head, and half of his face turned a soft gold against the light of the bonfire. He just glanced at the depths of the forest, then shook his head slightly and slowly pulled out Halran Gaia. The edge of the black blade reflected a hint of golden light. Seeing this, Viscount Elman finally realized something and his expression changed. Run. Brando didn't say a word about the panic of Cruz's noble heirs. At this moment, his left hand had completely pulled out Halran Gaia. The white whirlwind created by the White Raven sword style immediately gathered on Halran Gaia. He then passed the Halran Gaia to his right hand, gripped the hilt tightly and pointed forward. His eyes reflected a cold light. In this cold light, the three Kurlutz nobles who were running away were reflected in his cold eyes. Brando pulled back his sword and swung it backward. One strike. It was as fast as lightning. A white sword aura emerged from the blade of the Halran Gaia with a sharp howl. The majestic white sword aura instantly spread out from the blade of the Halran Gaia, as though a pair of white wings had spread out. The wings moved forward. A white cyclone separated the air from both sides, and the wind pressure swept through half of the forest in an instant. The trees fell forward layer by layer, and a roar like that of a giant beast's awakening echoed in the night sky. It was the sound of the wind under the night sky. At that moment, the adventurers, envoys, mercenaries, and druids who gathered near and far in the forest subconsciously looked up. Veronica was discussing the next plan with her officers, but when she heard the distant sound, her expression changed. She immediately looked up from the map in front of her. The wizard in the silver robe put down the crystal ball in his hand and looked up. He looked in that direction. The roar shook the entire forest. With the black night sky as the background, a huge, indescribable white cyclone swept through the forest in the north. It was like the dorsal fin of an ancient shark that swept through half of the forest. Then, it gradually dissipated into the air. White Raven sword style. That's the little guy, what happened over there? Veronica's expression suddenly changed. She turned to her officers and asked sternly, where are Vahaina, Rono, and Elman? Delphian, who was sitting at the side, also changed her expression. The daughter of the Prime Minister lost all color in her face. Delphian. Veronica saw the problem at a glance. Did they go over there? The long-haired girl shook her head subconsciously, but when she saw Veronica's stern gaze, she froze and nodded with difficulty. Veronica's expression darkened. She walked up to Delphian and asked, what do you know? She nodded again. Asterisk smack. Asterisk a loud slap rang out. Veronica took a deep breath and looked at the long-haired girl who was holding her face as she fell to the ground. Why didn't you tell me? Delphian covered her face. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth and dripped down her white wrist. The crimson blood was as dazzling as an agate in the snow. The girl lowered her head and did not say a word. I'll tell you later. Veronica snorted coldly. She was extremely worried that Brando would kill Elman, Vahaina, and Rono. If that happened, Cruz might really start a war with Erewhon. Although she threatened Brando with war, she knew that it was not the right time for the Empire to be involved in a war. Especially a war with Erewhon. Line up. Veronica glanced at the others coldly. Follow me. Brando did have the chance to kill Elman, Vahaina, and the black-haired young war alchemist. When he attacked, Audine and the noble female scholar did not even react in time. However, when they saw the three young men running around on the other side of the forest, their expressions changed instantly. Of course, they knew who they were. Austin wanted to stop Brando, but it was too late. When he saw the terrifying blade aura coming out from the young lord's blade, he froze. His hands and feet turned cold. It's over. Although Austin was an experienced general, there was only one thought left in his mind. He could not imagine what would happen if Elman, Fahina, and Rono were killed by Brando. War was not a big deal. Erwin would definitely suffer Cruz's wrath. At the same time, the three young men had the same thought. Vahina was so frightened that she sat down on the ground and even forgot to cry. She only stared at the blade aura coming towards her. Elman's mind went blank. He immediately left Faina behind and pushed Rono away, trying to get him to shield him from the attack. But when he turned around, he bumped into a black pine tree. The black-haired young man was also thrown to the ground. Then, the white sword chi brushed past their bodies and brushed past them. Swish! Elman's sword belt, Rono's cloak, and Vahina's shawl were cut in half and fell to the ground. The three young nobles were so shocked that they did not move for a long time. A 10-feet-wide path was cleaved through the forest by Brendel. Wherever the sword wind passed, there was no vegetation left, and the thick tree trunks were directly split in half. Vahina knelt on the ground without moving. She waited for a long time before letting go of her hands covering her eyes. She looked up and saw Erwin slowly walking towards her with a cold expression. Brando raised his sword and slid it across Elman, Rono, and her neck. He did not say a word, but the cold aura of the blade aura caused everyone to shrink back slightly. You won't be so lucky next time. Brando said, the next time I see you, your heads won't be on your necks anymore. Elman and the black-haired young alchemist did not say a word, or perhaps they were completely frightened. As for Vahina, she did not dare to refute this time, only kneeling on the ground and trembling. Brando looked at them. He was not crazy enough to drag Erwin into the war with Cruz. However, he knew that as long as he did not lose his mind, the possibility of that happening was very small. Erwin was currently troubled by both internal and external problems, but the Cruz Empire was not going to have a smooth sailing either. The era of war and chaos was still a few years away. However, letting these people stab him in the back was not in line with his personality. The best way to deal with these spoiled brats was to scare them. Only a threat to their lives could make them feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. But Brando's real goal was not to kill them. In fact, he did not want to kill them, but to save their lives. He raised his head and looked at the end of the path where the blade aura had swept out. There it was. A black wolf the size of a horse carriage stood there. This huge beast looked as majestic as it was when it was alive, but it did not move. Then it shook, and its whole body was suddenly split into two halves from the middle. With a crash, it turned into a pile of rotten meat soaked in blood and slid to the sides. The stinky internal organs fell to the ground, and a pungent smell filled the air. Character killed Lord Tyr Black Wolf. Received 2300 experience. Brando immediately saw 2 lines of green text appear in his vision, but he was not surprised at all. The young lord placed Halran Gaia on his shoulder with one hand and looked back at the other side of the dark mountain. The night sky was filled with the sound of a wolf howling. Then, more wolf howls echoed from the forest near and far. Moving red dots began to appear in the forest. Brando looked in that direction for a while, as if to confirm something. Then he turned back to his young subordinates and raised his hand. It's coming. Prepare for battle. P.S. Like the rise of the moon, the first outbreak will last for several long nights. The monthly votes will howl and run wildly under the moon, as if indicating the arrival of a disaster. Therefore, the first disaster of civilization is the monthly votes disaster. Do you believe it? To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 391. The black forest stretched as far as the eye could see under the night sky. The howls of the wolves echoed in the forest, echoing from afar. The howls got closer and closer, and the air seemed to be filled with the low growls of the beasts. The black creatures moved through the forest. They would occasionally stop and raise their heads to sniff out the scent of life. Their hard noses were filled with white mist in the cold air. A red light appeared in the darkness, and then specks of scarlet light appeared. The specks of light were densely packed together, like an endless ocean. The youths sucked in a breath of cold air, and the faces of the Awin nobles who did not manage to leave in time changed. Prepare for battle. Count Audin knew that they could not escape in this situation. The general made a prompt decision and ordered his knight subordinates. At this time, the young men under Brando were already in formation. Maintain the formation. Someone shouted. Brando turned around and saw that the leaders of the groups were maintaining the formation. Most of the young men looked pale, but the leaders were doing well. Although they were not calm, they were at least calm. Use the spears first. Coden shouted beside the young men, quick, pick up the spears. A phalanx of spears appeared in the open space. Level the spears. Level them. Spread out the formation. The shouts of the team leaders rose one after another. The spears were slowly leveled. The sharp edges of the spears reflected the golden light of the bonfire and flashed slightly, as if the tip of the spears had extended forward. The wolves stopped and stopped moving forward. The sea of red dots suddenly calmed down. They want to test us. Coden raised his sword and inspected the formation of the youths before he walked back and said. Brando nodded and threw a red light at Coden, catch. The old swordsman was shocked and caught the red light. He opened his hand and saw a test tube with a seal on it. It was filled with a blood-red liquid that emitted a fluorescent light. Drink it. What is this? Dragon strength potion, Brando replied. Coden picked up the bottle with his thumb and index finger and shook it. I've used this before. It's only effective the first time, right? You think that crappy stuff made from dragon blood moss that you took is worthy of being called a dragon power potion? It's more like the bull strength potion. Drink it, I'll let you experience the true power of the dragon strength potion. Brando replied disdainfully. The bottle he threw at Coden was made from real dragon blood. The material used was the pseudo-dragon blood he bought from the Green Tower. Although it was not as good as real dragon blood, it was still better than the blood of the five-headed lizard. Brendel used the wyvern's blood to create 100 high-grade potions. Other than the ones he gave to the youths, there were more than enough potions for each of his subordinates. It was a pity that the cards were not affected by external items, and he could not use any items or potions outside of the cards. The five-headed basilisk's blood could be used to concoct even more potions. Randolph planned to use some of them on the White Lion Legion in the future, and some on the subterranean dwellers to appease Tajiv and make it more loyal to him. Coden looked at the dragon blood potion in his hand and doubtfully drank it. However, his expression immediately changed and he stared at Brando in disbelief. This is, Brando smiled and did not answer. He only looked at the front line. His subordinates gripped their spears tightly and nervously got into a defensive formation. Erwin's knight group moved forward to the left of the front line, while the Fireclaw lizards moved to the right under Ropar's command. The left wing is ready. The captain of the knight reported to Count Audin. Ropar put down his double-ended sword and also entered the front line. My lord. Carglass and the leader of the first group, Janos, turned around at the same time. Brendel looked at the two of them. Janos was a boy with short grayish-blonde hair. He was the leader of the first group and was the son of a cobbler. But now he had the aura of a soldier. Brando pointed to his chest and nodded at them. Janos immediately understood. He took a deep breath and turned around. However, he immediately heard someone say to him in a mocking tone, Yo, the leathersmith's son also wants to fight alongside us? Janos turned around and saw a gray-haired young man wearing simple leather armor. He placed one hand on his waist and looked at him with a smile. He was the leader of the fourth group, a member of the manor called Roland. If it were any other time, Janos would definitely retort, but now he was not in the mood. He looked at the approaching monsters and felt the tremors of the earth. He nervously gripped his sword. Roland was rebuffed, but he wasn't angry. Instead, he looked at the tide like black wolves and sighed softly. He came out to look for excitement, but the current situation seemed to be exciting enough. He raised his hand and said, "Dragon Strength Potion. Drink the Dragon Strength Potion." The group leaders ordered almost at the same time. The high-grade Dragon Strength Potion had been given out long ago, but because it was more effective to take it before the battle, Brando asked the young men to wait until now to take it. Thus, after receiving the order, the youths immediately took out the Dragon's Strength Potion and drank it all. Under Coden's, Brendel's, and Orthlus's guidance, they had barely reached the level of Iron ranked after a month. The effects of the Dragon's Strength Potion on them were unimaginable. The youths felt as if they had just drunk a ball of fire, and their faces immediately turned red. Hiss, it's so hot, it's so hot. This feels so strange. It's as if my body is burning. They immediately started to make a fuss. However, most of the young men who started to make a fuss were immediately pulled back by the group leaders. Pay attention to your enemies, idiots. Focus, don't be distracted. The roars of the group leaders once again rose and fell on the battlefield. Behind them, Brando nodded and threw a bottle to Count Audine on the other side. "Catch, Count Audine." "For me?" Audine stood on the other side, vigilantly watching the black wolves' every move. He was shocked by Brando's action. In theory, they were still considered enemies. He looked at Brando with some surprise. Brando did not even turn his head. He just put down the Halran Gaia on his shoulder and raised it high in his direction. "Count Audine." Count Audine was stunned. "Do you still remember, on the ancient battlefield, the 6 dukes' horns sounded, and the swallow-tailed flag fluttered high?" Brando asked loudly. The young lord's voice spread far and wide in the night sky. "Do you still remember, where the longsword pointed, the glorious knight welcomed the enemy with a song, and the enemy was defeated?" Brando turned his head and smiled at him. In the name of Erewhon, in the name of the merciful lion, the count was stunned for a moment before he suddenly reacted. He pulled out his sword, but before he could speak, he suddenly heard someone shouting behind him. "Swear by the sword." It was a chorus of echoes. Audine turned his head in surprise and saw the knight he brought with him pulling out their long swords and facing the endless black wolves in the forest. Brando waved his sword and pointed forward. "Therefore, the descendant of the late King Eric, Erewhon." Brando leveled his long sword. "Kill all the enemies." The spears were leveled uniformly, and the tips of the blades were connected into a snow-silver parallel line. In the forest, a howl came from afar. The black wolves finally began to move. The tide of monsters was like a rolling black carpet. Their scarlet eyes moved forward and then fell behind. The ground finally shook. They leaped out of the forest, and what they saw was a long wall formed by the human knight. More than a dozen wolves leaped to a higher place nearby. They raised their heads and let out a long howl. The howl was high at first, and then it became low. Countless black wolves rushed up from both sides with their howls, like countless torrents rushing towards the humans. Then, the black monster collided with the human in white armor. The long spear pierced through one black wolf, 2 black wolves, and several black wolves together. Black blood flowed down the long spear shaft. The huge impact made the spear shaft creak as it couldn't bear the heavy burden. The young men and the knights were forced to step back. Then there was a cracking sound, and the spears were broken. "Sword." The young men immediately changed to their long swords. The front line was in chaos for a moment. Brando also put down his sword, and the green light net on his retina was weaving out pieces of numbers that flowed down like a waterfall. It was EXP. Although it was only 1 or 2 points, but in just a moment, the total amount of EXP increased by more than 100 or 200. Brando took a breath, and then he took out a bottle of dragon blood potion and drank it. The slippery dragon blood entered his mouth, and he immediately felt as if his body was burning. It was not burning, but there was a dry feeling. And just as this feeling was produced, the green light net on his retina immediately changed and weaved a few lines of small words: strength plus 25, dexterity plus 10, constitution plus 20. Potential 10%. The advanced dragon strength potion increased his stats by about 20%, but this was because his level was higher. If his subordinates took the potion, the increase would be at least a few 100%. Koden's increase would be even lower, but for an intermediate gold rank, even a few percent increase would be very impressive. As for potential, it was actually the potion that did not have any effect directly. The potion would remain in the body and slowly transform it, but most of it would be expelled through the circulatory system. However, if one consumed the potion and immediately consumed the remaining potency in battle, the benefits obtained would be much greater. Therefore, Brando swung his wrist and looked at the endless black wolves in front of him. He thought that it was indeed time to farm some EXP. Oh, no. It was time for him to exercise his muscles and bones. Brando looked forward and snapped his fingers. Holy sword, open the way. A pair of huge green transparent wings that almost spanned the entire battlefield opened behind him. P.S. This is the first update of the day. Why would I say that this is the first update of the day? Strange, to be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com to read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 392. That's Dragon Strength Potion. How can there be so much of it? The black-haired youth who was standing far behind almost bit off his tongue when he saw Brando's youths drinking the potion. Rono, what's wrong? The young lady of the flower domain seemed to have just recovered from her shock. She asked in a low voice, as if any louder voice would attract the attention of the ferocious Erewhon country bumpkin. He treats the dragon strength potion like plain water. Rono said with disappointment, it would be better if he used it on a more talented knight. He said this because he was worried for the people of ancient times. What's so surprising about the dragon strength potion? Elman glanced at his comrade coldly. When he thought Brando was going to kill them, he pushed him away. Although it was an instinctive reaction, the Viscount knew that there was a grudge between them now. Instead of explaining, it was better to make a prompt decision. Although Rono was a genius, he only had the potential for the future. In the dark forest, he had plenty of opportunities to make him lose his future. When Rono heard his words, he turned to look at his comrade. Unlike Elman's indifference, the black-haired youth had contempt written all over his face. Elman's previous actions made him angry and disdainful. What do you know? That's a genuine dragon strength potion. The one you took was trash compared to the one the youths took. If I'm not wrong, the purity of the potion might be genuine dragon blood. The black-haired youth did not hide his disdain. Elman took a deep breath, but he did not show it on his face. He only looked coldly at Brando. All right, it's about time to go back. It'll be too late if we don't leave now. The Viscount said again. It was not easy for him to say that this trip was a mistake. However, this was the proposal of the little princess of the flower leaf territory. Even if there was a problem, he had to take the responsibility. Unlike Rono, he had seen many geniuses, but there was only one successor to Duke Manderhill. He was willing to take the risk to come here just to please this little princess. But Brando's sword had almost destroyed his perfect image. At that time, he thought he was going to die. Since he was going to die, then being an alchemy genius and being the daughter of the flower and leaf caller was meaningless. At the moment of life and death, one's own life was still the most realistic. However, he didn't expect that the damned Erewhon would only give them a warning. Elman took a deep breath with a cold expression. Fortunately, the young lady was too scared to notice anything. Although Rono had a grudge with him, he wasn't the kind of person who liked to gossip. However, Viscount Elman still felt uneasy that his weakness had fallen into someone else's hands. He looked at Rono as if he was looking at a corpse. Look over there. Vahina yelled. Everyone felt a faint light under the night sky. A pair of huge green transparent wings that almost spanned the entire battlefield opened up. However, those weren't wings made of light. Instead, they were miniature magic arrays. The wind spirit spiders appeared in the air one after another, each holding a golden holy sword. The light wings turned golden in an instant. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Although this wasn't the first time some of them had seen this scene, under the night sky, there were countless sparkling golden holy swords hanging upside down in the sky. Compared to the spectacular display during the day, it was even more fantastical. Count Audine raised his head, almost petrified. The Erewhon nobles behind him were even more shocked. What was this? Was this a spell? Their gazes fell from the huge screen of light in the sky to Brando. Was this a spell from that young man? But wasn't that young noble a gold-ranked swordsman? This wasn't a spell from a magic swordsman. Or was he a spellcaster? Brando didn't care about other people's gazes, or perhaps he was already used to it. He only pursed his lips and pointed Halran Gaia forward. Lower your heads. Lower your heads. His lordship has begun his attack. The group leaders understood and immediately shouted. On the other hand, the knight on the side was slightly stunned. They subconsciously turned their heads and saw a dazzling light in the sky. The white light was so dazzling that everyone squinted their eyes. Then, a beam of light pierced through the sky. The beam of light pierced straight down, like a sharp sword piercing through the body of a black wolf. A single black wolf had the strength of a peak dark iron, but under the attack of the holy sword, the defense of a peak dark iron was as weak as a piece of paper. The beam of light first burned through the black wolf's fur, and then turned its innards into ashes. The black wolf was still pouncing forward, but with a poochie, it exploded into a pile of broken cotton in midair, turning into ashes that fluttered and drifted down. Following that, more beams of light rained down. Some of them brushed past the heads of the knights, and the terrifying power caused everyone to shrink back in fear. But the black wolves that were targeted by the beams of light were not so lucky. Almost every time a beam of light flashed, it would take away the lives of 2 or 3 black wolves. Brando commanded the dragoons to sweep across the front of the formation 2 or 3 times. It was as if a golden hand plowed through the tide of black wolves 2 or 3 times. The number of these monsters was reduced by more than half in an instant, and the first wave of attack of the black wolves collapsed instantly. Brando could get 7 or 8 EXP for each black wolf he killed, and this round of attack gave him nearly 300 EXP. As the attack of the black wolves weakened, the young men and the knights suddenly felt the pressure lifted. They immediately heard Brando shouting from behind, "Attack forward." Austin was shocked. His original intention was to retreat while fighting, so that he could meet up with the main force of Erewhon's envoy group, or at least retreat to the defensive line of the druids behind. "My lord!" he shouted. "Brando, Baron Abes," Brando replied. "Mr. Baron," Austin shouted, "we have to retreat. It's not safe in front." Brando smiled and pointed forward with his sword. "Erewhon will never retreat." Austin was stunned. He thought that the young man had lost his mind. Although they had a large number of silver-ranked warriors under their command, in the face of the endless tide of wolves, they were just a stone in the sea. "My lord." At this time, Dolent ran up from behind. Although he looked down on Brando at first, at least the latter had helped them teach those arrogant Toquenin beasts a lesson. This made him feel a little better about Brando. But Brando's decision was too shocking. There were only 20 or 30 of them. If Brando insisted on moving forward, they would have no choice but to follow Brando. Seeing the black wolves swarming out of the forest like a tidal wave, Dolent felt the ground trembling beneath his feet. It wasn't a good feeling at all. This wide and fat fellow endured the pain in his scalp and loudly advised, "Sir Baron, please calm down. If we go any further, we will all be torn to pieces." But Brando shook his head. "Count Dolent, you are wrong. We won't." He pointed to the right. "Look, our reinforcements are here." Dolent was startled. He quickly looked in that direction. In that direction, a small group of black wolves had bypassed their camp and tried to outflank them. But at this moment, they seemed to have been attacked head-on and were fleeing in panic. There was a flash of light in the forest. It was a silver spear that reflected the light of the torches. The earth shook as a group of snow-white centaurs charged out of the forest. They wore silver armor, carried spears on their backs, and held bows that humans had never seen before. They chased after the black wolves and shot them down. Every arrow. A black wolf rolled on the ground and stopped breathing. Many of the centaurs had druids in cloaks of grass on their backs. The druids raised their wooden staffs, and huge vines ran along their sides. Green tentacles rose from the ground and lifted the bodies of the black wolves high into the air. Then they threw the bodies of the black wolves into the fleeing pack. Many of the black wolves were smashed into the ground. They struggled to get up, but the centaurs caught up with them and killed them with a single shot. There were at least a few hundred centaurs. When they charged at the edge of the forest, they were like a group of heavy cavalry. They cut into the flanks of the black wolves with a heavy rumble, and the situation of the battle changed in an instant. The centaurs continued to charge forward. They cut into the area between the black wolves and Brando, blocking the front of Brando's group. Then, a centaur that looked older than the rest broke away from the group. This centaur wore armor that was different from everyone else. It had a pair of horns that curved backwards on its shoulders, and an exquisite breastplate that fit its skin perfectly. The metal outlined its muscles. It held a spear in its hand and shouted in front of Brando. "Human, I am Wade. We have heard of the Druid Elder's suggestion. We will protect you from the first wave of the calamity of wolves." The Erewhon nobles were shocked. They immediately turned around to look at Brando. They didn't know what kind of agreement this noble had reached with the Druids. "You agree?" Brando asked, "What about the tree sprites?" "I am here, young man." The light on Wade's back distorted, revealing a tall elf with a head full of green hair. He wore a leaf headdress and a cloak, and his upper body was bare. He carried a longbow on his back that was much larger than the ones used by the centaurs. It made people wonder how the elf could use a bow. But when the elf appeared, Amandina, who was behind Brando, was shocked. "It's you." This elf was the one that she and Scarlet met in the afternoon. The elf smiled and nodded. "If it was another human, I might have rejected the Druid Elder's suggestion. But I have a good impression of you, young man. Perhaps I can try to believe your words." Brando was also surprised. Why does this elf seem to know me? But when he saw Amandina's reaction, he guessed something and nodded. "There's no time for small talk. Let me explain the plan first. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com to read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 393. The calamity of wolves surrounded the entire loop of trade winds, and the wolves that had entered the Green Tower were only the vanguard. Brando recalled that there were at least 12 packs of wolves in the first wave of attacks. He did not know if Greyclaw, Bloodfang, Whitemane, or Frostback were the ones in front of the Wall of Roses, but he was certain that there were at least 2 medium-sized packs. This was the weakest part of the first wave of attacks, but it was not to be underestimated. A pack of wolves led by a male wolf could reach the size of tens of thousands, and a mature black wolf was close to the peak of iron rank. Most of the druids in the Witherwood Council were not even at this level. Not to mention, in terms of numbers, humans could not be compared to these monsters. The only advantage that the druids had was that the monsters within the range of their fire seed would be greatly weakened. Brando remembered that when the black wolves attacked the Green Tower in the game, the large and stable fire seed suppressed them by 15 levels. However, the Wall of Roses only had a small and unstable fire seed, which was much weaker than the one in the Green Tower. Furthermore, Brando had to break through the blockade of the wolves and enter the loop of trade winds. It was easy to imagine how difficult it would be. In comparison, Brando's plan was not that complicated. There was a gap of about 10 hours between the first wave of attacks and the second wave of attacks. Therefore, as long as they could break through the blockade of the first wave of attacks, they would be able to enter the loop of trade winds before the second wave arrived. The only problem was how to break through the blockade within the limited time. And this was where Brando needed the druid's help. When Elder Wydd led his subordinates to Brando's position in the south, the druids had already launched an attack on the Wall of Roses. It was as if a long horn had sounded in the forest in the middle of the night. Countless birds flapped their wings in the dark, attracting the attention of countless people. It was as if a sleeping dragon had raised its head and let out a long cry that signaled its awakening. The sound was clear and melodious, and it shook the entire forest. In that direction, under the call of the horn, over 1,000 druids and tree elves surged out of the forest. These forest allies draped in cloaks of vegetation seemed to form a green defensive line, instantly blocking off the left flank of the black wolf pack that was surging like a tide in that direction. Then, hundreds of deadwood guards awakened from the dark forest under the druid's summons. These ancient trees that were a few stories tall stepped into the pack of wolves and lowered their bodies. Their huge palms could send the calf-sized black wolves flying with a single sweep. As soon as the 100 deadwood guardians entered the fray, the attacks of the black wolves came to a halt. Even the peak iron rank wolves could not withstand a single blow from the wrath of nature. Summoning the Deadwood Guard was a level 4 spell. Although the low-level Deadwood Guard was only a temporary existence, it still had the strength of a mid-silver. Although it was not comparable to the real ancient Treants, it was more than enough to deal with these black wolves. However, only the elites of the Druid Council could summon Deadwood Guardians. These elite druids had no intention of returning to the Green Tower alive. It was evident that the Druid Council had put in a lot of effort to support Brando's plan. However, the Deadwood Guardians were only meat shields, while the Tree Elf archers were killers. Tree Elves were natural-born archers. Most legends mentioned this, but there was a difference between seeing it with one's own eyes and hearing it with one's own eyes. In the human world, a trained archer could only shoot 10 to 12 arrows per minute. Even with the aid of magic, it was difficult to reach 15 arrows per minute. However, in the society of the Tree Elves, even the most mediocre soldier could shoot at least 25 arrows per minute. Moreover, they used stronger longbows. Hundreds of Tree Elves could create a terrifying storm of arrows. Moreover, in order to deal with monsters in the forest, the elves used ironwood hunting arrows or conical arrows. These arrows were simply a disaster for monsters with low defense like black wolves. After 2 volleys of arrows, the left wing of the black wolves began to collapse, leaving behind a large number of corpses. However, the heavy blow to the left wing immediately attracted the attention of the alpha wolves in the pack. These alpha wolves whimpered to control their own pack while loudly calling out to inform the alpha wolves further away. Male wolves. For a moment, the howls of the wolves echoed throughout the battlefield. After a long whimper, the overlord hiding in the deepest part of the wolf pack finally raised its huge head. The druid's sudden attack had disrupted the attack of the wolf tide. The king of the wolf pack finally realized this and raised its head. It howled to the sky. A clear howl that was different from all the other wolf howls resounded throughout the battlefield. Looking down from the sky, the majestic wolf tide immediately began to turn under the leadership of hundreds of alpha wolves. They were originally going to cut into the Wall of Roses, but now they were like a huge spiral that began to slowly rotate. The situation of the battlefield changed. But while the druids attracted the attention of the alpha wolves, Brando was not idle. He immediately commanded the centaurs, tree elves, and his subordinates to kill a bloody path from the side of the wolf tide. He was followed by Erewhon's envoys because Count Audine saw that persuading the so-called Lord of Abes was ineffective. He had no choice but to follow. It could not be helped. There were only 20 to 30 guards in their group. It was almost impossible for them to retreat back into the Wall of Roses' defensive line. And it seemed that the centaurs and tree elves were not willing to escort them back. They realized that their title as Erewhon's envoys was not enough to deter these barbarians. But what made them feel a little better was that at least Cruz's people did not get any benefits. But the tree elves and centaurs treated Brando with great respect. In fact, this was a euphemism because the centaur elder Wide and the tree elven leader, Quinn, only had a short discussion before they handed over the command to Brando. Count Doland had wanted to go to the front of the group to ask Brando to send them back, but he was scared by a black wolf halfway and quickly retreated to the middle of the group. From then on, he did not say a word about this proposal. And at the front of the group, Brando's troubles were no less than the nobles. The centaur elder Wide led hundreds of centaurs to clear a path through the waves of black wolves. At first, the pressure was not great. According to Brando, the black wolves were nothing in front of the centaur elder. But as they approached the thorn ridge on the east side of the Wall of Roses, the situation gradually changed. "Look over there." Brando heard a squeaking voice behind him. He didn't need to look back to know that she was the daughter of the flower and leaf caller from the Kurlutz Empire. At least the 3 Kurlutz youths weren't stupid enough to follow them. Although it was a little awkward, at least they could save their lives. Brando looked in the direction Vahina was pointing and raised his eyebrows. He thought that the young lady was making a fuss over nothing, but he did not expect to see something worth paying attention to. He saw a dense pack of black wolves in the north. A few giant wolves were clearly taller than the other black wolves around them. They were charging towards them with their pack. Lord Tier black wolves. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. Brando counted 6 black wolves from the nearest direction, and there were 5 more in the distance. The appearance of 11 mini-bosses made his heart sink. It was not strange for alpha wolves to appear in a pack, but it was unusual for so many of them to appear at the same time. Brando immediately looked around to see if there were any traces of a male wolf. Logically speaking, the appearance of so many boss black wolves in the vicinity must have been ordered by the male wolf. But he did not hear the male wolf's howl that was different from the other black wolves. Did he make a mistake? Or was the male wolf nearby? But when he looked around, he did not find the male wolf's unique figure. Brendel knew that his perceptive sense had reached 25 ounces, and even if it was night time, there should not be any blind spots within a few hundred meters with the help of the dim light. But to be safe, he still looked around carefully. There was indeed nothing. But Brando was not at ease. He immediately shouted towards the group of centaur elders, "Elder Wade." The centaur elder was currently piercing the head of a black wolf with his spear. He immediately turned around and looked at Brando with a questioning gaze. "Do you see that?" Brando pointed towards the direction of the black wolves and said loudly, "Those black wolf Lord Tier black wolves are on your left." The centaur elder immediately nodded. Although it was his first time experiencing the wolf's calamity, as the highest commander of the centaur elders, he had plenty of battle experience. "What's wrong?" he asked. "Tell your men to back off," Brando ordered. He wanted to see the black wolf Lord Tier black wolf's reaction. It would be best if he could capture the position of the male wolf when it gave the order. Although Wade was puzzled by Brando's sudden order, the centaur elder did not say anything. He immediately blew a whistle, and the hundreds of centaurs immediately changed their formation and moved closer to Brando's side. The young men under Brando couldn't help but sigh when they saw this scene. It was their first time on the battlefield, but they were still greatly shocked by the tree elves and centaurs that only existed in legends. At the same time, the lord who could give orders to the tree elves and centaurs was even more unfathomable. "Those big guys are called Black Wolf Lord Tier Black Wolves. What a strange name." Brando immediately heard the young lady behind him ask curiously, "What does that mean? Is it the same as the human Lord Tier Black Wolves?" "Hey, I'm asking you, too. Erewhon people." She couldn't help but shout when she didn't get a response from Brando. Brando turned back to look at the young miss in annoyance. Although he didn't say anything, the words "Am I that close to you, young miss?" were written all over his face. Seeing Brando's expression, Vahina managed to hold her breath. Who would dare to treat her like that when she was in the Empire? However, this young lady's sharp eyebrows were raised all the way to her forehead. She widened her eyes in shock, but in the end, she did not dare to point at Brando and say a single word. "TSK, forget it if you don't want to say it." In the end, the young lady grumbled in a low voice. Of course, Her voice was so soft that she was afraid that Brando would hear her. Author's note: originally, I wanted to have a few more days of outburst, but in the end, I got stuck in the plot yesterday. Luckily, I was able to break through the bottleneck after one day of outburst. It seems that talking about outburst without a draft is a little unreliable. From tomorrow onwards, I will continue to prepare the draft. Let's see if I can give you guys a surprise in a few days. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author and support the original reading. Chapter 394. Brando could not be bothered with the spoiled noble's daughter. He raised his head and looked in the direction of the pack of wolves. As soon as Wydd's centaur guards retreated, the black wolves became restless. In just a few moments, the beasts had surrounded them. The 11 black wolves were like sharks swimming in a black tide. Brando could see that they were driving their own kind forward, intending to surround them. Brando did not hold back. At first, he had summoned the wind spirit spiders to hide in the forest to avoid attracting too much attention. But at this moment, he waved his hand and more than 200 golden light spots immediately rose from the forest like bombers. They soared into the sky and dived towards the black wolves. Every time they swooped down, a golden beam of light would appear. Brando did not hold back this time. He directly launched a round of attacks. More than 100 beams of light flickered in the night sky. Every time they flickered, a few black wolves would turn into ashes. He looked expressionlessly at the number of experience points flowing down like a waterfall. It looked spectacular, but in reality, there was not much experience points. It was just that the source of experience points was a little shocking on the battlefield. The golden beams of light were at their densest, almost weaving into a large net. Under Brando's command, the net of light slowly extended backwards. Any black wolf that passed through the net of light would immediately be set ablaze and turned into a dazzling ball of fire. For a moment, the fire within the pack of wolves rose and fell one after another, forming a dazzling field of white light. The black wolves that were set ablaze continued to move forward, but after a few steps, they would turn into a ball of burning tar. Countless black wolves repeated this process, and finally, the net of light flickered slightly and then disappeared. The whole process lasted only a blink of an eye. In the next moment, Wydd and his centaurs stopped at the same time. These centaurs had seen the most tragic battles in the Black Forest. They had even fought against dragons before. But this time, they could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. From where they stood, the net of light extended for nearly 100 feet. The pack of black wolves that had been as dense as the tide had all disappeared, leaving behind only an empty expanse of charred ashes. In less than a breath's time, hundreds and thousands of black wolves were annihilated. Even the black wolves in the distance were frightened by this terrifying attack and became hesitant to move forward. 5250 experience points. Brando remained unmoved. He once again paid 2 Earth EP to replenish the Holy Sword Technique's consumption. The wind spirit spider glowed brightly in the air, as though it was waiting for the Black Wolf Lords to make their next move. However, the Black Wolf continued to linger. Let's hurry and advance. Brando heard Wade ordering his subordinates from afar. Indeed, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. But that was not what Brando wanted to achieve. He raised his head and looked past the black waves. Beyond the limits of his vision, he saw the foggy areas on the battlefield. Beside him, Quinn, the leader of the tree elves, also looked in that direction. There's an alpha, Quinn said. Brando nodded. The wolf pack's reaction proved that. He didn't use Holy Sword Technique to open up a path through the tide of black wolves, that was Elder Wydd's mission, but to see how the wolves would react. But the black wolves' reaction was quite reasonable. But Brando knew that the real monsters were not like this. Monsters were creatures that were distorted by magic, especially low-level monsters like the black wolves. They were violent and lacked intelligence. They would never retreat when attacked. Instead of looking at them as individuals, it was better to look at them as a whole. An injured black wolf would only become more violent. But they retreated. This meant that the black wolves were intentionally avoiding harm. Only the alpha of the wolf pack, the male wolf, could do this. Because the male wolf had the intelligence of an adult human, it could consciously order the wolves to reduce their losses. But this reasonable reaction exposed the existence of the king of the wolf pack. After a short while, a long howl suddenly sounded in the misty battlefield. This howl was different from the usual black wolves. It was loud and mournful, as if it was announcing something. It knows that we found it. Quinn's expression changed. He took out his longbow and whispered. The black wolves began to move. Brando nodded again. The beast was very cunning. It probably guessed his intention. It was a little creepy, especially when you knew that a beast had the same intelligence as you and was plotting to rip out your throat. You couldn't help but have a feeling of goosebumps on your back. At least Brando saw Carglass, who was always fearless, change his expression. How can a beast be so smart? The young noble from the Maxon region could not help but ask. The tree elves put up a finger and made a shushing gesture. Shoo, that's a male wolf. Don't question its authority. Be careful, it might slit your throat in your sleep. The tree elves whispered. This time, it was not only Carglass. The strange tone made Genos and Roland shiver. Brando saw this scene and did not find it funny at all. This was a male wolf. In the Black Forest, there had always been a legend every 100 years, when the two moons shone together, the year of the tidal cycle, the young wolves that were born under the red moonlight would eat their siblings and parents. They would then grow into giant wolves that were stronger, more outstanding, more cunning, and more ferocious than ordinary wolves. Male wolves. Another legend mentioned that the male wolf was the mate of Ekis, the wolf's calamity. They would mate in the summer, and their offspring would walk like humans. They were the scourge of the dark forest that had existed for thousands of years, the night shadow. No matter which legend it was, it portrayed the cunning and ferocity of the male wolf. And it was the truth. Brando looked at the misty battlefield. His gaze seemed to penetrate the fog. Amandina, he said. Yes? Amandina took a deep breath and turned around. Her face was a little pale. Amandina was very nervous. She could barely hear her own heartbeat due to the low growls around her. She was surrounded by an endless tide of black wolves. It was as if she was a small boat in the middle of a stormy sea that could capsize at any time. In fact, everyone was the same. The young people did not look too good either. Moreover, the air was filled with a pungent burnt smell. Amandina, who came from Bragg's, could not help but feel nauseous when she thought about where the smell came from. But she resisted the urge to vomit. She pulled her skirt with one hand to prevent it from getting dirty. She walked up to Brando and asked, "My lord, is there anything I can help you with? I remember that the potions I made are with you, right?" "Yes." "Give me the gray one." Amandina immediately opened a small leather pouch at her waist. Brando looked at the various potions neatly arranged and carefully sorted. He could not help but raise his eyebrows. At least he could not do this. Even if he was a level 130 warrior, Brando was still used to putting all the potions together randomly. It was as if taking them out would give him a surprise. But most of the time, taking out the wrong potion in the game could be fatal. Especially when you were on the verge of death and wanted to find a bottle of number 7 holy water, only to find a bottle of ketchup after searching for a long time. You know how embarrassing that is. But this bad habit had been with him for many years. Brando did not want to change it, but he found that at least he had an assistant who could help him change this habit. Amandina took out the third test tube from the left. The whole process took less than a second, and the potion was handed to Brando. Amandina. Brando took the potion and could not help but call out. "Yes?" Amandina was slightly surprised. Compared to Tia, he replied, unplugging the cork from the test tube, you and Pharaoh are more like sisters. But who is the elder and who is the younger? Amandina glared at him, but did not forget to close the pouch carefully. Brendel raised his head and looked at the battlefield. The fog seemed to have thickened, and there seemed to be an endless number of beasts with blood-red eyes surging out from the fog. They were closing in again, and the situation on the battlefield was changing. Could it be that this pack of wolves is the Misthowler? Brando knew that every male wolf had a unique name and had a unique ability. Legend has it that the howling male wolf could travel through the fog and take away the lives of travelers who had lost their way in the white fog. He frowned. Nature-type male wolves were the most difficult to deal with. In comparison, he was more willing to deal with physical-type wolves. For example, Bloodclaw and Frostbite were much easier to deal with. What a pity. Brando cursed under his breath. The cunning of the Misthowler male wolves was beyond his expectations. He did not expect that the druids would not be able to attract the attention of two Misthowler male wolves at the same time. It was difficult for his party to deal with just one Misthowler male wolf. It was a Misthowler male wolf. It was a monster that had awakened its element power. The fog was getting thicker, and Brando was not the only one who noticed it. The youths stopped talking as the strange changes in their surroundings made them nervous. Erwin's party had also gotten closer, and Brando could see the knights in green armor approaching them through the fog. He raised his head and drank the murky gray liquid in the test tube. It was an eagle's eye potion that could increase perception and vision by 20 ounces for an hour. The ingredients were giant eagle feather and magic fern. These two ingredients were as expensive as cabbages in the Green Tower, but the potion itself was very useful, so Brando had made a lot of it. Brando drank the potion and immediately felt his vision become clear. It was as if the fog had become transparent. He turned his head and saw a shadow the size of a mountain in the north. Fuck, Brando cursed under his breath, that was fast. He immediately raised his hand and signaled everyone, especially the centaur elders in front of him, to slow down. There was no point in speeding up now. If they did not kill the Misthowler male wolf, none of them would have a chance. The surroundings became eerily quiet. Then, an abrupt scream broke the brief silence. It was the scream of a human before they died. P.S. Second update. Rumor, it is said that a certain king of traps has resumed publication, ahaha. Chapter 395. Everyone turned around and saw the knights chasing after the two silver-gray wolves, but they were too slow. The nobleman who was attacked only managed to let out a short scream before his throat was pierced by the sharp white teeth. His scream came to an abrupt end as the two wolves dragged the human's corpse into the white fog. How did they get here? Count Audine roared, how did you let them in? Are you all idiots? A cripple. A direct descendant of the Misthowler. Brendel watched as the nobleman kicked his feet and disappeared into the mist. His eyelids twitched slightly. It really is that guy. He immediately waved his hand and shouted, everyone, stay close. Those bastards are invisible in the fog. As soon as his voice trailed off, two streams of fog passed by the young man not far away. Be careful. Quinn raised his longbow and shot 3 arrows in that direction. 3 arrows, 2 from the front and 1 from the back, were like 3 silver lines in an instant. 2 blossoms of blood bloomed in the white fog. However, one of the arrows still missed its mark. The silver-gray wolf leaped to the side and pounced on a young man not far away. The monster's movements were shockingly fast. Before anyone could react, it had already bitten the young man's shoulder. With a scream, the wolf tore off half of the young man's body. The young man who was covered in blood widened his eyes as if he could not believe that he was dead. Quincy. The young man's companions immediately roared in anger. Seeing their companion die in front of them, they were instantly blinded by anger. They unsheathed their longswords and rushed forward to avenge their companion. But Brando was faster than them. Although he had expected that there would be casualties, it was impossible for him not to be enraged when he saw the young man he had personally groomed die in front of him. Brando immediately pointed in that direction. 10 beams of light pierced through the fog and punched a few holes in the body of the cripple. At the same time, with a thought, the net of light immediately formed an airtight net around everyone, forcing the invisible demons to stay far away. However, the knight and the centaur elders who were further away were not so lucky. Although the limpers were only silver-tier creatures, as long as they did not attack, they would not show themselves in the mist. That was why they were able to take advantage of the situation. What's more, once the demonic wolves launched an attack, there would be many of them working together. Even if they were slightly stronger than the demonic wolves, they would still suffer a great loss. More than half of the knights were killed in an instant, and the centaur elders also lost more than 10 men. Most of the people who were attacked were dragged to the ground, and then 2 or more limps pounced on them and dragged them into the fog in the blink of an eye. For a moment, shrill screams rose and fell one after another. The entire group seemed to have turned into a slaughterhouse in an instant. Looking around, one could see wild beasts fighting over human corpses that had been torn apart. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. An intact soldier was dragged into a pack of wolves, and in the blink of an eye, only a pile of white bones was left. Amandina was so frightened that she held her breath, but she still stood by Brando's side. Even if her face was pale, the hand that was holding onto her leather pouch could not help but tremble slightly. Vahina, who was not far away, had lost all color in her beautiful face when compared to the calm noble's daughter. Fortunately, the black-haired alchemist still showed some of his true colors as a descendant of a Kurlutz noble. He used a few strange plants between himself and the flowing fog to protect the 3 of them. Even though Viscount Elman's expression was a little ugly, he still pulled out his longsword and stood beside Vahina to protect her. Occasionally, he would force back the silver-gray demonic wolves that wanted to pounce on them. The 3 of them finally managed to hold their ground. When they looked up, they saw that the fog was getting thicker and thicker. It was obvious that the attack of the limpers was just the beginning. For a moment, everyone could not help but feel a little hopeless. Except for Brando. He commanded the dragoons to protect the flanks of the youth's formation while diverting his attention to the battlefield. Finally, after a short moment, he caught sight of the male wolf's presence again. It ran to the center of the battlefield. Brando furrowed his brows. Falerne, Tia, Wind Wall. The young lord shouted as he held Halran Gaia in one hand. He knew that there would be more and more limpers on the battlefield. Even if they were not a threat to him, they were a fatal threat to the youths under him. He brought them to experience the battlefield, not to send them to their deaths. When the 2 wild elf sisters heard Brando's shout, they immediately took a step back and went to the center of the formation. After attaining Vientiane, the mercenaries of Lopez had the strength of a peak silver rank. For a peak silver rank elementalist, casting a second circle wind wall was too easy. The 2 wild elf sisters worked together to cast a spell, and it only took them an instant to create a whirlwind around their fingertips. Wind, spread your wings. Falerne raised her hand and shouted. The whirlwind around her fingertips seemed to have expanded 1,000 times in an instant. It was as if a tornado had appeared out of thin air and swept across everyone. Then, it stabilized around everyone and formed a roaring wall of wind with a radius of more than 100 meters around them. The second circle wind wall was a powerful weapon used to counter physical arrows. It was not very useful on normal days, but it was a powerful weapon against the howling fog. When the wind blew, the fog around them immediately dissipated. Everyone saw the air ripple like water. Then, within the range of the storm, dozens of silver-gray demonic wolves appeared at the same time. These demonic wolves were slightly startled. They obviously didn't know what was going on. However, Brando did not have the obligation to explain to these uninvited guests. He pointed his finger and dozens of light pillars immediately turned them into ashes. Good idea. Quinn put down his longbow and could not help but exclaim in admiration. He had lived for more than 200 years. It was not that he had never heard of the howling fog, but Brando's ingenious idea made him feel ashamed of his own inferiority. When the wind blew and the fog dissipated, the limping walkers had lost their most prided weapon. The limping walkers that had revealed themselves were just magical creatures that were stronger than the average black wolf. The centaurs could easily drive them out of the circle of wind. However, Brando knew that defense was only a temporary measure. If they wanted to break out of the fog, they had to solve the problem once and for all. "Mr. Coden, I'll leave the command to you for now," he ordered. "Carglass, you'll be second in command." "My second in command?" Carglass was shocked. If he took over the position of second in command, he would have to face an endless sea of wolves and this strange attack. Would he be able to do his best? He could not guarantee that. But if he did not even dare to face a few wolves, wouldn't his previous ambitions be a joke? The young man pursed his lips and nodded firmly. "No problem." Brendel gave him a thumbs up, but Coden looked at him and asked, "What are you trying to do?" The old swordsman was much calmer. "Of course I'm going to kill the alpha wolf," Brando replied. "Scarlet, come behind me." The red-haired girl was using her short bow to kill the surrounding wolves. When she heard Brando's words, she turned around and swept her messy hair back with her left hand. She then immediately threw the short bow to a young man beside her. She took out the lightning spear from her back and silently walked to Brando's side. "You won't be afraid if you follow me later, right?" Brando asked. "It's not the first time anyway." Scarlet looked at him with her amber eyes and replied. "Mr. Quinn, can you do it?" "No problem." The leader of the tree elves replied casually. Brando nodded. He wanted to bring Ropar along, but Ropar was a strength-based warrior and was not suitable for the battle below. He took a deep breath and raised Halran Gaia in front of him. But at that moment, Brando felt a hand grabbing his hand. He turned around and saw Amandina frowning. She gritted her teeth and looked at him. "My lord, you forgot what you promised me." "You're already a lord with responsibilities. Why are you risking your life again?" Brando paused for a moment, but he still let go of Amandina's hand. "This is a battle, not a matter of personal heroism." "Don't worry, I'm confident." Amandina opened her mouth, but she gritted her teeth and swallowed the rest of her words. "I understand." She lowered her head and replied with gritted teeth. Brando did not know what she knew, but he was not lying. If they stayed here for too long, the wolves would have the time to surround them. Then all of them would die without a grave. But the wolves were cunning and would not let them succeed so easily. If it was anyone else, they would have to fight to the death in this situation. But Brendel knew that if he had a chance to strike, he would be able to do it. Because this was him. Because this body had the memories of another person's soul. "But how do you plan to get past them?" Coden asked. "Outside the circle of wind, the wolves are like a tide. It's not easy to kill our way out, so how are we going to approach the wolves?" "Do you want the centaurs to open a path?" Quinn asked. "No need." Brando shook his head. He held his sword in his right hand and thrust it forward with his left hand. "Everyone, listen to my orders. Split up." The entire battlefield fell into silence. Elder Wydd turned his head to look at Brando. He was slightly startled, but he knew that he could not disobey an order from the army. He was full of doubts, but he raised his halberd up high. Author's note: I've already told you the reason yesterday, but there will definitely be 2 chapters. You can just come and refresh at around 8 every day. Also, I'm looking for a proofreader. There are typos, you know. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 396. Count Audine pierced his sword through the throat of a silver-gray limping monster that was pouncing on him. He then threw the monster's body far away. He did not bother to see if the monster would be eaten by its companions when it fell into the wolf tide outside, just like the rumors said. Count Dolent grabbed him by the shoulder and yelled, "Look over there. They've gone crazy." Austin was stunned. He turned around in confusion, but what he saw was this scene. The centaur commander raised his halberd high in the air. He raised his front hooves and stood in the middle of the battlefield, as he turned to his subordinates and roared out with all his might. "Formation, split up!" His voice was like a clap of thunder. The silver centaur elders were stunned for a moment, and then there was a ripple in their formation. The crescent formation seemed to split into two in an instant. At the same time, the leader of the tree elves, Quinn, raised his longbow and shouted to the tree elves, "Thor Sr." Dark green cloaks of vegetation spread out to both sides, revealing the path in the middle. Carglass, who was standing at the back, did not say a word. He only raised his hand to the right, and the group leaders immediately separated them. In the next moment, Brando saw a smooth path in front of him. However, when the centaurs and the tree elves retreated, the black wolves on the periphery immediately rushed in like a torrent. The earth rumbled. Audine was shocked. He did not understand why the young man would do this. Was he not seeking his own death? Or was he trying to encircle Brendel? But the black wolves outside were endless. It seemed that letting a few of them in would not help the situation. Instead, it would only add to the situation. "They've gone mad," Dolent shouted from behind. "They want to die, and they want to drag us down with them?" Audine did not answer. He just looked at the battlefield. Suddenly, the noble soldier had a premonition that things were not as simple as they seemed. Because things were not as simple as they seemed. The black wolves formed a torrent that crossed the path between the centaurs and the tree elves. They were almost charging towards the youth who was behind them. The male wolf that commanded them clearly knew that this youth was the highest commander of this group. It wanted to kill Brando in one fell swoop. But Brando had the same idea. "Are you ready?" Brando stared at the black torrent and asked. "Yes, Qian," she replied. Quinn withdrew his longbow and nodded. The young lord retracted his left hand and gripped Halran Gaia with both hands, then pointed at the black torrent that was sweeping towards him. 10 meters. The black wolves in the front row had already lowered their bodies and were ready to pounce. They bared their snow-white teeth and growled from the depths of their throats. Brando could almost see the undisguised madness and thirst for slaughter in those blood-red eyes. He exhaled. He raised his sword. Explosive power, head-on breakthrough, buff from the spirit crystal. Next was the white raven sword art. A terrifying tornado burst out from the sword, and the wind that shot up to the sky was as sharp as knives. Coden, Carglass, and Amandina immediately retreated. The black wolves were even worse off. They were already prepared to attack, but they had no choice but to retreat. Even so, the wind pressure still pulled them off the ground and threw them far away. Then, Brando raised the tornado and slashed downwards. This was the same sword he had used to kill the Tokunin lion beastman. But he did not use the white raven sword style at that time. Thus, he did not receive the buff from the 17+2 ranks of the military sword style. Thus, this attack could be said to be the combination of all the power that Brando had mastered over the past year. The huge wind pressure caused Halran Gaia to shine and emit a dazzling white light. Everyone could not help but squint their eyes and stare with their mouths wide open at this terrifying attack. No, they should be looking at the tornado in Brando's hand that was gradually tilting, bit by bit, towards the ground. A flash of light. Everyone closed their eyes. Then, they could barely see the wind blades exploding in all directions. The black wolves that were at the front of the tornado were directly torn to pieces, and those that were further away were at least pulled up into the air. Their fur and bones were separated, and a rain of blood sprayed in the air. The wind pressure pushed forward, and the black tide that was rushing in was swept away by the sword like a reverse river. The wind blade swept across 100 meters in an instant, decapitating all the black wolves within range. The aftershock continued to move forward, and the black wolves within a few hundred meters were swept away. The shockwave even spread across half of the battlefield. Even the misty howler in the middle of the battlefield felt a chill run down its spine. It instinctively raised its head, wanting to see what kind of danger was causing it to feel uneasy. But it immediately saw the most shocking scene in its life. After Brando's sword slashed down, a sword scar that was almost a few meters wide was formed in front of him. He was almost completely exhausted at this moment. If it was an ordinary person, his strength and dexterity would have been reduced to less than half at this time. But Brando saw a green light flashing in front of his eyes, and immediately weaved a message: unyielding talent activated, strength and dexterity continue to be at their peak. Brando's body shook a little, and it took him almost 3 to 4 seconds to recover his breath. But he could not help but secretly complain in his heart after this sword slash. Because he had used all his strength, he still felt as if his hands did not exist. Even after a few seconds, they were still sore. But when he opened his eyes, he already saw that there was an unobstructed passage between him and the male wolf that was hiding in the pack. The only problem was that the passage had shrunk by half in a moment. The black wolves did not seem to care how many of their kind died under the sword slash just now. They immediately began to fill the empty space that Brando's sword had created. "Hurry up," Austin took a deep breath. This Count finally understood what Brando and the others were going to do. But in his opinion, this attack did not seem to be successful. Because almost in the few seconds that Brando recovered his breath, the wolves had occupied the passage again. Too slow. Austin could not help but sigh secretly. But Brando's attack was not over yet. He took a breath, then raised his left hand and roared, "Earth, give me a blade." Although he had used all his strength, the sound was still inaudible. But the effect caused by it made the male wolf that was watching this scene from afar almost turn around and run away. With a loud bang, the ground in front of Brando broke. The floor collapsed to the middle, and the two sides rose up high, the width of dozens of meters. The black wolves that had just rushed into this area could not dodge in time and were all pulled to the center by the huge force. Although they reacted in a moment and tried to escape to the sides, the power of nature was not something that a few monsters could resist. Only a series of continuous sounds could be heard. The ground sank down layer by layer, and countless black wolves were buried in the soil. The broken ground stretched forward until it was less than 10 meters in front of the misty howler. But before this cunning male wolf could react, Brando had already clenched his 5 open fingers. A rock tooth that was more than 20 meters tall suddenly protruded from the deep ground in front of Brando, and then a second, a third, and countless sharp teeth protruded out in succession. It was as if a man-made bridge was built between Brando and the male wolf in a moment. The whole process seemed to have gone through a long time, but in fact, it was only a flash. The misty howler was stunned for a moment before it realized what the human was going to do. It looked up at the towering bridge that protruded from the whole battlefield, and could not help but be slightly stunned. It then reacted and wanted to avoid it, but unfortunately, it was in this short period of time. It had already lost the chance to escape. Brando finally regained his breath after the Halran Gaia unleashed its power. He immediately shouted, "Come close to me." Quinn and Scarlet immediately reacted and approached him from the left and right. The weight of the two people was no pressure for Brando's current strength. He grabbed the two of them and instantly activated charge. With 900-ounce agility, a black line extended forward on the rock tooth bridge. The black line undulated up and down, and in the blink of an eye, it traversed a distance of hundreds of meters. Then, Brando and the other two stopped in the air. They had appeared above the misty howler. The misty howler raised its head and looked at the tiny human that appeared in its blood-red vision. At the same time, Brando, Quinn, and Scarlet also saw the giant wolf that was covered in gray fur. It was almost the same size as the 5-headed snake lizard that they killed half a month ago. It only had one eye. Legend has it that the misty howler lost one of its eyes in a battle with a male wolf called Unicorn. The game designers recreated the scene very realistically, just like the giant wolf that appeared in front of Brando now. But Brando did not have much time to admire this terrifying monster. They had to end the battle quickly, before the other black wolves reacted and before the rock bridge collapsed. In other words, they had less than a minute to solve the problem. "Scarlet, restrain it." Brando shouted, "Mr. Quinn, cover me." As he said this, he was already like a meteor falling towards the male wolf. The misty howler howled. It did not like to participate in battles, but if there were humans who challenged its authority, it would not mind tearing their bodies apart. It looked at Brando's slow figure and swung its paw at him. Of course, Brando knew that his attack would not work. The male wolf was an elemental awakened monster and was at least 7 times more agile than him. He was probably not much faster than a snail in the eyes of the misty howler. When he saw the misty howler's shoulder move, he knew that it was going to reach him first. But he had already expected this. He stretched out his right hand and activated the ring of the Wind Empress on his index finger. A wind bullet was shot out. Although the seemingly sharp airflow was no different from a gentle breeze to the male wolf, the recoil from the airflow was enough to push Brando back, barely dodging the wolf's claws. But when the male wolf's attack failed, it immediately pounced on Brendel again. The 2 actions of grabbing and pouncing were completed in the instant Brendel landed on the ground. It was so fast that only a blurry white shadow could be seen. Brando was in midair and the ring of the Wind Empress was still on cooldown, so he could not dodge. It seemed that he was about to die in the wolf's mouth. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com to read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 397. The misty howler's fur stood on end as it pounced forward. Its huge body covered half of the sky, and it was as if time itself had stopped. Brando smelled the stench of blood and knew that he was close to the beast's fangs. The next moment, his head would be separated from his body. If he was an ordinary gold-ranked warrior, he would be in grave danger. However, Brando was also an elementalist. He turned around in the air and shouted, "Wind, shackles release." A wind dance technique was cast on his body. This wind spell was a cantrip that any elementalist could learn when they started their apprenticeship. Its effect was to slow down the fall. It was an adventurous spell in the game and was not designed to be used in battle. However, the creativity of the players was limitless. Ever since the first elementalist called Death Zone used this spell in actual combat to change the flight path and avoid attacks, this spell had become one of the most popular low-level spells in PvP. This was because Wind Dance was just a cantrip. As long as ones will reach 20 ounces, they could cast this spell without any spells. Although Brando was not an elementalist in the past, he had seen this technique in countless videos. The misty howler calculated the speed of his fall and pounced forward. However, Brando spread his wings and suddenly slowed down in the air. The male wolf roared angrily and brushed past him. Brando rode on countless azure feathers and turned in the air. He pulled the misty howler's silver mane and leaped forward with the beast. It looked like Brando was riding on the back of the male wolf, but it was not so leisurely. The misty howler's reaction was very fast. It immediately noticed that Brando was on its back after its attack failed. Therefore, as soon as its front feet touched the ground, its huge body swept one after another. It actually changed its direction. However, Brando's reaction was not slow either. The male wolf tried to throw Brando off its back, but Brando stabbed his sword near the wolf's spine. The Halran Gaia pierced into the wolf's spine as if it was a layer of rotten leather. An arrow of blood spurted out from the back of the male wolf. Brando could not help but sigh. He had never thought of fighting a monster over level 60, elemental activation, with the strength of a level 40, lower gold. Even if he had the ability at that time, the weapon in his hand would not have been able to penetrate the opponent's defense. Ordinary level 30 to 40 weapons could not even pierce through the tough outer skin of elemental level monsters. Even if it was the same fantasy weapon, it could only break through the defense. However, the additional sharpness and hardness of Halran Gaia made it a powerful weapon against monsters of a higher level. With this sword strike, the outcome would be decided. The misty howl let out a shrill cry, but strangely, its blood turned into mist as soon as it came into contact with the air. Brando quickly held his breath. The blood of monsters was not a good thing, and most of them were highly toxic to humans. However, he immediately let go of the mane and jumped down to the side. An inexperienced warrior might have remained on the back of the mist howler and attacked, but how could a monster with elemental activation be easy to deal with? There was no such thing as a blind spot. Sure enough, as soon as Brando jumped, white gas rose from the mist howler's body and condensed into 4 whips. The whips swept across the male wolf's back one after another. If Brando was still on the back of the male wolf, he would have been smashed to pieces. The male wolf controlled the whips and immediately realized that the enemy had changed positions. The cunning of the human surprised it. At least 3 times, it thought that it had a chance to kill the human in one fell swoop, but each time, the human dodged at the last moment. If it was the first or second time, it could be said to be a coincidence, but if it was the third time, then it could not be said to be a coincidence. The male wolf's IQ was very high, and it immediately jumped back to distance itself from Brendel. The man and beast's dazzling exchange of blows only lasted for 2 to 3 seconds before both of them landed on the ground at the same time, and the battle finally came to an end. The people in the distance did not see what happened, and only Quinn and Scarlet understood what had happened. Scarlet was still fine as she didn't know how terrifying a male wolf was, but Quinn's expression changed. As a tree elf who lived in the forest all year round, he knew how powerful the male wolf was. But such a terrifying creature was taken advantage of by the young human in the first round of attacks. Brando's use of skills was simply amazing. It was as if he knew how the mist howler would attack and was always able to predict the enemy's moves. Brando indeed knew what the mist howler was going to do next. Although every male wolf had a unique name, it was only a legend. In fact, the mist howler was a common name for this type of male wolf. A male wolf that mastered the elemental activation of mist. Brando had fought with this type of big guy before and was very familiar with their habits. It was as if the big guy was about to bare its fangs and attack as soon as it landed. It lowered its body and prepared to pounce. Brando also landed on the ground, but he had to regain his balance and could not catch up with the opponent's movements. There was a difference of several tenths of a second. This was a difference of several times the dexterity on the battlefield. Brando immediately activated Tree's toughness, and a layer of horny skin grew all over his body. The black skin looked terrifying. He now had close to 250 MP, which could be converted into 5 points of innate armor. In addition to the 2 points of Crimson Blessing and the 5 points of Fire Shield, he had a total of 12 points. Brando intended to take the attack head-on. That's more than enough. The most dangerous part of the distance is when the 3 of us jump down from the bridge. The reason why I attacked first is to attract the Howling Fog's attention. I know that I'm the only one who has the confidence to evade the Howling Fog's attack in midair. If it was anyone else, they would be beheaded. And he had indeed done it. Brando stabilized himself and raised Halran Gaia with both hands, ready to take the attack head-on. 10 seconds. As long as this attack succeeded, the outcome of the battle would be decided. But the Misthowler male did not pounce. Because 2 green shadows descended from the sky and blocked its path. If it was an arrow from a normal person, the beast would have ignored it, but this arrow was different. Brando almost screamed when he saw the arrow. The arrow of life was the bane of all monsters. It was said that this was a holy item from the goddess of the forest and had the power to destroy darkness and chaos. Of course, this was an exaggeration, but it was true that the arrow of life could temporarily suppress a monster's elemental power. In other words, if the arrow hit the Misthowler male wolf, it would turn into a normal monster at the pinnacle of gold. If the arrow hit, the Misthowler male wolf would not be hit by the arrow. The monsters in the forest and the goddess of the forest were old enemies and knew each other's methods. The moment the green arrow was released, the Misthowler male wolf instinctively felt threatened and retreated. It avoided Quinn's arrow, but also gave up on attacking Brando. Another 3 seconds passed. It was only then that Scarlet's first attack arrived. As soon as the red-haired girl landed on the ground, she stretched out her left hand towards the Misty Howler. 7th Lightning Cord. She knew that the Misty Howler was powerful, so she used her most powerful skill right away. 5 bolts of lightning shot out from her fingertips. This time, it was much stronger than the one she used against the tree herders in Chablis. The bolts of lightning coiled around her body and shot towards the Misthowler male wolf like a lightning dragon. Boom! A loud sound rang out. The lightning dragon pierced through the Misthowler male wolf's body. Arcs of electricity crackled and formed a dazzling white ball of electricity under the night sky. But what surprised her was that the lightning seemed to have hit a cloud of mist. The Misthowler male wolf's body suddenly dispersed like a real white mist in the air. Scarlet didn't think that she could kill this terrifying creature with an elemental awakening in one blow. She immediately turned around vigilantly, just in time to see the monster reassembling its body from a cloud of mist behind her. A pair of blood-red eyes stared at her. Scarlet almost held her breath. The Misthowler male wolf raised its claws. "Quinn!" Brando immediately shouted. The Misthowler male wolf was only 60 meters away from him. It was too late for him to attack. Even though Scarlet had the recovery ability of an oracle, she would be bedridden for at least 10 days to half a month after being hit by the Misthowler male wolf. Scarlet had learned her lesson from her previous battle with Ekman. Quinn raised his bow and shot 2 more life arrows. The green light forced the Misthowler male wolf to retreat again. The monster roared angrily. It was starting to get impatient after its repeated attacks had failed. It let out a low growl from its throat, ordering the surrounding black wolf lords and their pack to attack. This was the 15th second. But Brando had already expected this. This was the reason why he brought Quinn along. But the young lord had changed his mind. He originally wanted Quinn to suppress the surrounding black wolf lords while Scarlet attacked. But now that the tree elf leader had the life arrows, things were different. "Scarlet, deal with the surrounding monsters." Brando shouted in a hurry. "Quinn, shoot the silver line on the Misthowler male wolf's forehead. That's where its magic converges." Monsters were formed by magic power, and the point where their magic power converged was similar to the vital points of ordinary creatures. Quinn was slightly startled. He squinted his eyes and saw a faint silver line on the Misthowler male wolf's forehead. The tree elf leader hesitated for a moment before raising his bow. 2 life arrows appeared on the bowstring. At the same time, a circle of lightning struck the surrounding black wolves that were trying to surround them, tearing their skin and flesh apart. Their burnt fur emitted a nauseating burnt smell. Brando circled to the side of the Misthowler male wolf. But the Misthowler male wolf also turned around. It felt threatened by Quinn's arrows and knew that he was aiming at its weak point. This feeling made it feel uneasy. Uneasiness accompanied by anxiety. Author's note: I'm going to faint. I was supposed to release it at 8 p.m. Luckily, someone came to ask me. I'm in tears again. Chapter 398. Anxiety was often accompanied by anxiety. After the Misty Howler realized that it was unable to shake off Brando despite changing its attack pattern twice, the human seemed to know what it was thinking and would always appear in the path of the Misty Howler. Finally, the Misty Howler could no longer hold back and pounced on Quinn with its mouth full of white teeth. This was the 20th second. But Brando would not let it go. He raised Halran Gaia and clashed with the Misty Howler's fangs twice, producing an ear-piercing sound of metal clashing against metal. The immense force forced Brando back, and his hands felt as if they were about to break and fly out of his body. When the Misty Howler parried the Misty Howler's fangs for the second time, the Halran Gaia was bent back by almost 90 degrees. What the F***ck, this power is too ridiculous. Brando frowned. If not for the stability of Halran Gaia, he would have been dead by now. But it was not much better. The Misty Howler finally lost its patience and leaped back to avoid Brendel's attack. Instead, it pounced on Brendel. It also realized that it would not be able to attack Quinn without killing the human first. Once the Misty Howler changed its target, Brando knew that his good days were over. With the 20-level suppression, he could not even see the Misty Howler's movements clearly. He instinctively blocked the attack with his right hand and felt a sharp pain in his body. Then, he was sent flying. The fire shield that surrounded his body suddenly shattered, and the defense provided by the tree tenacity was also penetrated in an instant. Fortunately, the crimson red blessing was a fantasy-grade equipment, otherwise it would have ended up like his first pair of gloves. Brando was sent flying nearly 20 meters into a pack of misty howlers and even landed beside a misty howler. He was dizzy from the fall, but fortunately, he remembered that he was still on the battlefield. He quickly shook his head and sat up. But just as he sat up, he squinted his eyes and scanned his surroundings. His vision was dark red from the blood dripping from his forehead. Then, he saw a misty howler the size of a horse carriage staring at him. Holy sh*t. In a daze, Brando was not scared half to death by the pair of blood-red eyes. The black wolf seemed to be stunned by this alien as well, but it was obviously much faster than Brando. It was only stunned for a moment before it bit down on Brando's shoulder without hesitation. There was a cracking sound. "Sir Lord!" Scarlet, who was in the distance, screamed in fright. She had just finished off a pack of black wolves and their leader, and when she turned around, she saw Brando being sent flying and killed by the wolves. At that moment, she felt as if the world was falling apart, and she almost blacked out. However, Brando would not die so easily. The red-haired girl immediately saw that although the black wolf had almost swallowed half of Brando's body, a bloody arm rose from between the black wolf's jaws and grabbed half of the monster's head. "A good dog doesn't block the way, understand?" Brando's voice came from the wolf's mouth, and then the hand twisted hard. The crisp sound of bone breaking was heard. The black wolf leader's spine was broken by such a casual twist, and it fell down in a strange posture, revealing Brando, who was sitting on the ground, covered in blood. Brando squinted one of his eyes, and his left eye and face were bleeding. The young lord's expression did not change, but when the black wolf bit half of his shoulder, he almost died from the pain. Brando was really unlucky this time. He did not expect to fall beside a black wolf leader. But when he was sent flying by the misty howl, his HP had already dropped below the limit. At that time, his innate ability had already activated and saved his life. As for the black wolf leader's attack, it was just an additional pain. Other than that, it did not affect him at all. But Brando did not have time to lament how bad his luck was. He immediately looked up at the direction of the misty howl. In his blood-red vision, he saw the misty howl retreating. In fact, Quinn had already readied himself to shoot the moment the youth was sent flying. 25 seconds. Quinn aimed for a moment, released the bowstring, and 2 arrows left the bowstring. But even though he had experienced hundreds of battles, at this moment, the tree elf leader did not dare to believe that his arrows would be effective. The male wolf's reaction was too fast. In an instant, the 2 arrows pierced through the fog like 2 straight green lines and pierced the misty howl's forehead. At this time, the male wolf had just sent Brando flying and was preparing to deal with the tree branch on the rock bridge. But what it saw were 2 green lights. It hit. Quinn shouted in his heart. The life arrow hit the center of the male wolf's forehead, but what made the tree elf leader's expression change was that the male wolf actually turned into mist again, allowing the 2 life arrows to pass through its body and nailed into the ground beside its feet. His wings were still shaking slightly. The attack was ineffective? Quinn could not believe his eyes. He was using the arrow of life that was blessed by the goddess of the forest, Naya. The arrow of life was the bane of all demons. Logically speaking, it should be able to repel all elemental powers. But how did the male wolf manage to dodge it? Quinn did not understand, but that did not mean that Brando did not know. In fact, the misty howl was not feeling as good as he thought. In order to avoid the fatal arrow, it had used its life-saving skill. Brando remembered that the skill was called World Projection of Fog. When the misty howl used this skill, its body no longer existed in this world and it was immune to all physical and magical attacks. Even holy words and magical spells could not affect it. But it was a pity that it could only use this skill once a day. In the game, once the male wolf used this skill, it would go all out. Brando remembered the berserk state very clearly, and he had been waiting for this moment. As expected, after the misty howl paused for a moment, its body suddenly lit up with eye-catching blood-red patterns. This was Mana Burst, a skill that every high-level monster knew. It was similar to the berserker's berserk state, but it did not have any side effects other than consuming a large amount of mana. This was the ultimate skill of the monsters, and they would not use it unless they were in a desperate situation. Once Mana Burst was used, the monster's strength would increase by about 10%, which was about 5 levels. The current Misty Howl was close to level 70 elemental mutation. At this moment, not only Brando, but even Scarlet could feel the terrifying power of the Misty Howl. Quinn, who was in front of the Misty Howl, paled. Then, he saw the Misty Howl open its mouth, and a faint red light appeared in the depths of its throat. The leader of the tree elves instinctively wanted to dodge, but the moment he moved, he realized that the white fog around him was as heavy as a mountain, and he could not move. Then, a ray of red light hit Quinn's chest. The tree elf's longbow fell to the ground and he immediately let out a scream. Misty Curse, Life Evaporation. This was a single target, but its power was so terrifying that any player who participated in the first Calamity of Wolves mission would tremble in fear. Once again, it appeared in front of Brando. Life Evaporation was one of the most terrifying spells in the early stages of the game. Yes, it was a spell, not a skill. It was a type of witchcraft, and also the first instant death spell. Its effect was to evaporate all the liquid in a person's body. For most creatures, this was the gate to heaven that led them straight to death. Ha! But at this moment, Brando could not help but smile proudly. He had been waiting for this moment. Brando raised his left hand, and a blue card appeared in his hand, Energy Drain. Sense. Life Evaporation, Ring of Thunder, Life Ward is within the range of my senses. Ring of Lightning is obviously Scarlet's skill, but this Blessing of Life should be Quinn's spell. Brendel was slightly taken aback. But the creature hit by the fog curse would not be able to move or cast a spell. It seemed that this spell was provided by his equipment. To be able to resist the effect of a level 7 fog curse, the tree elf leader's equipment was not bad. There were all kinds of strange spells provided by equipment, so it was normal that Brando had not heard of them before. But he immediately put down the card in his hand and replied, Target Curse, Life Evaporation. Seized. The green light on his retina changed. At this moment, the fog howler suddenly let out a furious roar because it found that it could not control its own spell. Brando pointed his finger at the fog howler from afar, and the red light spat out by the fog howler made a turn in the air. At that moment, almost everyone on the battlefield saw this scene. They saw the long red light circle in the air and hit the fog howler. A mournful cry was heard. The spell was the first to take effect. Red mist gushed out from the male wolf's body. The giant wolf trembled under the immense pain and fell to the ground. In an instant, the red mist surrounding its body spread to dozens of feet. Hold your breath. Brando covered his bleeding eye with one hand and immediately shouted. He knew that the blood was evaporated and should not be touched. When the fog howler fell to the ground, the spell was immediately interrupted because the guide had lost consciousness. But the spell's interruption did not mean that the disaster was over. The forceful interruption of the spell caused the magic to backfire and take over the tattered corpse. Followed by a loud noise, the male wolf that fell on the ground suddenly exploded from the inside, turning into a pile of white, rotten meat. Even so, the flowing magic still flowed through the broken organs, and the large and small explosions lasted for a few seconds before stopping. Brendel finally relaxed when he saw this tragic scene. The young lord sat on the ground covered in blood and let out a long sigh of relief, but he could not move his eyes away from Brendel's sight. Brando was stunned as he looked at the pile of flesh that represented the fog howler's corpse. Looking at the black spindle-shaped feldspar, he could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. No way, the heart of Ekis the Calamity? To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian. Come to read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 400. Mist lingered in the mountains. After the battle, there was a strange tranquility in the forest. Hundreds of centaurs were scattered in the forest, taking a short rest after the battle. Not far away, the young men from Erewhon were almost all injured, and the tree elves were not much better. After killing thousands of wolves to open a bloody path, everyone felt a kind of exhaustion from the depths of their bones. This kind of exhaustion was like a pair of dying claws grabbing at your nerves, dragging you into the abyss of drowsiness. But even if their eyelids were fighting, no one dared not to be alert. Brendel sat on a withered tree that had fallen to the ground. He did not know which era the tree was from, but the hollow trunk was covered with layers of moss, and there was even a bunch of mushrooms growing under it. He held his injured cheek with one hand, and even though it was painful, he gritted his teeth and allowed Maria to cast a healing prayer on him. Fortunately, the healing spell was as powerful as in the game. Brando felt a slight itch on his wound, but it quickly healed and the pain disappeared. But the excessive blood loss still caused the fatigue. The healing spell could accelerate the metabolism, but it could not produce energy out of thin air. After casting the last spell, Muriel took out a small piece of dry food from her bag and handed it to him. "Eat something, Mr. Baron. It will make you feel better." Her voice was a little soft, but it was very pleasant to hear. "Have you been on the battlefield?" Brando asked. "As a cleric, I participated in the night's operation." Muriel replied with her head lowered. "Cleaning up bandits?" Muriel nodded. "Have you seen a dead person?" "Yes." "No wonder." Brando secretly sighed that he had picked up a treasure. An experienced cleric who did not have a position in the temple was very rare among the NPCs. It was just that Muriel did not seem to have any sense of belonging to the group. He vaguely felt that this trainee cleric was knowledgeable, and most knowledgeable people had their own opinions, and it was much harder to fool them than the average person. But did this knowledge come from books, or did it come from personal experience? Brando asked, "Do you like that guy?" Just as he finished speaking, he heard a series of coughs coming from behind him. Brando didn't need to turn around to know who it was. But Muriel also blushed. She lowered her head and did not answer. Brando smiled. "Although you didn't answer, I already have an answer." As long as he had Carglass in his grasp, he wouldn't have to worry about the priestess staying behind. At the same time, he also confirmed Maria's gender. Amandina sat beside Brando and couldn't help but chuckle. Brando's thoughts couldn't escape her mind, but she couldn't help but laugh at his blunt question. "Since Sir Lord isn't good at these things, why don't you just let me do it?" The noble lady couldn't help but think. "My lord, when do we depart?" Carglass noticed the strange atmosphere, and Maria's blushing face made him a little uncomfortable. He coughed and hurriedly stepped forward to interrupt. "Depart?" Brando was a little amused. He put down his hand, and there was a light white scar on his left cheek. The color was different from the rest of his skin. "What's the hurry?" When the Black Wolf Lord bit him, its fangs were like daggers that cut across his cheek, leaving a long wound. The wound extended from his forehead to his cheek. Fortunately, it was blocked by the frontal bone, or else according to Maria, he would have lost his left eye. Brando was scolded by Amandina because of this, but she knew that Brando had no choice but to let it go. Ahem, Carglass coughed again. He knew Brando's plan. "Of course I'm in a hurry. Didn't my lord say that we only have a few hours left?" Even though they had only known each other for less than a month, Carglass had gradually become familiar with his lord's personality. To be honest, if it wasn't for the fact that he liked to criticize Erewhon, Brando would have been the best follower in his mind. "That's true," Brando replied, "but there's no need to hurry. Everyone needs to rest." He raised his eyes and looked at Carglass. "Are you feeling guilty?" Carglass coughed heavily and decided not to answer. Brendel smiled and took out a pitch-black, spindle-shaped stone from his backpack. The previous battle could be considered tragic. He had lost 4 of his youths, and it was the first time they had suffered such a loss since they entered the dark forest. Other than those who died, there were also some who were seriously injured. It could be said that 10% of the youths that Brando personally trained had lost their ability to fight on the battlefield, and this was even under the protection of the centaurs and tree elves. However, he was satisfied that the death of their companions did not defeat the youths. Although it was inevitable that their morale was low, at least they did not despair or break down. This meant that they were already qualified warriors. Brando believed that the youths under his command would become excellent seedlings after more training and tempering. Although they might not be as good as the players of the past, they would at least be able to step into the current era. Under his guidance as a player, some of these youths might be injured or die, but no matter what, they would become the first batch of beneficiaries of the great demonic wave. This was a treatment that only the brightest geniuses in history could enjoy. Thinking of this, he could not help but subconsciously turn around. The injured centaurs were resting in the forest. They had suffered the most losses in this battle. According to the centaur elder Wyrd, at least a third of the centaurs had left the battle. Most of them were dragged into the dark wolf tide and torn to pieces. Of course, the tree elves and druids had also suffered some losses, but it was not as bad as the centaurs. Now, he only had about 400 centaur elder guards left. They were intermediate silver-ranked warriors. Then there were more than 200 tree elf archers. To be honest, as a lower silver-ranked ranged unit, Brando was reluctant to send the tree elf army into a war of attrition. He imagined for a long time what would happen if he sent the tree elves to Tonagil's battlefield. But it was a pity that most of these tree elves were destined to fall in this forest tonight. Lastly, there were the dozens of youths under his command, and the dozen or so silver-ranked knight in Erwin's diplomatic party. However, it was unlikely that Count Audine would give him command of the knight, so Brando automatically ignored them. He glanced at the nobles. Audine and Dolent were fine in the previous battle, but the noble female scholar had died on the battlefield. Brando could not help but sigh. He had saved the female scholar's life because she was Scholar Anthony. Unfortunately, he could only save her once, but in the end, he could not save her a second time. This made him sigh. Although the casualties were heavy, the result was still glorious. In the eyes of almost everyone except for Brando, killing a male wolf was already an impossible task. The ability that the male wolf displayed at the end showed its rank. Elemental activation. Those who were slightly knowledgeable understood what it meant. Brando, Quinier, and Scarlet were only lower gold ranked, but they were able to kill it. Of course, the main credit for this was Brando. Everyone saw the last scene. Brando's attack that changed the direction of the Misty Howler's spell confirmed his identity as a master of curses and swords. In addition to the male wolf, there were more than 3 black wolf lords and countless black wolves that died under Brando's sword at the beginning of the battle. The wolf tide within a radius of 1,000 square meters was swept twice in a row. Brando did not notice it at the time, but after the battle, he was shocked by the increase in experience points. Other than the 35,000 experience points from killing the Misty Howler, the experience points from killing the Black Wolves and Black Wolf Lords was as high as 23,250. That one attack gave him almost 60,000 experience points, and after that, he gained almost 12,000 experience points from fighting in Party Mode or Army Mode. This battle alone gave Brando more than 70,000 experience points. Brando calculated this number, which meant that they had killed at least 10,000 black wolves. The only regret was that the number of black wolves was too large, and the drops from the Black Wolf Lords were all wasted. Thinking of this, Brando looked at the cold stone shuttle in his hand. Fortunately, he had obtained this item. Just this one item alone was worth the price of the ticket. What is this? Scarlet, who was sitting at the side and leaning on the lightning spear, looked at Brando holding the item in his hand without saying a word. She held back her curiosity, but she was not as good as Amandina. She finally could not help but reveal her small canine teeth and ask. Brando looked up and smiled mysteriously. You mean this? This is something good. My lord, Don't keep me in suspense. Carglass could not help but roll his eyes. Hurry up and tell me, I want to know what this is too. It looks like it's worth a lot of money. Worth a lot of money? This time, it was Brando's turn to roll his eyes. Young man, you should know that this item is a divine item that cannot be bought even if you have money. Countless guilds would go crazy for it. You should know that it is not as simple as just money. But in other words, it is unlikely that Carglass knows what money is. He replied, this is Hattie's Heart of Calamity. Ekis Heart of Calamity? The Alpha Wolf Ekis? Amandina asked. Ah, something like that. But this is not Ekis Heart. It is a rare magic item. Legend has it that it seals the soul of a male wolf and imprisons the violent mana and chaos. Mana and chaos? Carglass asked in confusion. Brando nodded and looked at the long stone shuttle in his hand. This thing is the source and core of the male wolf's power. Or rather, it is a male wolf. The one who owns this stone shuttle is the alpha wolf. What does it do? Carglass asked again. You will see soon. Brando answered. The Heart of Calamity was a talisman, but its usage was different from ordinary talismans. As for how to use it, he raised his hand and placed the stone shuttle flat on his forehead. Everyone watched as the stone shuttle in his hand suddenly vibrated and emitted a red light. Then, it softened and strangely melted into Brando's forehead. The stone shuttle went deeper and deeper into his skin. The red light seeped into his skin and spread out like a pattern. Then, it formed a circle of abstract thorn-like patterns on his forehead. Then, the red light slowly faded, and the color of the patterns gradually turned gray. The whole process lasted for more than 10 minutes before it finally subsided. Brando raised his head. The stone shuttle had turned dark red, and under the circle of patterns, it displayed a strange beauty. That grayish-white scar extended from his forehead to his cheek, diluting the bewitching aura once again. The combination of the two made everyone unable to take their eyes off him for a moment. So, Brando raised his head and answered, it's considered done. Huh? Everyone was stunned. Amandina was even more stunned. She looked at Brando's strange appearance and was speechless for a moment. As soon as Brando's voice fell, he saw a green web of light weave a series of information on his retina. It seemed to be made up of countless words. The green dots then reformed into words. Nest Lord system found, neural connection, connection complete. Willpower passed, obtained, Alpha Wolf status. The green light flashed, and Brando immediately sensed many familiar auras in the surrounding forest. The furthest one was still a few miles away, and it was the scattered wolves that they had shaken off. With a thought, he immediately sent out a message to one of them. In a moment, the tyrannical aura began to move towards their direction. Peak silver rank, agility is at least 100 ounces. Its movement speed is very fast, and it will reach this place in a few minutes. It's a mature black wolf lord. Brando immediately concluded. Everyone looked at him, but he did not say a word. Not far away, Quinn suddenly stood up from the bushes and looked at the side of the forest vigilantly. He immediately signaled to the others. The black wolf has caught up. Everyone's expression changed, and they immediately looked at Brando. This young lord had previously promised that he had shaken off the black wolf. But Brando's expression did not change, and he only looked in that direction. A moment later, accompanied by a loud crash, a huge black wolf lord leaped out from the bushes and landed heavily on the ground. Its body was almost the size of a carriage, and when it landed, the ground shook slightly, but it did not immediately attack. Instead, it raised its head and looked at Brando with its blood-red eyes. Scarlet, who was beside Brando, immediately drew her spear and wanted to stop it. The tree elf leader, Quinn, also raised his bow and aimed at the black wolf lord. If Brando did not raise his hand to signal them to stop, he would have done so. Then he raised his head and looked into the black wolf lord's eyes. The latter hesitated for a moment, and finally slowly approached. But it did not take any offensive actions, and instead stopped not far from Brando. Then it used its huge head to sniff Brando. Then it intimately rubbed against him. At that moment, everyone was stunned. Carglass was the first to react. This is the function of this thing? If he did not see it with his own eyes, he would not have believed it. Brando reached out his hand and touched the Black Wolf Lord's furry nose. He then turned around and smiled proudly. Why, do you think there's a problem? No. No. That's not it. Carglass' eyes suddenly lit up. My lord, how many wolves can you control? Brando thought for a moment. The system recognizes me as a small wolf pack, and I can only control 2 lords and 200 black wolves. But this thing has growth potential, so it's called a divine artifact. The system? Carglass was stunned. Ahem, it's just a name. Only then did Brendel realize that he seemed to have gotten a little carried away, but it was not his fault. Hattie's Heart of Calamity was really too demonic. In the early stages of the game, as long as one player had it, it was simply a power that could sweep through everything. However, it was unlikely for one player to obtain it. Most of the time, it was owned by the large guilds. This was because it would attract too much attention if one player had it. After all, it was a guaranteed drop in the game when a character died. Moreover, it was embedded in the forehead, attracting attention. He remembered that the first Ekis's Heart of Calamity was also dropped during the Wolf Tide. Could it be a drop from the Howling Mist? Brendel's heart skipped a beat. Could it really be possible? Did this mean that this thing was a fixed drop? He could not help but scratch his head. At first, he thought that he had been infected by Falerne, and that his bad luck in the game had finally been broken. But now, it seemed that it was not the case. But if the Howling Mist was a fixed drop, then it meant that the other male wolves were the same. Or perhaps, this was the setting of the monster tide. Brando could not help but recall the good things that had been dropped during the Wolf Tide. Other than Ekis's Heart of Calamity, there seemed to be a Claw of Awakening and a Talisman of the Fanged Mythical Beast. Brando was a little tempted, but he knew very well that he did not have the ability to reap more benefits from the Wolf Tide. If he was a step late, he might even end up in the belly of the wolves. Therefore, he could only resist the urge to pry into the legendary equipment. One must be content with what one has. Brando comforted himself. After all, it was already a surprise that he had obtained Ekis's Heart of Calamity. The Heart of Calamity, the Claw of Awakening. The Talisman of the Talisman of the Talisman of the Fanged Mythical Beast was the best one. And more importantly, he was the only player here, so there would not be any player guilds that would come looking for trouble with him. Moreover, the so-called drop upon death was not a punishing attribute to him, was it? Brando was very pleased. Ekis's Heart of Calamity was something that he did not even dare to think about in the game. In fact, he had never paid attention to it. At most, he only knew of its name. He had struck it rich this time. P.S. My body is a little better today. I wanted to rest for a day, but I felt more energetic tonight. So I tried to write a chapter, and it ended up being 5,000 words. Let's post it together. I'll stop at 5,000 words for today. I'll resume my normal update tomorrow. Also, I've been browsing the forums for the past 2 days. In short, I've seen some very funny news. The National Development and Reform Commission has shown its might again, and America has lost its virginity to Afghanistan. The Maid Nation is acting cute, and Little White Rabbit is secretly attacking. To be continued. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 401. Brando lowered his hand from the Black Wolf Overlord's head. In order to form a new wolf pack, it was necessary to subdue the alpha wolf and gather the normal wolves. The Black Wolf Overlord could be subdued through the pressure of the wolf pack leader, but the normal wolves had to be reproduced through the Nest Overlord's ability. In a Black Wolf pack, the male wolf was the core of the Nest Overlord. It guided the gathering of mana to form the Black Wolf, a shadow creature. Now that Brando had inherited the title of the Wolf Pack leader, he could naturally use Ekka's Heart of Disaster to display this ability. He switched windows in his vision, and the light green screen switched page by page. Finally, he found the new skill in the newly opened Lair Lord panel. Nest Overlord, Black Wolf consume 50 points of MP to create a Black Wolf. Nest Overlord, Shadow Rock Beast consume 20 points of MP to create a Shadow Rock Beast. Brando was stunned when he saw the two skills. Summoning the Black Wolf was easy, but what was the Shadow Rock Beast? Could it be that Ekka's Heart of Disaster could provide two types of Black Wolves for the player to choose from? To be honest, Brando didn't know much about this thing. He only knew that it could summon Black Wolves, but this was his first time experimenting with it. He tried to recall, but he didn't remember there being a Shadow Rock Beast among the Black Wolves. Moreover, since it was the Heart of Disaster of the Fog Howl, even if it provided additional variants, it should be the Limp Walker, right? From the MP consumption, this Shadow Rock Beast should be much weaker than the Black Wolves. This was something he couldn't figure out. But since he couldn't figure it out, he might as well give it a try. Although Brando had consumed a lot of Spirit, MP, to summon the Wind Spirit Spiders, he had recovered most of it. Summoning a few Black Wolves wouldn't be a problem. He didn't waste any time. He raised Halran Gaia and pointed it at an empty patch of grass not far away. Something seemed to have appeared in the air, and streams of flowing black light gathered there. Finally, with a flash of light, a Black Wolf jumped out of the black magic vortex and landed firmly on the ground. When Brando saw the Black Wolf, he almost dropped the Halran Gaia. Damn, what's going on? He looked at the creature with surprise. It was almost the size of a small pony and stood firmly on the ground with its four limbs stretched out. It had pitch-black fur, a pair of blood-red eyes, and white fangs. It looked like a Black Wolf in every aspect. Other than the thick layer of armor covering its head, neck, shoulders, back, thighs and the backs of its four paws, the strange gray armor was like a layer of armor covering the Black Wolf's body. It looked majestic from afar. Brando didn't remember the Black Wolf being like this. He thought that it was more like a pack of wolves, the male wolf's personal guards, the brutes. Unfortunately, he could clearly see that the luster of the Black Wolf's armor was clearly a layer of rock, not a cuticle or a bone plate. This ecology is a semi-elemental creature. How could this be? Brando was a little puzzled, but Carglass was even more puzzled than him. Did my lord summon it? He had a look of interest on his face. Is it a Black Wolf? Amandina and Scarlet didn't say anything. They were already used to Brendel's strange knowledge. First, it had to be related to the Black Tower wizards. Second, it was a secret. Amandina was very clear that she shouldn't ask too many questions. Fortunately, she had such a temperament, otherwise most people wouldn't be able to resist. The red-haired girl was more straightforward. In her opinion, as long as Brendel did something, it was right. As for the reason, Brendel was right. As for the reason, it was just some unimportant things. However, Maria was a little puzzled and asked, Mr. Baron just fused that strange stone into his body, is it okay? Amandina shook her head and shook her head. Actually, I think it's pretty good. Besides, aren't all wizards like this? Amandina looked at the substitute priestess and replied, my lord knows what he's doing. At this time, Brando didn't have the heart to understand what his subordinates were thinking. He even ignored Carglass's question. He wasn't familiar with Ekka's Heart of Calamity, so he wasn't sure if the Black Wolf summoned by the Heart of Calamity looked like this. Perhaps it was possible. Brando stood there and thought for a while. He decided to try another skill first. Rock Shadow Beast. He pointed Halran Gaia at the Black Wolf's side. 20 mana points were lost. Mana converged once more, and this time, all of the black mana flowed towards the ground. The ground suddenly arched, and then a strange creature broke out from the ground. Holy shit, this isn't holy shit. Brando waited for the creature to come to a stop. When he saw the creature's appearance, his jaw almost dropped to the ground. It wasn't just him. Even the people around him were stunned. Carglass even shouted in a low voice, "Ah, isn't that a rock panther?" The youth blurted out. It was indeed a rock panther, but it was different from other rock panthers. Its gray body was streamlined with rocks. Other than its appearance being almost identical to the original rock panther, this strange creature was formed by flowing black mana and floating sharp rocks. The mana formed its torso, and the floating sharp rocks formed the outline of its body, limbs, and head. Brando swore that he had never seen such a creature before. It looked like a demon spawn, a creature formed purely from distorted mana, but it had some characteristics of an elemental creature. What the hell is this? Brando calmed down after being shocked. He immediately thought of his Halran Gaia, and immediately raised it to scan it. With this scan, Brando found the problem. Halran Gaia's stone lair attribute had disappeared from the sword. If it was any other time, Brando would have cursed out loud if one of the most important attributes on his equipment had suddenly disappeared. But now, he understood that the attribute on Halran Gaia did not disappear. Rather, it was better to say that it was merged with Ekka's Heart of Calamity. But does Ekka's Heart of Calamity have this function? This puzzled Brando for a moment. In his original impression, the Heart of Calamity was just a protective amulet with the attribute of the wolf's lair. Perhaps it was special and could only be used after being merged with the body, but Brando thought that it was because the amulet had a special attribute that allowed it to grow. But now, he realized that it might not be so simple. Thinking about it, Brando suddenly realized that equipment rarely provided a special system to the player. Just like the few special systems he knew of in the game, the Elementalist's elemental pool system was opened by the profession. The Lord system was opened by the identity and territory of the player. The elite and leader system of the monster were brought by the template. After that, there was the guild and party system, which need not be explained. There was also the Planeswalker system brought by the Cards of Fate. In other words, Ekka's Heart of Calamity was at least a product of this level. So, the so-called lair system's ability was to gather all the attributes of the player that had the lair ability, turning it into an ability of the player and not an external ability. Brando could vaguely guess how this system worked, but he was curious whether this ability could absorb a fixed lair. If it could, then it would be too overpowered. As long as he searched for lair all over the world, then defeated the guardian of the lair, and absorbed the lair one by one, wouldn't he eventually become an existence like the mother nest? Of course, Brando knew that this was just a thought. If it was really possible, then there should have been a few overpowered players who could summon an army of thousands. But the truth was that there wasn't. Brando thought it through. He even thought of another possibility, which was that the lair master system brought by Ekka's Heart of Calamity was something that didn't exist in the game. This was the same as his Planeswalker system. The two were very similar. They were both special systems, and they were both brought by a piece of equipment. Brando looked at the shadow rock beast, then at the black wolf covered in rock armor. His heart suddenly beat violently. He thought of a possibility. Since the black wolf's shadow lair's shadow attribute could affect the rock leopard, then on the other hand, could the rock lair's rock attribute also affect the black wolf? At the very least, what he saw before him was enough to prove this point. This meant that the lair master system provided by Ekka's Heart of Calamity to absorb the attributes of the lair was actually to separate the lair for absorption, and then combine them in the entire system. Brando immediately switched to the information panel of the lair master system. The green web of light changed in his eyes, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Lair master acquired 2 attributes: secondary shadow, secondary rock. Acquired 2 lairs: shadow lair, rock lair. Damn! Brando almost jumped up in excitement. It was true. The lair master system separated the attributes of the lair and absorbed them, then combined them and fused them into different lair characteristics to form a new creature. The only thing he didn't know was if the new creature only obtained the characteristics, or if it became stronger because of the new characteristics. If it was the latter, then not only would he have profited greatly, he would have profited greatly. Brando immediately gave it a try. He immediately asked Carglass to test the strength of the two monsters. Carglass didn't hesitate, or rather, he wanted to test what the two monsters were. In his opinion, the two monsters were summoned by Brando, and it wasn't the first time they fought against the rock leopard summoned by Brando. As long as he treated the black wolf as a rock leopard, there wouldn't be a problem. When Carglass unsheathed his sword, Brando immediately ordered the shadow rock monster to attack. Telepathy was a unique ability of the Lair Master, but it wasn't as good as the ability of a planeswalker to communicate with his summoned creatures regardless of distance. As a Lair Master, Brando's telepathy range was about 3 to 4 miles. Any further and the effect would be greatly reduced. Upon receiving his order, the shadow rock monster immediately attacked. Its attack style was similar to that of the rock leopard, but there was a black shadow behind it. Carglass was extremely nervous at first, but when he saw the shadow rock monster move, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. In the past month, he had fought against the rock leopard countless times, and he was very familiar with its attack style. He thought that even if the shadow rock monster was much stronger than the rock leopard, it wouldn't be too much of a problem as long as he was careful. Carglass took a step forward, raised his sword, and used Erewhon's military swordsmanship to test the shadow rock monster. However, it would have been fine if he hadn't probed, but once he did, he couldn't help but be shocked. Carglass thrust his sword forward, but the shadowy rock beast did not even try to dodge the attack. Carglass did not expect the shadowy rock beast to be so violent as to allow the shadowy rock beast to pass through his sword. In the next moment, everyone saw Carglass being pushed to the ground. PS. 2 Update. You know what I mean. From tomorrow onwards, the original update time will be restored. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 402. In the next moment, Carglass was pushed to the ground. However, the shadow rock beast did not make any further moves. Instead, it raised its head and looked at Brando. Brando nodded, and the shadow rock beast immediately took a step back. It's close to intermediate iron rank. Carglass rubbed his chest and said, "Is it really that strong?" "This thing is almost as strong as your obsidian panther, my lord." Brando nodded. He was very satisfied with the shadow rock beast. It was close to intermediate iron rank, and more importantly, it had the ability of a semi-transparent creature. A semi-transparent creature could reduce physical damage by half, which meant that its HP was doubled. Moreover, it was much more agile than a real creature. Therefore, the shadow rock beast's strength was at most intermediate iron rank, but its combat strength was far beyond the obsidian panther. He then looked at the black wolf. The black wolf was already at the peak of iron rank, and was on par with Carglass. After its rock attribute was strengthened, it should be even stronger. Brando chose Coden as his test target this time. Needless to say, the black wolf was defeated. However, during the battle, the shadow rock beast's strength was slightly higher than that of a lower silver rank. At the same time, the black wolf's new form also had extremely high defense. Coden's attack could not penetrate the rock deck, which meant that the black wolf's defense was at least upper silver rank. All in all, the black wolf's combat strength was close to that of an intermediate silver rank. Intermediate silver rank. Its strength was almost 2 ranks higher than its original strength. Brando could not help but squint his eyes when he considered the black wolf's large population and its potential for growth. Once the shadow rock beast reached intermediate silver rank, it would be able to produce Lord-tier monsters, such as the black wolf Lord-tier and the obsidian panther. What kind of monster would it be? Brando's mind was filled with thoughts. While he was very satisfied with the black wolf, he also realized that the black wolf was obviously very different from its original kind. If that was the case, it would not be appropriate to call it a black wolf. Moreover, it would cause confusion. What name should he give it? He turned around, and Carglass, who was still clutching his chest, asked curiously, "My lord, is this thing still a black wolf?" "No, I haven't thought of a name for it yet," Brando said honestly. "Let's call it dire wolf then." "It does look like one," Carglass replied. "I think it's more like a warg." Coden obviously disagreed with him. "No." Brando shook his head. He thought for a moment and replied, "I've decided to call it the Garuru Rock Beast." Garuru Rock Beast? Everyone was stunned. What the hell was that? However, Brando's plan was to create a steel nest in the future and turn this thing into a steel Garuru. That would be truly awesome. While he was daydreaming, he suddenly heard footsteps behind him. He was startled. Did Wade come to inform him that they were ready to leave? Brando immediately snapped out of his daze. He was still in that Calamity of Wolves storyline in the Dark Forest. It was far from time to celebrate. At least the formation of a beast horde was not done in a day or two. Furthermore, leveling up required a large amount of materials. The nest was a money-burning machine in the game, and it was the same here. The stone lair only lacked the sage slate, while the investment in the shadows lair had only just begun. But with such thoughts in mind, Brando turned around and was surprised to see that it was not Wade or Quinn, but Count Audine with a gloomy face. Count Audine? He was slightly stunned. Erwin and the others had been following them from afar ever since they failed to persuade him. They did not mention anything about returning, nor did they talk to him. It was as if he was a free bodyguard. But what was going on now? "Baron," Count Audine said, "have you seen Miss Vahina and the others?" Vahina? Brendel paused for a moment before he remembered that it was the name of the noble lady from Kurlutz. But speaking of which, he did not pay attention to the whereabouts of the three youths from Kurlutz ever since the battle with the Fog Howler. He did not like the Kurlutz Empire in the first place, and the reason he did not chase them out was because he could not bring himself to do such a thing. He thought that if it were some of the hot-tempered members of his original group here, they might have mercilessly chased them out. The hatred of the Aween players towards the Kurlutz Empire was from the bottom of their hearts. So when Count Audine spoke, Brando was stunned for a moment. He looked around without much concern. "Aren't they here?" "No." Count Audine shook his head. "We have been looking for them for a long time, but we did not see Miss Vahina and Viscount Elman anywhere." "Not here?" Brando was puzzled. Shouldn't that bad-tempered girl be with them all the time? Carglass, Muriel, Amandina, Coden, and Scarlet shook their heads in response to his questioning gaze. "No one knows." Brando was puzzled. He decided to look for Ropar. The Lizard Man Lord and his subordinates had been guarding the perimeter of the party ever since they entered the Dark Forest. If there was any movement in the perimeter, Ropar would be the first to know. But unfortunately, Ropar's answer was negative. This meant that Elman and the others did not leave the camp ever since they stopped to rest. Otherwise, Ropar and his Fireclaw lizard men would have noticed them. But there was another possibility. That was, Vahina and the others had gone missing before that. But that would be really fun. Of course, Brendel was not concerned about whether they would get lost or not, but he felt that it was a little inconceivable that a few living people would actually lose their way with the team. No matter how useless the young lady was, Viscount Elman and the young alchemist beside her didn't seem like useless people, right? In the end, he went to look for Falerne, who was the most cautious among the wild elves. He wanted to see if the elder wild elf sister could find any clues. But he did not expect Falerne to bring them even more shocking news. She had been looking for her sister all this time. Jia was missing? Brando's first reaction was that it was impossible. Jia was a member of the 12 Lopez mercenaries. She was one of his summoned creatures. There was a telepathic connection between the two of them. It was impossible for his summoned creature to go missing without him knowing. But he immediately sensed Jia's location in his mind. His expression changed when he sensed it. The telepathic connection that even the Dark Forest could not block had failed for the first time. Martha above, what kind of script was this? At the same time, the bad-tempered noblewoman and her 2 companions were stumbling through the thorny forest. She almost tripped on the branches that grew out of the ground several times. Even though she managed to maintain her image with the help of the black-haired young alchemist, her beautiful dress was already in tatters. She lowered her head and looked at her beggar-like attire. She could not help but feel angry. Of course, she blamed it on Brando. If not for that country bumpkin, they would not have been forced to come here. When the fog howl created the fog, that guy did not even notice that they were lost in it. That guy is so powerful, he must have done it on purpose. Vahina cursed in her heart. If Brando was in front of her right now, she would have stabbed him with her sword. Unfortunately, Brando was not in front of her right now. Even if he was, she did not have the ability to do so. After grinding her teeth for a while, she could not help but ask, "Viscount Elman, how much longer? Didn't you say that we would catch up in a while?" She asked weakly. This was not the first time she asked this question. Elman was also a little helpless. He glanced at Rono and thought that this was a good time to strike, but he was not in the mood to do so. He clearly remembered that Brando and his companions went in this direction. There was no reason that they could not catch up to them after such a long time. He knew very well that Erwin and his men would stop to rest. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to chase after them. It was not that he did not think of going back and finding a way to meet up with Veronica, but he did not have the courage to kill his way out of the wolf tide. Hence, the Viscount shrugged and tried to convince himself, "I think they are planning to go further away before resting." After all, this place is not far from the wolf tide. It is still too dangerous. His expression changed when he thought of the endless wolf tide. He never thought that the dark forest would be so dangerous. If he had known, he would not have agreed to this mission. He thought that nothing would go wrong with the Empire's god of war, Veronica. But in the end, he did not consider that the young lady beside him was too capricious. "But you have said that a few times already." Vahina was a little dissatisfied. "I can't walk anymore." Elman could not help but feel a little dissatisfied as well. He took a deep breath and said, "You should ask the young lady behind us." Didn't she say that she could contact Erwin? Vahina was stunned. She could not help but turn around to look at Tia, who was struggling to keep up with them. She remembered that the young lady was one of Erwin's people. She also told them that she had a way to contact Brando, but unfortunately, she had not succeeded even once. "Communication spells in the dark forest are disrupted by the mana turbulence," Rono replied. "It is normal to fail. If we did not have the quartz block, we would not be able to contact the outside of the dark forest either. But the quartz block is a fantasy. Not everyone can get their hands on it." "If that is the case," Elman replied with a little dissatisfaction, "we should leave her behind. Bringing a little girl along will only slow us down." "Viscount Elman," Vahina frowned, "as an imperial noble, how can you say something like that? Are you going to leave a child behind?" Elman was stunned. He looked at the young lady and then at Rono. Both of them looked dissatisfied. Elman was stunned and quickly corrected himself. "My apologies, I lost my composure." Just as Vahina was about to say something, a voice suddenly rang out from the forest and interrupted her words. "Huh, you little brats. You still have the heart to argue even in the face of death. Interesting." The abrupt voice reverberated through the forest, causing the surroundings to fall silent. "P.S. Please give me some recommendation votes. Recommendations are too ugly, students." To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 403. Viscount Elman was the first to draw his sword and pointed it in the direction of the sound. "Who's there?" He raised his right eyebrow and asked cautiously. "Ha ha ha." Elman was answered by a series of light laughter. The laughter came from not far away, and he saw a woman slowly walking out of an ancient oak tree. She had a pair of pointy ears, and her hands were behind her head. She swayed her upper body, and her wavy purple hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall. The woman had a pair of light purple eyes. Her eyeshadow was slightly long, giving her an enchanting vibe. She had a beautiful oval face and purple lips. At first glance, she could attract people's attention. However, the lower half of her body was completely made up of vines and roots. Bunches of thorns spread up her naked upper body, wrapping around her plump breasts and extending all the way to her neck and the edge of her cheeks. She smiled and pointed at the sword in Elman's hand. "Young man, what do you expect this thing to do? Harm me? Or protect yourself?" Elman frowned and pointed his sword at the woman, but he did not reply. This woman clearly came with ill intentions, and from her actions, she was either a lunatic or had a trump card. The Viscount believed that it was the latter. Rono's reaction was slower than Elman's, but when the black-haired youth saw the woman, he could not help but blush. He was stunned for a moment before he reacted. He raised his eyebrows and asked sternly, "Who are you?" "This is Erewhon's envoy." "You better not have any ideas about us," the woman giggled. "How cunning." She walked slowly towards them as if she did not see the sword in Elman's hand. The vines that made up her lower body wriggled as she walked, making her look like a giant worm that made one's scalp tingle. Rono, Master Hyman's apprentice, Kurlut's genius alchemist. Title: Wolverine. Once, in a conflict at Kurlut's Royal Academy of Magic, he heavily injured 11 of his companions, killing 2 of them. Beneath his shy appearance is a wild heart. As for Vahina, the Countess of Gold, the little princess of Flower Leaf, the beloved daughter of Duke Manderhill, and the only legitimate heir of the duchy, the woman turned around and looked at the other 2 with a smile, and Viscount Elman. "Even though he's a bastard of a noble family, he's just as outstanding. But who can see through your ambitions?" Elman's mouth twitched when he heard the word bastard. The woman continued, "As for the last little girl, she's one of Erewhon's people, but she's insignificant. But I'm interested in her liege, that interesting young man. Go find him if you're interested." Faina stared at the woman warily. As the heir of a great noble, she hated it when strangers called out her identity. Shameless woman. She turned around. "Rono, what are you looking at?" The black-haired youth blushed and looked at Faina innocently. "Now's not the time to talk about that, Faina." "Humph," Faina gritted her teeth. "None of you are good." Out of the 4 of them, only Tia, who was standing at the back, did not say anything. She was secretly prepared to take precautions. As a mercenary, even though this little wild elf girl did not have much experience, she still had some basic common sense. So, Elman watched as the woman got closer and closer, unable to hold back his anger. "Lady, what do you want?" He tried to stop her with his sword. But his words only elicited a smile from the woman. She walked closer to the Viscount and touched the tip of his sword with her finger. "As I said, you humans call this thing a sword. A sword is a weapon. It can protect you, but it can also be used to harm others. Because in your eyes, the human body is weak, but metal is strong. Using tools is the specialty of civilized creatures. Unfortunately, in my eyes, this thing is no different from you. It's weak, because all things will decay and wither. Only chaos will last forever." She lifted her eyelashes and looked at Elman with her purple eyes. As she spoke, purple roses bloomed on Elman's sword. As the petals withered, the Viscount's sword seemed to have experienced tens of thousands of years of history. It was as if it had been blown away by the wind. Heretic. When the woman said, "Only chaos will last forever," the expressions of the 3 changed. However, this was nothing compared to the shock they felt when they saw Elman's sword shatter inch by inch. The element of decay. In all of Vaunt, there was only one person who was both a cultist and possessed the element of decay that they could immediately think of. Wither. 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 Vahina's face turned pale. She pointed at the woman with widened eyes, but she was so frightened that she could not say a word. Elman took a step back and pulled out his backup dagger. He knew that there was no way to end this peacefully the moment he realized the woman's identity. Since that was the case, there was no point in wasting words. He had to strike first and gain the upper hand. The black-haired youth's reaction was not slower than his. Almost as soon as the woman finished speaking, more than a dozen alchemy bombs were thrown at her. Unfortunately, the woman's reaction was faster than his. She waved her right hand and a net of vines rose from the ground. The alchemy bombs collided with the net and detonated prematurely, almost injuring Rono himself. The black-haired youth covered his face and rolled backwards. He stretched out his hand, and the magic devices on his body rose up one after another as he began to draw a magic circle. However, what left him dumbfounded was that the surface of these magic devices started to rust when they were only halfway there. Then, they dimmed and fell from the sky with a plop, falling into a puddle in the forest. He could no longer feel any magical connection with them. At this moment, Elman's attack began. His target was not the terrifying woman, but Vahina. Vahina was shocked when she saw Elman charging at her, but she still instinctively pulled out her sword to block him. Elemental energy flowed from her body into the thin sword, and a white light formed a shield around the blade. Unfortunately, this magic sword was not Elman's match. Elman knocked Vahina's sword away with a backhand and grabbed her by the neck. He circled behind her and placed his sword against her neck. The entire process happened in the blink of an eye. Rono and Tia were not the only ones who could not react. Even Vahina was shocked. However, Elman had already placed his sword against Vahina's snow-white neck. He looked at the woman and took a deep breath before calmly saying, "She's your target, right? But I don't think a dead heir of a duchy is of any value to you, is she?" Vahina was stunned for a moment. She took in a deep breath and couldn't help but tremble. She didn't know if it was because of the despairing environment or the betrayal of her companions. Yes, she suddenly thought of something. Elman must be doing this on purpose. He must be using this method to save the others. Thinking of this, she felt a little better. But when she thought of Viscount Elman's cold gaze when he sent her sword flying, she couldn't help but shiver. Rono looked at Elman in shock, but he seemed to have the same thought as Vahina and held back his words. On the other hand, Tia had cast a spell when Vahina was being held hostage. An ice dragon shot out from her palm, freezing the air with a crackling sound as it shot towards Elman. However, the moment Elman blocked Vahina's path, the noble lady, who had just calmed down, screamed in fright and closed her eyes. Tia was shocked as well. She hurriedly withdrew the spell in her hand. The icicle shattered with a crash, instantly turning into a cloud of sparkling dust in midair. "You're crazy!" Vahina screamed with her eyes closed, "Viscount Elman." "Shut up," Elman said coldly, "speak less if you want to live." "You." The noble lady almost choked to death. She wanted to say something, but she felt the cold blade on her neck tighten. She was so scared that she swallowed the rest of her words. That despicable country bumpkin, sob sob sob, who can save me?" For some reason, this was the first thought that came to Vahina's mind as she was on the verge of tears. The woman not far away glanced at Tia. "Oh? A water elementalist? But elementalists don't have psychic abilities, right?" Tia's expression changed. "It's you. You're the one who cut off the telepathy between me and Brother Brando." "Oh? His name is Brando?" The woman smiled. "Thank you, little girl." Tia was furious. She raised her hand and shot an ice arrow at the woman. Unfortunately, before the ice arrow could get close to the woman, it turned into ice dust and disappeared. The woman smiled. "Order is temporary. It's better to return to your original appearance." Then, she raised her hand, and countless vines extended toward Tia. Although the younger sister of the wild elf sisters tried to resist, she was tied up tightly after casting a few spells. "Woman," Elman watched as Tia was tied up as if it had nothing to do with him, then asked, "You haven't answered my question." "Your question?" The woman turned around and sneered. "Do you think your little tricks can fool me? Do you really think I don't dare to kill her?" Elman asked coldly. "Why don't you try?" Elman swung his sword horizontally, drawing a conspicuous line of blood on Vahina's snow-white neck. He raised his head and looked at the woman. What about now? You're crazy, Rono shouted. He glared at Elman, but he did not dare to act rashly. He was afraid that the madman would do something crazy. The woman was stunned. She had thought that Elman was trying to trick her, but she didn't expect him to be so crazy. She couldn't help but laugh. Interesting. You want to live? Elman nodded. All right. The woman smiled and said, I'll give you a chance. Kill him and come with me. She looked at Rono and said casually. Rono was stunned. Before he could react, he lowered his head and groaned. He looked at the arrow in his chest in disbelief, then at Elman. He knew that the arrow was poisoned. He had personally concocted the poison to deal with the monsters in the forest, but he never thought that he would be the first to test it. What he didn't expect was for Elman to act so decisively. He looked at his companion with a puzzled gaze and then fell backwards. Rono. Vahina couldn't believe her eyes. Her eyes turned red. You're crazy, Viscount Elman. What did you do? But Elman didn't even look at her. He held the sword against her neck and threw away the crossbow with his left hand. The woman looked at the scene with interest, then clapped her hands, as expected of Viscount Elman. Clean and efficient. You have the potential to join us. She tilted her head and looked at the young noble with a smile. So, what do you think? Elman had no doubt that as long as he said no, the other party would immediately kill him without a burial place. He hesitated for a moment, then nodded. The moment he nodded, the nerves that had been tense all this time finally relaxed. He thought that no matter how scary this woman was, she wouldn't attack a companion. Moreover, he was a rising star among the nobles of the empire. He believed that he had some value in her eyes. However, these thoughts only existed for a moment before they vanished. Because just as he nodded his head, a vine pierced his throat from behind like a ghost. Blood spurted out and splattered on Vahina's face. Only then did the noble lady feel the person who had been holding her hostage slowly fall down and fall heavily to the ground. But at that moment, she was so scared that she didn't dare to move. Then, he knelt down with a crash sound, unable to say a word. Not far away from her, the woman did not even look at her. She waved her hand and a tough vine whip appeared in her hand. The whip carried a gust of wind that was similar to Brendel's white raven sword style, and it swept across the ground with a swoosh. The sword swept past Vahina's body and split Elman's body in two, sending him flying far away with a rain of blood. The woman retracted her whip and picked up Viscount Elman's short sword. She then swung it at Tia. The dagger pierced through Tia's heart. Tia struggled for a moment before lowering her head. The woman smiled in satisfaction and sighed, "How foolish. You think I'm like those weak fellows from the unifying guild who yearns for power in this world? Power is but an illusion. One day, even the throne will turn to dust." She looked at Vahina and smiled, "But as for you, little girl, you're still useful to me. Come, I'll bring you to a good deal." But, I like the word deal humans use. P.S. It took some time to find someone to correct this. Thank you, Rocky and Apocalypse. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 404. Just as Tia entered the graveyard, Brando's party entered the outer region of the Loop of Trade Winds. The disappearance of Vahina and the others was just a small interlude to him. Even though Tia was among the missing, the wild elf was a card creature. Brando could always reset the mercenaries of Lopez card and summon her to his side. From the very beginning, Brando had no intention of going back to search for her. However, his decision to go deeper into the Loop of Trade Winds was strongly opposed by Erwin's party. Count Audine sternly demanded that he return to search for her. Indeed, if Brando was a real Erwin, he would have considered the consequences of the disappearance of Duke Cruz's daughter. Unfortunately, Brando's way of thinking was influenced by Sophie's modern personality. So what if they were Cruz's people? Even Veronica might not be able to protect herself from the calamity of wolves, not to mention the fact that they were heading back the same way they came from. If it was for his companions, Brando might have fought to the death, but for a few strangers, it was not worth it. What's more, those Kurlutzian nobles had schemed against him before. Brendel did not think he was a villain, but he was also not a modest gentleman who repaid evil with good. As for what the Erewhon's party thought, Brando once again used his actions to show them that he did not care about the opinions of these people who used the banner of the royal faction. Brando was still sneering in his heart. These people always used the name of the kingdom to talk about things. When he was impatient, he would use the silver brooch of the Royal Knight's Order to scare them to death. Most of the insignia of the Royal Knight's Order were made of brass. Only the captains were given a silver brooch, while the commanders was gilded. In fact, captains were at least close attendants of the royal family. Compared to their relationship with the royal family, they were much closer than the people in the royal faction. Of course, Brendel knew that it was just a thought. Even though Princess Griffine had secretly given him the brooch, Brendel knew that she might not be willing to reveal her relationship with him. If he used the brooch to intimidate others, he was afraid that he would leave a bad impression on the future princess regent. With Brando's current strength, he did not care about the impression he would leave in the princess's mind. However, he did not want that to happen. So, he decided to ignore the nobles. He knew that they would not dare to leave his party. The 20+ of them wandering around in the Black Forest was just like delivering food to the monsters. The calamity of wolves was not the only monster in the Black Forest. As he expected. Although Brando did not agree with Count Audine's position, he was still clear-headed. Seeing the young man's stubbornness, he did not turn back like Dolent did. Instead, he shamelessly followed them. He knew that if he chose to turn back, it was very likely that his party would never be able to return. Brendel looked back at the Awin's envoys from afar, and a mysterious smile appeared on his face. He raised his head again, and his gaze passed through the darkness of the night, quietly gazing at the undulating shadows of the mountains in the distance. In that direction, the Thorn Ridge formed a wide range of hills to the south and east of the Wall of Roses. Once they crossed the hills, they would enter the Kalanga mountain range's northern branch. Brando had already forgotten the name of the branch, but even if it was the Thorn Ridge area, it was still considered the periphery of the loop of trade winds. In fact, when he looked around, he could already see a thin layer of white gauze-like fog in the dark forest. This was under the condition that the wall of clouds of the loop of trade winds had opened up a path in the clouds. If it was any other day, this place would already be covered in fog. Whether it was in the southeast or the southwest, they could see the towering wall of clouds. The dark clouds even covered the stars. Because it was so high, when people looked up, they would have the illusion that the clouds on both sides were curved toward the center. Being in this path of clouds, people would suddenly have the illusion that they were contained in it, and they would immediately have the illusion that they were small and contained in it. Even if it was just a casual glance, it was enough to shock him. Brando took a deep breath. He saw the blue light flowing above the canopy of the dark forest. It was the purest magic power, unaffected by any kind of power. However, this magic power quickly sank into the barbarian land and turned black. Then, it formed into monsters in the forest. The tide of magic had come, and the air seemed to be filled with such a smell. A silver moon shone on the mountains and the dense forest. But then he was slightly startled. The green light in his vision changed and formed a line of small words that was projected infinitely far away. Mercenaries of Lopez, Tia has entered the graveyard. Brando was surprised. He immediately stopped and contacted the wild elf girl. To be honest, it was not unexpected that she met with trouble in the dark forest. However, he was still surprised that it happened so quickly. After all, Tia was a silver-ranked elementalist. Even if she met with a small wolf pack, she would at least have the ability to escape. Unless she met with a male wolf. Could it be that there was a third wolf pack in this area? This made Brando a little cautious. He first comforted the little girl. It was funny. This was the second time the little girl had entered the graveyard alone. He did not know why this cute little girl was always so unlucky. Could it be because the lucky girl took all her luck? Dia was stronger than he had imagined. This little girl first complained to him about how painful it was to be stabbed to death by a sword. The Lord must avenge her and so on. Then, she briefly described the situation at that time. His heart skipped a beat when he heard Tia talk about the ability to turn weapons and magic into dust and disappear with the wind. There were many spells that could cause this effect, but if it was paired with the unique purple rose withering effect, then it would be a different story. There was only one possibility. In Brando's opinion, the element of corrosion was not a very powerful element. However, the person who mastered this element was enough to make his heart skip a beat. The Lord of Withering, Andesha, one of the 12 patriarchs of the tree herders. With Martha as her superior, she was almost the strongest existence in Wonde. Why is she here? Brando's heart skipped a beat. He thought that it was ridiculous enough for him to create a reaction that attracted Cruz's people, Bugha's Magi, and the Holy Cathedral of Fire. He did not expect the tree herders to be involved. Was the Lionheart sword that attractive? He immediately reacted. If the Lionheart sword was really a part of the Scepter of Fire, then the tree herders' presence here would be understandable. The Four Wise Ones were one of their biggest rivals. They were the first to prevent the Four Wise Ones' weapon from being reborn. This explanation was acceptable. Brando was not surprised at the death of Viscount Elman and the young alchemist after knowing that Andesha was here. Even if there were 10 of him, he would not be able to defeat a single finger of that woman's. But Brando was slightly relieved. Andesha's actions when she kidnapped Vahina suggested that her target was Cruz's envoy. That was good too. Among the Kurlutz people, there was Veronica, the goddess of war of the Azure Skies Legion. At this time, Veronica's strength should be around level 70, which was the peak of the Wall of Law, elemental domain. Although she was probably not Andesha's opponent, Veronica was probably not the only one in the Kurlutz envoy group. Brando was very clear that Cruz's people were divided into several factions. Other than the Knights faction represented by the army, there were also the astrologers, the court magicians, and the Holy Cathedral. Since the Holy Cathedral of Fire was going alone this time, there should at least be people from the Archmage Madron's side in the Kurlutz envoy. After listening to Tia's description, Brando calmed down and thought for a while. He thought that Cruz's mission this time was led by Veronica, so according to their rules, there should be at least 2 high-level magi in the envoy. With 2 high-level magi in Veronica, it was no wonder that Andesha did not dare to act rashly. But when the two sides met, it was inevitable that they would be impulsive. Brando could not help but start thinking about it. 2 high-level magi clashing with each other, and their strength was almost the same. What did this mean in the previous game? Brando's eyes lit up. This was the best opportunity to take advantage of the situation. If it was in the past, he wouldn't have hesitated to turn around and see if he could get anything out of this mess. Taking advantage of opportunities was one of the basic attributes of a player. However, he quickly calmed down and remembered that he was no longer a player. The battle between NPCs like Veronica and Andesha was not something that he could interfere with. If he was unlucky, it was understandable that he would die 10 or 20 times over. If it was in the previous game, he might be able to get back some money no matter how many times he died. But it was different here. Brando quickly forced himself to throw this terrifying thought out of his mind. He was afraid that he would lose his life in a moment of recklessness. He took a deep breath and felt a little relieved. No matter how strong Andesha was, she would not have thought of Tia's identity. Thus, that woman would not have thought that her whereabouts had been exposed. But since he knew that the old witch was active in this area, her threat was much smaller. Brando knew the 12 patriarchs of the tree herders very well. He had even fought with some of them personally. As for their habits and movements, he knew them like the back of his hand. Is it okay? Tia asked in puzzlement. That woman looks very strong. Don't worry. She might be in danger in the dark. But thank you, Tia. Tia smiled sweetly. At this moment, Brando looked up and immediately heard a familiar voice ask, "What's wrong?" Brando paused for a moment, then saw Amandina looking at him with concern. Her bright eyes in the dark made Brando feel a little uncomfortable. Why does it seem like this noble's attention is always on me? Nothing. What are you doing? Brando asked. Elder Wade has been looking for you for a long time, but you've been distracted the entire time. I told him that you were thinking about something, but he didn't dare to disturb you. The noble girl paused for a moment. There seemed to be other adventures up ahead. You'd better go take a look. Ah. Brando was stunned. P.S. That was 4,000 words at noon. Students, seeing how awesome I am, please give me some recommendations, monthly votes, etc. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 405. What was in the Black Forest? That was a secret in itself. Rather than saying that Elder Wydd had found adventurers, it was more accurate to say that he had found their corpses. More than 30 corpses were strewn all over the forest. The corpses were dressed in light gray robes with silver armor underneath. Brando lifted the robes of the corpses and saw the crimson flame symbol on the silver armor. As expected, these were the guards of the Holy Cathedral. In fact, he had already noticed this when he entered the forest with Quinn and the centaur Elder Wydd. The swords scattered on the ground were also Cruz's style, but only the guards of the Holy Cathedral would be so ostentatious with their swords. If it were any other human army, he would have seen more or less battle axes or other standard weapons. Lifting his outer robe, he was now certain of this. They are the gray-robed soldiers of the Holy Cathedral of Fire. He straightened up and said to Quinn and Elder Wydd. I wonder if there are any flame guards. They probably didn't encounter wolves, but it's strange to see more than 30 corpses neatly placed here. Elder Wydd said. Yes, if the Holy Cathedral had kept the corpses, they wouldn't have left their companions' corpses exposed in the wilderness. Even if they didn't have time, they would still have buried them. They knew that there were wolves in the forest. Brando walked to the next corpse and lifted the robes. Another soldier monk. More importantly, there are no signs of a fight. Quinn said. The occasional cries of the owls in the forest made his ears twitch. It's as if they just fell asleep. There are no obvious wounds on their bodies. Are they all the same? They are all the same. Brando finished examining the first 3 corpses. He then looked up and across the forest to the other side. There were more than 30 corpses lying on the ground or leaning against the trees. They were more or less in the same posture as when they were alive. Their eyes were closed and their weapons were not far from them. It was as if they had really fallen asleep. However, their pale and lifeless skin proved that they were dead people who had lost all signs of life. This scene was extremely strange. The centaur Elder Wydd and the tree elf leader Quinn did not make a sound. They were not surprised by the strange situation. No one could understand the dark forest. The deeper one ventured into the forest, the more it was like a giant nightmare that could silently enter one's dreams and take one's life. However, Brando's thoughts were different from theirs. It's just that I don't know if his life was taken away in an instant or if he had experienced something before. What was the cause of all this? Is it a wolf? Brando walked silently among the corpses, not daring to jump to conclusions. However, compared to the helplessness of the 2 natives, Brando had already found some clues from the state of the corpses. After all, the experience of a level 130 warrior was not for nothing. Regardless of whether it was Wade or Quinn, both of them had to address him as their senior. Brando suddenly stopped beside a corpse. He squatted down and saw that the soldier monk was holding a golden amulet tightly in his hand. He forcefully pulled the amulet out of the monk's hand. At the same time, he confirmed the time of death. The body was slightly stiff and the fingers were cold, no different from a wax figure. Brando then placed his hand on the monk's chest. There was still a trace of warmth. It seemed that the holy cathedral had just passed by. However, those people were one step ahead of him, which surprised Brando. This meant that the Holy Cathedral of Fire also knew about the Druids' plan and made use of them. These powerful forces are really good at gathering information. Brando could not help but think. However, he also knew that the Druids' plan was to hide from small forces like the Golden Mane Tokunin and Erewhon. The wizards of Buga, the Holy Cathedral, and the people of Cruz had probably already guessed the outcome of tonight's operation. In other words, they were probably heading deeper into the Ring of Clouds. Brando raised his head and looked at the corpse in the forest. Was it really that easy to enter the loop of trade winds? No matter how powerful these giants were, they probably would not have guessed that he had already experienced it before. The deeper he went into this world, the more Brando felt that the players were once superior. He then raised the amulet and looked at it. In the middle of the amulet was a diamond-shaped amethyst. The amethyst had been blown up by the runaway magic. It was rumored that amethyst could ward off evil spirits, so it was often used to make amulets to ward off evil spirits. The fact that the soldier monk died with this amulet in his hand meant that he was already aware of the danger. Then, his life wouldn't have been taken away in an instant. Brando immediately came to this conclusion. He then habitually wanted to keep the amulet in his bag, thinking that it could still be used. The items used by the Holy Cathedral were generally not bad. However, he quickly reacted. After all, this was not a game. If he touched the belongings of the dead, who knew if the two behind him would throw their halberds at him? Centaurs and tree elves respected the dead and the spirits the most. Brando put the amulet back into the hand of the dead soldier. It was not worth the risk since it was not a good item. In fact, Brando could already feel the gazes of Wydd and Quinn on him. He stood up and said with certainty, these soldier monks were left behind to cover the rear. Cover the rear? The centaur elder was stunned. He saw the young human walking between the corpses and occasionally squatting down to examine them. At first, he was slightly disdainful. Corpses would leave behind information, but only veterans, professional hunters, and professional priests who had walked through mountains of corpses and seas of blood would be able to read the information. Wydd himself was an expert in this field. As a veteran warrior, he could easily distinguish whether the wounds were caused by blades, bites, or the effects of some kind of magic. However, when faced with such strange corpses, he was helpless. That young man walked around the corpses twice and could tell that they were left behind to cover the rear. That was probably just a guess. The centaur elder could not help but frown. As a commander, it was irresponsible to jump to conclusions so easily. He turned to look at the tree elves beside him. Quinn was also frowning, but the tree elves shook their heads at him, indicating for him to calm down. These indecisive tree stumps. The centaur elder, Wydd, was dissatisfied. Brando did not seem to notice Wydd's indifference. He walked to the other side and observed the battlefield. Then he confirmed a direction and pointed in that direction. It seems that the people from the Holy Cathedral came from that direction. It's similar to ours. Wydd was stunned. Quinn was also slightly surprised. When they found the corpses, they had ordered their men to search the area carefully. The Druids were experts in this field. It did not take long for them to determine the direction the humans had entered and left from based on the fallen vegetation in the forest. Brando's judgment was almost the same as theirs. What? You don't believe me? Brando looked at their shocked expressions. You just have to search in that direction. There should be many traces left behind in the forest. No, Quinn asked. We just want to know how you know. Well, Brando thought that the Holy Cathedral had been using this kind of formation since the beginning of the game. This formation with 4 guards in the middle was modified by the players and became the most popular formation in the game. It was flexible, and there was enough time to react in case of an emergency. However, as the commander, he was very familiar with this kind of formation. Brando walked to the side of a tree. The Holy Cathedral entered the forest from this direction. The left wing swept through the forest. The scouts first discovered the enemy and then alerted the others here. He looked up and saw a corpse on the top of the tree. He then took 2 steps to the left. This corpse was the furthest away from the encampment. The enemy was too fast. There was no time to react, so the first to face the enemy was the Grey Knight on the periphery, the Holy Cathedral scouts. He lifted his robe and saw the insignia of the Grey Knight. Scarlet. Brendel turned around and shouted, "Come over here, go over there." He pointed to a position and said to Scarlet. The red-haired girl was originally standing beside Amandina and was observing the situation from afar, but she could not help but be startled when she heard the order. But as Brando's follower, her duty was to obey. Even though she did not understand, she still walked over. Brando used his hand to draw a circle around the position of the Grey Knight. He then looked at Wild and Quinn. The Grey Knight surrounded them in a semicircle with a wide distance. Their mission in this formation was to stall for time. These are the elites of the Holy Cathedral. They are well trained and are well aware of this. But there was no battle. Brando gestured for Scarlet to come over. She walked past the 6 corpses of the Grey Knight. They fell. The last Grey Knight must have been scared out of his wits. He began to turn around here. Brando looked at the traces of broken vegetation at his feet. He then raised his head and looked in another direction. He ran in that direction, but he was caught. There was no battle, and he fell down dead. Brando said as he looked at the corpse. "The enemy is strong." Brando gestured for Scarlet to continue walking into the forest. The left-wing guards were prepared to face the enemy. The Holy Cathedral's decision was to have them cover the rear. They then left in that direction. He pointed outside the forest as if he had seen the situation with his own eyes. Wade and Quinn turned their heads back at the same time, and their expressions changed. Brendel had guessed correctly again. At this time, everyone heard a series of footsteps coming from outside the forest. The centaur elder and the tree elf leader turned around nervously. But they saw Erwin's men. It seemed to be a guy called Count Audine. In fact, Brando had ordered the troops to stop halfway up the mountain. Count Audine was really impatient, so he came up to check on the situation. But when he came up, he was shocked. The forest was littered with corpses. P.S. The battle for Valhalla has officially begun. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Chapter 406. When Count Audine saw the red emblem of the Holy Cathedral of Fire on the shining armor under the robes of the corpses, his expression changed again. Of course, he knew the soldiers of the Holy Cathedral. But so many of them had died. For Martha's sake, he knew the strength of the Holy Cathedral the best. He could not imagine what kind of enemy could make the monks of the Holy Cathedral of Fire pay such a high price. Count Audine's gaze continued to move forward. The Grey Knight. When he saw the corpses at Brendel's feet, he was so shocked that he could not speak. These corpses were at least at the level of a priestess, which meant that there was at least one priestess in the Holy Cathedral team. Audine could not help but gasp. More than 30 soldiers of the Holy Cathedral died even with the help of a priest, and the Grey Knight? Who did the people of the Holy Cathedral meet? A priest of the Holy Cathedral must at least have elemental activation. As a spell profession that had elemental activation, it should be enough to win against a male wolf. However, the Count immediately had some strange thoughts. He looked at Brando and wondered if the young man had killed the soldiers of the Holy Cathedral. After all, in his opinion, there seemed to be nothing that the lawless young baron did not dare to do. He did not even care about Cruz's people. Maybe he really would do something so earth-shattering. Count Audine then thought of the relationship between Brando and the Druids. For a moment, he could not help but think, could it be that these Druids wanted to start the Holy War? The high-ranking general from the Northern Legion swallowed a mouthful of saliva. However, Brando's words dispelled the Count's doubts. Of course, Brando noticed Audine's arrival, but he did not even look at the latter. Instead, he continued to walk through the forest and said, "The real battle began here." He asked Scarlet to stop, then pointed to the forest and said, "The battle ended the moment the enemy approached." Everyone thought they had attacked, but their weapons were still in their hands, and their arrows were still on the bow. Then the first batch of people died. Brando crossed the line of defense formed by the 10 soldier monks. They were all lying on the ground. Death is silent, like a breeze that brushed past their bodies. He looked at the corpses of the 10 soldier monks. They had all died at the same time. He looked up, and the invisible enemy continued to move forward. The second group of monk soldiers tried to pull away to buy time, but they fell at the same time. In the end, the remaining people seemed to have broken down. Some of them started to run away. This is why these corpses did not form a perfect defensive circle in the end. Brando replied. He looked around the forest. Judging from the arrangement of the monk soldiers, the creature was huge, but it passed through the forest without a sound. It must have used some kind of illusion when it took these people's lives, so there was no sign of a fight until death. But we can't rule out the possibility that it created an illusion to mislead these people. But if that's the case, the others from the Holy Sanctum shouldn't be able to escape. Brando looked at Wade and Quinn, and then at Austin who was beside them. His calm gaze sent a chill down the 3 men's spines. It was as if there was a terrifying monster lurking in the forest, and it would hear their conversation at any time and appear like a giant ghost. The 3 of them were actually warriors who had experienced hundreds of battles, but this black forest was too strange. Those who were not familiar with it would feel a suffocating mystery, but those who were familiar with it could only see more of the unknown. But they could not imagine how the young man could stand in front of them and talk so casually. "Have you heard of something like this?" Brando looked back at the forest again. In fact, the current situation puzzled him. It was not that he had never seen a similar attack, but there were too many answers that fit the description. Moreover, no one dared to say that they had seen all the monsters in the wilderness. Some of the creatures born from chaos and magic did not make sense. Perhaps this terrifying killer was really a breeze that brushed past the forest. Perhaps, in order to narrow down the scope of the answer, he had to find the answer from the natives like Wade and Quinn. Brando thought that if he were to complete this plot with the mentality of a quest, then he would understand that there would be no quest that did not provide clues. It sounds like a ghost. Only a ghost in the legends would silently take away a person's life. Brando did not expect Count Austin to be the first to speak. After a brief moment of astonishment, the Count from the kingdom began to reevaluate Brando. Perhaps it was his occupational disease, but Brando's reenactment of the battle was a new experience for him. If it was said that the Count had been looking at Brando with his personal feelings and prejudice, then he finally noticed some details that he had not noticed before. For example, when did such a person appear in Erewhon? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was amiss. What Baron of Abi's domain? Isn't Abi's domain located in Tonajul? If I'm not mistaken, isn't that Count Randner's worthless son the lord of this backwater village? Of course, as the most central existence in the noble circle, he was not sure if he remembered correctly, but he did not believe that this mysterious young noble was a country bumpkin lord. In his opinion, the so-called most outstanding young people of this generation that were widely rumored in the noble circles were nothing more than this. Most of them were just boastful people, but this baron in front of him was truly in an environment that was 1,000 times more dangerous than a battlefield, and yet he was still able to talk and laugh as if nothing had happened. Count Austin could not help but look at Brando with a strange gaze. He subconsciously thought that this person was lying. A ghost? Brando shook his head. First of all, it was impossible for there to be a ghost as large as a hill. Moreover, a ghost's method of attack was to steal the temperature of life, so the creatures they killed should at least be covered in a layer of ice. Elder Wydd and Leader Quinn shook their heads as well. There were many ghosts in the dark forest, and they had also dealt with them before, but it was clear that the current situation was different. Brando could not help but shake his head when he saw that no one could give him an explanation. He actually had a faint premonition in his heart. The moment they entered the loop of trade winds, they encountered such a scene. Or rather, the people from the Holy Cathedral of Fire were one step ahead of them and were attacked. Brando suspected that the creature hiding in the fog was the one that attacked the druids. But the creature only forced the druids to retreat, and now it started to kill them. Was it because the intruders were different, or was it because of the appearance of the path in the clouds? But no matter what, Brando knew that this creature should be the boss of this storyline quest. Even the Holy Cathedral of Fire did not seem to have the ability to resist, and only left behind more than 30 corpses. How strong is this thing? Brando faced such a conjecture without batting an eyelid, but his heart was filled with joy. It was fortunate that the guys from the Holy Cathedral of Fire were quick enough to block the attack for him. Otherwise, he really did not know if he could deal with this terrifying thing head-on. Originally, he thought that the player in the Amber Sword was much weaker than he was now, but he was still able to enter Valhalla and complete the quest. This meant that this quest shouldn't be too difficult. But he did not expect, holy shit, so that guy really did stumble into the center of the loop of trade winds by accident. Brando could not help but curse in his heart. But even so, his experience as a leader calmed him down quickly. Since he could enter the loop of trade winds by accident, it meant that this quest was not completely impossible. Otherwise, with the strength of this boss, not to mention the players at that time, it was estimated that the game would not be able to do anything even after 20 years. But fighting was definitely not feasible, so the goal of the quest should be to avoid fighting and find another way. But where was this shortcut? Brando was at a loss. No one would be willing to release the details of this quest for free, and those paid posts were too expensive. Who would spend money on a one-time quest that had already been completed? But Brando was now filled with regret. If he had known this would happen, he would not have thought that way. Veronica, the Magus of Buga, and the terrifying Endesha. Now, there was the boss that was even more terrifying than the three of them combined. Brando suddenly had a headache. He could not help but wonder if the difficulty of this quest could be a little bit higher. This was just an early storyline quest, wasn't it? Brando patted his forehead and subconsciously looked around to see if there were any clues. But when he turned around, he saw Scarlet staring blankly at her hand. He could not help but be startled. This red-haired girl did not have the habit of being absent-minded at this time. Scarlet? Scarlet was slightly surprised and raised her head. Brando thought that she had discovered something and asked, "What's wrong?" "There's something on my hand." Scarlet looked at her hand worriedly. Brando was startled. He thought that the blood of gods had relapsed. But what made him feel strange was that the effects of the golden apple should not have disappeared so quickly. But when he looked at her arm, he saw strange golden patterns on it. No matter how he looked at it, these patterns did not seem like the signs of the blood of gods. Instead, it seemed like magic was flowing under her skin. Brando felt that the patterns were familiar, but he could not remember where he had seen them before. He thought for a moment and shook his head. "This is not the blood of gods." "Don't worry. But I think it's the effect of the golden apple. The golden apple itself contains a lot of magic." He looked up. "So the magic in your body resonates with the demonic wave. This is a good thing, not a bad thing." "A good thing?" Scarlet's worry faded a little. She knew that Brando would never lie to her, but she was still puzzled by Brando's words. Brando nodded. "Yes, I may have thought of a way to make you an elementalist. But I'll have to wait until Lady Orthless wakes up before I can ask her about it." He could not help but sigh. Orthless was obviously a heroic spirit, but she did not have the self-awareness of a heroic spirit. She would sleep for 12 hours every day without fail. For Martha's sake, a heroic spirit should not have wrinkles. P.S. Looking for votes, looking for recommendations. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 408. The monks of the Holy Cathedral opened up a path in the forest, leading the unknown monster to some unknown place. However, Brando did not have the guts to follow. Who knew if the boss would turn back? However, as a Lord-tier monster, the entire periphery of the loop of trade winds was its range of activity. As long as they were still in the loop of trade winds, Brando knew that the chances of encountering the boss were very high. Moreover, according to the usual settings of the Amber Sword, the deeper they went, the more likely it was that the boss would be alerted. It was obviously not easy to complete Valhalla's quest easily. Fortunately, the Holy Cathedral had excellent Grey Knight scouts, but Brando's scouts were not bad either. In fact, the Fireclaw lizardmen were slightly better. They were not the most professional scouts, but the telepathic connection between the planeswalker and the summoned creatures played a special role in this environment. There was no distance limit or time delay for telepathic connection, so Brando could expand the Fireclaw lizardmen's range of vigilance by several times compared to normal scouts. In order to make the perimeter even tighter, Brando also showed the Fireclaw Bugler card. When the fiery red lizardman with the horn entered the field, the card immediately activated its ability and sent another platoon of Fireclaw assault spearmen into the field. The number of Fireclaw assault spearmen under Ropar suddenly doubled. Fortunately, most of the Fireclaw assault spearmen were out of sight, so the sudden increase in numbers did not arouse suspicion. Fireclaw lizardmen, countless wind spirit spiders, more than 30 rock leopards, 2 shadow rock beasts, and a black wolf lord. Brando had an impenetrable warning system. It was soon noon when the team left the Holy Cathedral of Fire was first attacked. This was the third phase of the Planeswalker's 6 phases of the day. Brando tapped Ember Volcano to increase the number of fire elementals in the elemental pool, and at the same time, he drew a Vampire Baron card from his deck into his hand. It was a pity that the Scorching Sun phase did not allow the use of black cards. Otherwise, Brando would have decisively placed this card into the field. What he lacked now was the best scouts. Blood Descendants were known for their speed. Coupled with their abilities as planeswalkers, they could be said to be the best land scouts in the world. Not to mention, they could also fly short distances. After he finished drawing his cards, he looked up and saw that the fog in the mountain forest had begun to sink. The white mountain fog swirled around the forest in layers, lingering in the forest. In fact, the few gold-ranked powerhouses present had already keenly sensed that some of the unstable elements in the air were increasing. This was the rise and fall of the chaos sea beneath the elemental boundary, which caused the black moon's light to become even more dazzling. Magic power was welcoming the beginning of the strongest era in the past 1,000 years. It was just like the rise and fall of the tides, roaring to the entire world. The power of primal chaos became obvious. The most obvious change was that the temperature of the hills around Thorn Ridge suddenly became cold. It was as if they had entered a severe winter within a few hours. Everyone could even see frost forming on the tree trunks under their gazes. Everyone could not help but think of a hair-raising term, frost tide. It was one of the scariest natural disasters in the outer reaches of the dark forest. The temperature would drop below zero in just a few hours. Without the necessary protection, the extreme cold weather could kill any living thing within the affected area. Even the demons were not spared. Except for one. Winter wolves. Frost tide. Frost tide is coming. The centaurs immediately took out a pendant that looked like a crystal ball. The crystal ball was wrapped in a golden thread, and within it was a small fire seed. This fire seed could not open up a land of order, but it was like a torch in the darkness. It could at least stabilize the order in a small area of primal chaos. After leaving the Green Tower, adventurers would have to bring along a small fire seed if they wanted to go deeper into the forest. Otherwise, the harsh weather would kill anyone who ventured deep into the forest. It was a pity that not everyone understood this logic. The centaurs took out a fire seed and ignited it. A pillar of light shot up into the sky. Brando looked up and saw dark clouds gathering in the sky. Martha's codex, Tiamat, was dozens of miles behind the clouds in the sky. The outermost ring of gears at the edge of the transparent ring had already shattered. Black magic power was gathering. It was like a huge tentacle covering the sky. Then, the southern sky flashed with layers of dark blue light, like thunder and lightning. The demonic wave was coming. Brando took out a fire seed from his chest. He naturally would not forget such an important matter. He cast 2 spells with his thumb and index finger, and the fire seed in his hand glowed brightly. A pillar of light shot up into the sky. Brando looked up. The pillar of light pierced through the dark clouds like a sharp thorn in the sky. The pillar of light flickered in his hand, reflecting the light of the centaurs not far away. Elder Wydd turned around to look at him in surprise. He didn't expect this young man to be so knowledgeable to even prepare something like this. Not every adventurer had the experience of exploring the Black Forest. Only the experienced adventurers would be well prepared and not panic in the face of the frightening power of the Black Forest. A third pillar of light lit up. It was the fire seed in Quinn's hand. It was not difficult to create a small fire seed. In the game, it only cost a few thousand tor. Here, it was as simple as a piece of agate. You've been to the Black Forest before? Elder Wydd asked as he walked over. Brando did not answer him directly. The frost tide was just a prelude, but at least it indicated that the second wave of attack would be the winter solstice wolves. In history, the first wave of wolves was the shadow, and the second wave was the plague. This time, there was a slight deviation from history. Brando thought that it might be because the NPCs here were different from the ones in history. A slight change in the order of the world could affect the course of history in the Black Forest. He felt a few cold snowflakes hitting his face and melting. The snowflakes were as hard as steel outside the range of the fire seed, but as soon as they entered the range of the fire seed, they quickly melted and shrunk. The second wave of wolves? Brando nodded and looked up. The demonic wave is coming. What? Look carefully. I'm afraid you won't be able to see such a magnificent scene twice in your life. Brando looked up at the sky and replied. Wydd turned his head and looked up as well. Then, a gust of wind suddenly rose from the ground. The air swirled upward and brought countless dead trees and weeds into the sky. They gathered and formed a huge curtain of wind. The wind blew through the rolling mountains and hit everyone's face, blowing leaves and branches into the air. At that moment, everyone could not help but look up. Their hair fluttered in the wind, and they were surprised to see layers of leaves lifted from the treetops flying into the air. It was as if countless leaves were dancing in the air, converging into a black river hanging in the sky above the mountains. The river was moving forward. The fluttering leaves made it seem like a black army was marching. And higher up in the sky, thick black clouds rolled, and the clouds swept toward the middle of the sky like a tide. The sky in all directions surged, and everyone saw a flash of purple lightning shuttling through the clouds. The lightning lit up the clouds, but there was no rolling thunder. It was just silent lightning. Brando looked back and suddenly saw another beam of light shooting into the sky. It was fiery red and huge. It should be the fire seed of the Holy Cathedral of Fire. However, in the darkness, this light seemed to have awakened its other brethren sleeping in the forest. Beam after beam, in a moment, dozens of light beams were reflected in Brando's eyes. The orange-red, Crew's people. The order of fire they controlled was not as pure as the Holy Cathedral of Fire, although they claimed to be the descendants of the Flame King Gretel. However, the gold of the Eagle Empire was added to the heat of fire. This color was enough to make them proud. Light green, that should be another druid. Then there was blue. Even the wind elves were here? Brando could not help but mutter in his heart. He could not figure out why the Lionheart sword was so attractive. However, what Brando did not consider was that he had triggered a reaction from the divine artifact. In the face of a divine artifact, no country would not be tempted. There were also a few light red ones. Brando guessed that they should be the knight orders of some duchy. The gray ones were naturally adventurers and mercenaries who did not belong to any faction. Brando's own fire seed was bought from the Green Tower. The fire seed made by the druids was naturally strong and gentle, so it was light green. It was similar to the fire seed in the hands of Wade and Quinn not far from him. There were 30 to 40 fire seeds in the forest. There were even more adventurers who did not prepare well enough and were annihilated by the extreme cold. Outside the range of the fire seed, the temperature dropped at an unbelievable rate. A layer of frost formed on the trees, and then the branches turned into ice crystals that fell to the ground. Snow began to fall from the sky, and in a short 10 minutes, the surrounding world was covered in white. Normal people who had not reached the strength of a gold would die in a few minutes in such an environment. Gold elementalists would only be able to survive for a day or two. Only those who had activated their elemental powers would not be affected. Brando took a deep breath. When he saw this scene, his heart was slightly shaken. It was not because of fear or nervousness, but because this scene was so familiar. It was as if time had turned back, and he was back in the game, fighting side by side with the first batch of pioneers. That was not a story that belonged to him. But now, it was. He looked further into the distance. The fire seed in the wall of roses had dimmed, and the pillar of light that shot into the sky was flickering. But since the wolves had not taken down the outpost, there was not much left to do. The druids of the Wall of Roses had managed to hold on, and it was due to the combined efforts of the various factions in this direction. Further away, the Green Tower's light was like a lighthouse in the dark. The pillar of light from the fire seed was like a golden sword piercing into the dark sky. But from afar, other than the northernmost 7 of the 12 outposts around the Green Tower, most of them were either dimmed or extinguished. Chaos brought lightning, rain, and snow. The weather in the distance was extremely strange. Rain poured down from the mountains in some places, and lightning flashed in others. There were even thin ribbons in the sky. Those were tornadoes. The moment he turned around, he saw a huge pillar of light flickering for a moment before it was extinguished. The fire seed had been extinguished forever, and with it came the flames of countless lives. The weak advantage of the Wall of Roses was not enough to cover the fact that the druids' entire defense line was shaky. Even with the help of the players, the druids were only able to defend against 4 waves of attacks. If not for the opening of Valhalla, the calamity of wolves in the dark forest would have turned this area into ruins. That's why, Brando turned around and said, "The second wave of attacks is coming. Let's hurry up. This forest is getting dangerous." Brando frowned when he said that. The winter solstice wolf pack was quite troublesome. The winter wolf was a very high-level magical creature. Although their numbers were smaller than the black wolf, they were much more terrifying. The northerners called the winter wolves ghosts that breathed in frost and fog, and it was not an exaggeration. If they were even a step slower in this forest, they would die without a burial place. That place. Wade looked at the place where the pillar of light had disappeared and was stunned. Huh. P.S. Wah, it's still too late. Put up 2 chapters first, I'll continue writing. If you don't finish writing the 3rd chapter before 11 o'clock, then you don't have to wait. Get up early tomorrow and put it up. So, I'm still short of 2 chapters. Chapter 409. That place. WYRD stared at the spot where the pillar of light had disappeared. It's nothing. The elder centaur seemed to have regained his senses. He turned around and walked towards the group of centaurs. What's wrong? Amandina asked curiously when she saw Wade's reaction. Before the frost hit, she had put on a long shawl to protect herself from the cold. That direction is the Arbor Forest, the homeland of many centaurs in the Green Tower. Brando replied. Ah. Amandina looked at the elder centaur's back sympathetically. But how did you know, my lord? Didn't the Deadwood Guardian Guide mention it yesterday? Brando asked. I think so. Amandina was taken aback, but he only mentioned it casually. How did my lord remember it? She looked at Brando with envy and surprise. Brando quickly pretended to check his sword to prevent himself from laughing out loud when he saw Amandina's serious expression. Nonsense, how can I remember it? The problem is that the 12 outposts around the Green Tower, there will be 17 in the future, have become famous because of Valhalla. But this is not a good reason to tell others. All right, let's go. Brendel interrupted the topic and said to Amandina. The wolves are coming. The forest was now completely dark, and the dim starlight and moonlight were hidden behind the clouds. When the demonic wave arrived, the world became pitch black, and the pillars of light in the forest became the only source of light in the world. The pillars of light were moving slowly. Brando felt a sense of déjà vu when he saw the first calamity of wolves in a video. Back then, only a few of the strongest players participated in the calamity of wolves. In the dark storm, a small number of players raised their fire seed and advanced towards Valhalla. The 20 pillars of light were like the last flickering flames of hope in the vast land. But they succeeded in the end. As for whether he would succeed, Brando did not know. He looked around. The forest was already silvery gray in the dark. With his near 25-ounce perception, he could see a white shadow flashing in the forest a few miles away. It was the winter wolf. The centaur elder Widd's voice came from the front of the group, and the group began to move forward. Previously, after trekking for nearly 10 hours, the group had already approached the southern end of the Thorn Ridge. A few miles away, two intersecting black mountain ridges formed the entrance to the Kalanga mountain range. The terrain became undulating and precipitous in that direction, but as long as they passed through there, they would have passed the first checkpoint. Based on the team's speed, it would take them at most an hour to reach their destination. But that place was known as the Wolf Pass. It was also the most dangerous part of the journey. Brando looked around and saw that there were more and more winter wolves in the forest ahead, but he knew that this was just the beginning. The winter solstice wolves still needed some time to gather. He took out his pocket watch and saw that it was less than 90 minutes before the second wave of wolves arrived. Looks like we're just in time. Brando thought to himself. The group slowly passed through the last stretch of the Thorn Ridge. Occasionally, a few winter wolves would rush out from the snow, and naturally, they were greeted by the centaur's arrows. Although Brando had already set up a tight perimeter around the group, the Fireclaw lizards, shadow rock beasts, and shadow wolves. Even though Brando called them rock beasts, it was a pity that Amandina, Coden, Carglays, and even Scarlet thought that it was a terrible name, so they simply ignored Brando's decision and called them shadow wolves. In short, the perimeter that Brando had set up was to prevent the mysterious Lord-tier monsters from entering. As for the lone winter wolf, he did not mind the Fireclaw lizards helping him monopolize the experience points, but if there was a slightly larger group of wolves, he would order his summons to let them in. I don't want there to be a gap in this line of defense. The centaurs can still pay the price of casualties to deal with the winter wolves, but if the mysterious boss sneaks in without anyone noticing, then it won't be a problem of running away anymore. As for the winter wolves, they were silver-tier monsters, and they were like white ghosts. These white shadows accompanied the wind and snow as they howled and shuttled through the forest. Every one of them was the size of a horse, and they were as fast as lightning. They also possessed strength that ordinary people could not hope to match. The winter wolves' strength was outstanding even among silver-tier monsters. They could easily break a black pine tree that required a person to wrap their arms around it. Human silver-tier soldiers were as weak as ordinary people in front of these terrifying monsters. For example, there was once a winter wolf that broke into the ranks of Erewhon's diplomatic party's night guards, and even under the siege of more than 10 silver-tier knights, the winter wolf bit one of them to death. However, if it was only strength, the winter wolves did not deserve to be called the ghosts of the forest that breathed frost and fog. The real terror of the winter wolves was that although they were not gold-tier monsters, they already had a part of the winter element. Their claws carried the most fatal cold damage, and as long as they lightly scratched your armor, you would be frozen into ice. Not to mention, these monsters could also spit out frost breath from dozens of feet away, freezing your blood. It could be said that the only fortunate thing about facing these monsters was that the winter wolves did not have an alpha. Legend has it that the alpha of the winter wolves was killed when fighting for the throne with Ekis, the wolf calamity. Since then, the king of the forest did not allow the winter wolves to have an alpha. Every player in the Amber Sword knew that the winter wolves only had a wolf lord. It was these mini-bosses that united small wolf packs to form a real wolf pack. The winter wolves also seemed to understand their shortcomings, so these creatures that lived in ice and snow moved in at least 4 or 5 packs. 4 or 5 packs, hundreds of winter wolves, 7 or 8 lord-tier winter wolves, were considered a huge threat in any country inwound at this time of the year. Therefore, when they appeared at the periphery of the forest, a third of the 30 to 40 light pillars were extinguished in a moment. The extinguishment of the light pillars was self-evident. In the wind and snow, everyone became a little worried. The pressure in front was also increasing. The winter wolves were one of the most common threats in the northern border of Cruz, but not in the Black Forest south of Erewhon. The centaurs were not used to fighting these unfamiliar enemies, and sometimes they could only passively choose how to take the winter wolves' attacks. Therefore, the battle was bloody and tragic. However, this situation did not last for long. After Count Audine discovered the problem with the centaurs' tactics, he immediately took the initiative to look for Wade and Quinn. He said that he had some experience in fighting the winter wolves and wanted to temporarily take over the command. At this time, he did not have much time to think. It was obvious that if the centaurs, tree elves, and druids were defeated, they would not be able to survive this fierce battle. Count Audine also knew that in the whole of Erewhon, there were very few people who were good at fighting the winter wolves. Even he himself only had experience fighting the winter wolves once or twice when he was traveling in Cruz. However, things did not go as he expected. He quickly found out that there was someone who had more authority to speak about the winter wolves. It was the young man who called himself the Baron of Abes. Brando caught up from behind and took over the command without saying a word. Then, he, Scarlet, and Coden entered the front line of the battle, and it seemed that in an instant, the situation of the battle was reversed. At that moment, according to Quinn, it was as if there was a ruler in the young man's heart. Every time the winter wolves stopped, the young lord would raise his sword and order the centaur elders to stop, then throw their javelins at the white specters to inflict heavy damage to them. Every time the winter wolves stopped, the young lord would raise his sword and shout out an order for the centaur elders to stop, then throw their javelins at the white specters to deal heavy damage. Although the winter wolves' attack was outstanding, their defense inherited the weakness of wolf-type monsters. When faced with an attack from an upper silver-ranked monster, it would only take 1 or 2 attacks to kill them. After a rain of javelins, a pack of wolves would lose a quarter of its members. However, when the winter wolves charged, the centaurs were also prepared. The centaurs in the front row retreated, revealing the 2 rows of javelins at the back. It could be said that in the face of the same attack, the first move was crucial in determining the outcome of the battle. Unfortunately, the winter wolves did not have the right to make the first move in front of Brando. Brando pressed his hand on his sword and stood in the middle of the centaur army, looking at the white specters in the distance. He thought to himself that he had earned nearly 1,000,000 EXP from the winter wolves in the past. If he could not win this battle, he should go home and plant sweet potatoes. Cruz, Erewhon, and the monsters around the Knight's Kingdom, Grace, and the Kingdom of Knights. He knew all of them like the back of his hand. With nearly 100 years of experience in the game, he was familiar with all of them. But in the game, this was the knowledge of all the players living in these countries. Brando's knowledge was not superior at all. But here, history was intertwined, weaving a wonderful brocade under Brando's feet. The heavily injured wolves finally retreated far away, howling maliciously in the forest. Count Audine could not believe his eyes. He did not even realize that his hand had left the hilt of his sword that he had been clenching tightly. Isn't this the standard tactic used by Cruz's White Frostfall army to deal with the winter wolves? At this moment, Count Audine almost thought of the old Cruz soldier who taught him how to deal with the winter wolves. They were both experienced, but the young man in front of him was obviously much more efficient. However, Count Audine did not know that at this time, on another mountain a few miles away, someone was sighing just like him. Cruz's men? A swordsman with a 5 to 6 feet long sword on his back stood in the dense forest on the mountain. He was wearing a grayish-brown robe and looked young, but his shoulder-length hair had already turned gray. He was looking at the battle between the centaurs and the winter wolves from afar. The man's grayish-brown eyes moved, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com to read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 410. Brando didn't know what Audine was thinking. However, as time passed, he continued to command the troops to move forward. The slaughter seemed to have slowed down the passage of time. The centaur elders' armors were dyed red with blood. The blood of the winter wolves and their own blood were plated layer by layer on the shiny silver armor. Hundreds of centaurs and tree elves advanced along a long and narrow mountain stream. When they looked up, 2 intersecting mountain shadows covered half the sky. That was the Wolf Pass. Another white wave surged from the front. More than 1,000 winter wolves surged from the direction of the pass. Among the wolves, the Winter Lord raised half of its body and howled at the sky. Its snow-white mane fluttered in the wind, looking majestic. Amidst the rumbling of the earth, the wolf pack split into 3 groups. Snowflakes boiled under the wolf's claws. From the sky, it looked like a trident was charging towards the centaurs. White shadows shot into the forest on both sides, like pale ghosts leaping through the forest. The wolves opened their jaws and surrounded them in an instant. The leader of the tree elves, Quinn, raised his hand. Hundreds of tree elves drew their bows and shot. The interval between drawing an arrow, drawing the bow, aiming, and releasing the arrow was less than 2 seconds. Their movements were as fast as lightning. They were used to shooting freely, and even then, the arrows were as dense as raindrops. The winter wolves on both sides were hit by arrows and fell to the ground. However, their advantage in numbers allowed them to continue to advance, gradually threatening the flanks. They're much harder to deal with than the black wolves. Brando slashed a winter wolf pouncing towards him with his sword. He took a deep breath and exhaled a white mist. He looked up and saw that the left wing was exposed to the winter wolves. He had no choice but to raise his sword and order a company of Fireclaw lizard men to enter the fray. They charged out from the side of the forest and collided with the winter wolves. "Mr. Brando!" Quinn shouted. "Javelins!" A row of javelins flew into the air and pierced into the winter wolves in front of them. The first 3 rows of winter wolves fell to their knees, and the monsters behind them leaped over the corpses of their companions. It was like a white wave crossing a dam. The centaur and the winter wolf were like 2 waves of snow rushing towards each other in the valley, as if they were destined to collide at some point in time. But at the same time, the snow-white wolf shadows in the forest formed an attack arrow that surrounded them. Looking down from the sky, the snow-white trident was closing in on a vast area. Less than 1 li away from the Wolf Pass, this was the last sprint. There were more and more winter wolves in the forest, so they had to act quickly. Brando raised his head and looked at Wild. The centaur elder placed his hand on his left chest and nodded solemnly. Then, the centaur elder suddenly raised his halberd and sped up, leaping out of the centaur army. "Warriors of Naya," he cried. A row of elderly centaur guards patted their left chests and followed behind him without a change in expression. An entire row of centaur warriors raised their halberds high in the air, galloping their horses as they followed closely behind Wade. At that moment, the scene seemed to have formed a static balance in the midst of motion. The unique movement of the centaurs attracted everyone's attention. Be it their tree elves or druids, they all stared blankly as a third of the centaurs stepped out from the crowd. Under Wade's lead, they formed an independent attack arrow in front of the charging army. Count Audine was commanding Erewhon's knight to rush to the right flank to protect the tree elves who were exposed to the claws of the winter wolves. But when he turned around and saw this scene, he was stunned. He was not the only one. Erewhon's knight held their breaths. As soldiers, of course they knew what the centaurs were going to do next. At that moment, most of the knight raised their hands to their left chests. This was a blessing between comrades. But on the other side of the battlefield, the Winter Lord also let out a long horn, and the winter wolves flowed like a tide. Some of the winter wolves leaped out of the crowd and formed an independent attack arrow in front of the army. Their battle strategy was exactly the same as the centaurs. Huff. Sly. Under Scarlet's protection, the noblewoman who was out of breath from running stared at the winter wolves in a daze. Quinn pointed the end of his longbow in that direction and shouted, "Open a path for our glorious companions." The tree elves immediately gave up on the flanks and drew their bows again. This was the first time the tree elves had shot in unison since they entered the battlefield. The huge elven longbows were drawn to a full moon, and creaking sounds could be heard. Arrow of life. Strong wind, east. 200 feet, 150 feet, fire. The archers released their bowstrings in unison, and everyone seemed to hear a soft buzzing sound at the same time. A black shadow covered the sky and covered the earth, like a flock of migratory birds flying high into the sky. The arrows flew to the highest point in the sky and swooped down like a bird of prey. The rain of arrows fell on the heads of the winter wolves as if the grim reaper waved his scythe, and countless winter wolves fell to the ground. In an instant, the lone arrow of the winter wolves was nailed to the ground like a porcupine. Then, the winter wolves at the back leaped over the corpses that had turned into statues. They no longer had the time to change their formation because the centaurs had formed a straight line and were about to collide with them. A dull sound of collision could be heard from the battlefield. In an instant, the white wave and the silver line formed by the centaurs collided. Most of the centaurs immediately fell to the ground and were swallowed by the white wave. The silver line only existed for a moment before disintegrating. But at least the flood of winter wolves was stopped for a moment. The white wave of snow stagnated. Then, they realized that Brando's army was charging towards them. The centaurs were not afraid at all. Instead, they sped up. Brando raised his sword and shouted, "Assault formation." He took the lead. With him as the center, the tip of the arrow became sharp. The army was charging forward. At the same time, Quinn pointed his longbow behind him and shouted, "Warriors of the forest, stop the enemy." Whoosh! Vines emerged from the mud and stone slabs of the valley, blocking the rear of the army. The tree elves at the back threw away their longbows and turned around, unsheathing the long swords on their backs. They turned around, stopped, and separated themselves from the army, forming a thin line of defense. The winter wolves at the flanks immediately realized that there was a human wall in front of them. 20 feet. The enemy was close. Brando gripped Halran Gaia with both hands as he charged forward. He could see every strand of white hair on their bodies trembling in the cold wind. Less than half of the 100 centaurs that Wade had led were left. The centaur elder charged into the winter wolves alone. With a flash of his halberd, a winter wolf was sent flying. Brando saw all of this. He took a deep breath and raised Halran Gaia. "Come, the blood of a warrior." Brando had not felt the blood in his body boiling and rushing to his brain for a long time. It was this feeling that made him persevere on this path. The path of a warrior. That's why I say, to charge forward without hesitation. Brando closed his eyes, then opened them again. This is the romance of a warrior. The moment he opened his eyes, he activated charge. At the same time, he swung Halran Gaia in front of him, and a white light flashed parallel to him. In the eyes of outsiders, Brendel was one man and one sword, charging into the pack of wolves with a flash of white light. Wherever the sword passed, armor flattened, flesh and blood splattered. It was as if a silver line had been drawn into the winter wolves. With this silver line as the center, the winter wolves parted to the sides. They did not take the initiative, but rather, they parted with a rain of blood. Because of the speed, the power of Halran Gaia only exploded after the man and the sword had passed. It looked as if the ground behind Brando was cracking. As soon as Brendel passed by, there was a rumbling sound of sharp rocks piercing the sky behind him. A gap appeared in the winter wolves' defense. Brando and Wydd passed by each other. A winter wolf that had pounced on the centaur elder was immediately split into two. Its large head flew high with a rain of blood. Wydd looked up and saw Brando's back. The centaur elder shook off the blood on his halberd and snorted softly. Behind Brando, the centaur army, led by Scarlet and Coden, pierced into the gap like a wedge. Under the huge impact, even the winter wolves could not resist. Without the momentum, they could only retreat. Ropar's Fireclaw lizards and Audine's knight entered from the left and right flanks respectively. The gap in the center of the winter wolves was finally torn open. Brando swung his sword forward, and a white wind blew away several winter wolves. He looked up and realized that he had killed a winter wolf. There was a clear path ahead. They're here. Brando took a deep breath. He looked back and saw Coden and Scarlet leading the centaurs from the left and right. Then came the tree elves, followed by Erwin's knight and Ropar's Fireclaw lizards. But when he looked behind him, his eyes suddenly narrowed. Wydd and his centaur vanguard had not caught up. The centaur elder raised his halberd and signaled for the remaining centaurs to move closer to him. The centaurs once again formed a human wall. They were covering the rear with their own lives. Wydd. Brando was shocked. This was not his original plan. But the centaur elder only looked back and raised his hand to make a gesture. Almost no one understood the gesture, but Brando and Quinn understood. It was the common language of the forest citizens. We are the children of the forest. At that moment, Brando suddenly held his breath and closed his eyes. P.S. So today I'm putting up 3 chapters. There's still 1 chapter left. Hoo, it's so painful to pay off debts. I'm rolling on the ground. To be continued. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. You're tuning into the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.